A bird came down the walk by Emily Dickinson. A bird came down the walk, he did not know I saw, he bit an angleworm halves and ate the fellow raw, and then he drank a dew from convenient grass, then hopped sidewise to the wall to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all around, but looked like frigid beads, I thought. He stirred his velvet head, like one in danger, cautious, offered him a crumb, and he unrolled his feathers and rode him softer home. When oars divide the ocean to silver for a seam, or butterflies or banks of noon leap speechless as they swim. A cap of lead across the sky by Emily Dickinson. A cap of lead across the sky was tight and surely drawn. We could not find the mighty face, the figure was withdrawn. A chill came up as from a shaft, our noon became a well. A thunderstorm combines the charms of winter and of hell. A clock stopped by Emily Dickinson. A clock stopped, not the mantles, Geneva's farthest skill can put the with bowing, but just not dangled still. And all came on the trinkle, the figures hunched with pain, and quivered out of decimals into the greeless noon. It will not stir for doctors this pendulum of snow, shopman importunes it while cool concernless know. Nods from the gilded pointers, nods from the second slim, decades of arrogance between the dial life and him. A Counterfeit by Emily Dickinson. Counterfeit, a plated person, I wouldn't be, whatever strata of iniquity my nature underlie. True with good health and safety and the sky, a mimicry would an excel as a lie, and vocal than they die. A Day by Emily Dickinson. I tell you how the sun rose, a ribbon at a time, the steepless warm and amethyst, the news like squirrels ran. The hills untied their bonnets, the bobolinks begun, when I said softly to myself, that must have been the sun. But how he said, I know not, where seemed a purple stile, which little yellow boys and girls were climbing all the while. Till when they reached the other side, a dominie in grey, but gentle up the evening bars, and led the flock away. A death blow is a life blow to some, by Emily Dickinson. A death blow is a life blow to some, who till they died, did not to life become. Who had they lived, who died but when they died, be till it begun. A deed knocks first at Ford by Emily Dickinson. A deed knocks first at Ford, and then it knocks at will. That is the manufacturing spot and will at home and well. It then goes out and act, was entombed so still that only to the ear of God its doom is audible. A dew sufficed itself by Emily Dickinson. A dew sufficed itself and satisfied the leaf, and felt how vast a destiny or trivial is life. The sun went out to work, the day went out to play, not again would dew be seen by physiognomy. The by day abducted or emptied by the sun into the sea in passing eternally unknown. Attested to this day with awful tragedy, but transports instability and dooms celerity. A Diamond on the Hand by Emily Dickinson. A diamond on the hand to custom come and grown, subsides from its significance the gem were best unknown, within the cellar's shrine, how many sighed and sigh and cannot, but are mad for fear that any other buy. A Dimple in the Tomb by Emily Dickinson. A dimple in the tomb makes that ferocious room a home. A door just opened on the street by Emily Dickinson. A door just opened on the street. I, lost, was passing by, an instant the whiff of warmth disclosed, and welcome company. The door as instant shut, and I, lost, was passing by, lost doubly, but by contrast most, informing misery. A Face Devoid of Love or Grace by Emily Dickinson. A face devoid of love or grace, a hateful heart, successful face, a face with which a stone would feel as thoroughly at ease as were the old acquaintances, first time together thrown. A Field of Stubble lying sere by Emily Dickinson. A field of stubble lying sere beneath a second sun, its toils to bridal people thrust, its triumphs to spin, accosted by a timid bird irresolute of arms, as often seen but seldom felt on New England farms. A flower will not trouble her, it has so small a foot, by Emily Dickinson. A flower will not trouble her, it has so small a foot, and yet if you compare the lasts, he has the smallest boot. A full-fed rose on meals of tint, by Emily Dickinson. A full-fed rose on meals of tint, a dinner for a bee, and process of a noon became each bright morality. A fortified is of creature fair, itself, adored before submitting to our unknown sake to be esteemed no more. A lady red amid the hill by Emily Dickinson. A lady red amid the hill her annual secret keeps, a lady whiter than the field and placid lily sleeps. The tidy breezes with their brooms sweep vale and hill and tree. Peneriffe, my pretty housewives, who may expected be? The neighbors do not yet suspect the woods exchange a smile, orchard and buttercup and bird, and such a little while. Near to still the landscape stands, nonchalant the hedge, as if the resurrection were nothing very strange. A lane of yellow led the eye, by Emily Dickinson. A lane of yellow led the eye unto a purple wood, whose soft inhabitants the bee surpasses solitude. If bird the silence contradicts, of flower presumed to show, and that lost summer of the west impossible to know. A letter is the joy of earth, by Emily Dickinson. A letter is the joy of earth. It is denied the gods. A light exists in spring, by Emily Dickinson. A light exists in spring, not present on the year, at any other period than March is scarcely here. A color stands abroad in solitary fields that science cannot overtake, but human nature feels. It waits upon the lawn, it shows the furthest tree upon the furthest slope, it almost speaks to you. When is horizon's step, or noon's report away, without the formula of sound that passes, and we stay. The quality of loss, affecting our content, is traded suddenly encroached upon a sacrament. A little bread, a crust, a crumb, by Emily Dickinson. A little bread, a crust, a crumb, a little trust, a demijohn, can keep the soul alive, not portly mind, but breathing, warm, conscious, as old Napoleon the night before the crown. A modest lot, the fame petite, a brief campaign of sting and sweet is plenty, is enough. A sailor's business is the shore, a sailor's molds, to ask of more, must seek the neighbouring life. A little East Jordan, by Emily Dickinson. A little east of Jordan, evangelists record a gymnast and an angel that wrestle long and hard. Till morning touching mountain, and Jacob waxing strong, the angel begged permission to breakfast to return. Not so, said cunning Jacob, I will not let thee go, except for bless me, stranger, to which acceded too. Light swung the silver fleeces, Peniel hills beyond, and the wilder gymnast found he had worsted God. A little madness in the spring, by Emily Dickinson. A little madness in the spring is wholesome even for the king, but God he with the clown ponders this tremendous scene without experiment of green, as if it were his own. A little overflowing word, by Emily Dickinson. A little overflowing word that any hearing had in third, for ardor or for tears, but generations pass away, traditions ripen and decay, as eloquent appears. A little road not made of man, by Emily Dickinson. A little road not made of man, enabled of the eye, accessible to fill of thee, or cart of butterfly. If thou not have beyond itself, 'tis that I cannot say, I only sigh, no vehicle bears me a longward way. A long, long sleep, a famous sleep, by Emily Dickinson. A long, long sleep, a famous sleep, that makes no show for morn, by stretch of limb or stir of lid, an independent one. Was ever idleness like this? Upon a bank of stone to bask the centuries away, no once look up for noon. A mine ways no man would own, by Emily Dickinson. A mine ways no man would own, but must it be conferred, demeaning by exclusive wealth the universe beside. Proposing never to be spent, but hoarded in the mind, what misers wring the hands tonight for Indies in the ground. A murmur in the trees, by Emily Dickinson. A murmur in the trees, to note, not loud enough for wind, a star not far enough to seek, nor near enough to find. A long, long yellow on the lawn, a hubbub as of feet, not audible as ours to us, but superior, more sweet. A hurrying home of little men to houses unperceived, all this and more, if I should tell, would never be believed. Of robins in the trundle bed, how many I espy, whose night gowns could not hide the wings, or ever heard them try. But when I promise ne'er to tell, how could I break my word? So go your way, and I'll go mine, no fear you'll miss the road. A narrow fellow in the grass, by Emily Dickinson. A narrow fellow in the grass occasionally rides. You may have met him, did you not? His notice instant is, the grass divides as with a comb, a spotted shaft is seen, and when it closes at your feet and opens further on. He likes a booky acre, a floor to cool for corn. Even a boy and barefoot, I move when once at noon have passed, I thought, a whiplash unbraiding in the sun, when stopping to secure it, it wrinkled and was gone. Several of nature's people I know, and they know me, I feel for them a transport of cordiality. Yet never met this fellow attended or alone, without a tighter breathing and sere at the bone. A poor torn heart, a tattered heart, by Emily Dickinson. A poor torn heart, a tattered heart, but set it down to rest, nor noticed that the ebbing day flowed silver to the west, nor noticed night its soft descent, nor constellation burn, intent upon the vision of latitudes unknown. The angels, happening that way, with dusty heart espied, tenderly took it up from toil and carried it to God. There sandals for the barefoot, there, gathered from the gales, to the blue heavens, by the hand, lead the wandering sails. A Prayer by Emily Dickinson. I meant to have but modest needs, such as content and heaven, within my income these could lie, and life and I keep even. But since the last included both, it would suffice my prayer, but just for one to stipulate, and grace would grant the pair. And so upon this wise I prayed, Great Spirit, give to me a heaven not so large as yours, but large enough for me. A smile suffused Jehovah's face, which Hillbane withdrew. Grave saints stole out to look at me, and showed their dimples too. I left the place with all my might, my prayer away I threw. The quiet ages picked it up, and judgment twinkled too, that one so honest be extant as take the tale for true, that whatsoever you shall ask itself be given you. But I, grown shrewder, scan the skies with a suspicious air, as children swindled for the first, will swindlers be in fair. A prompt executive Burgess in the J by Emily Dickinson. A prompt executive Burgess in the J, Boad is a bailiff's hymn, brittle and brief in quality, worn in every line. Sitting a ball like a brigadier, confident and straight, marches the mien of him in march as a magistrate. A Rose by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. A sepal, petal, and a thorn upon a common summer's morn. A flash of dew, a bee or two, a breeze, a caper in the trees, and I'm a rose. A Route of Evanescence by Emily Dickinson. A Route of Evanescence with a revolving wheel, a resounds of emerald, a rush of cochineal. And the blossom on the bush adjusts its tumbled head, the mail from Tunis probably in the easy morning's ride. A sepal, petal, and a thorn by Emily Dickinson. A sepal, petal, and a thorn upon a common summer's morn, a flask of dew, a bee or two, a breeze, a caper in the trees, and I'm a rose. A sickness of his word is most occasionous by Emily Dickinson. A sickness of his word is most occasionous when best men die, a wishfulness their far condition to occupy. A chief indifference is thorn, a world must be, themselves forsake, contented for deity. A Sloop of Amber slips away by Emily Dickinson. A sloop of amber slips away upon an ever sea, and wrecks in peace a purple tar, the sun of ecstasy. A Snake by Emily Dickinson. Sweet is the swamp with its secrets, until we meet a snake. 'Tis when we sigh for houses, and our departure took at that enthralling gallop that only childhood knows. A snake is summer's treason, and guile is where it goes. A solemn thing it was, I said, by Emily Dickinson. A solemn thing I said I was, a woman white to be, and were, if God should count me fit, her blameless mystery. A hollowed thing to drop alive into the purple well, to plummet less that it return eternity, until, born unto the bliss would look, and would it feel as big when I could take it in my hand, as hovering seen for folk. Then the size of his small life, the sages called it small, swelled like horizons in my vest, and I sneered softly small. A spider's wood at night by Emily Dickinson. A spider's wood at night, without a light upon an arc of white. Adrift it was of dame or shroud of gnome, himself in form of immortality, his strategy was physiognomy. A thought went up my mind today by Emily Dickinson. A thought went up my mind today that I have had before, but did not finish. Somewhere back, I could not fix the year, nor where it went, nor why it came. The second time to me, nor definitely what it was, have I the art to say. But somewhere in my soul I know I've met the thing before. It just remembered me, trust all, and came my way no more. A throe upon the features by Emily Dickinson. A throe upon the features, a hurry in the breath, an ecstasy of parting denominated death. An anguish at the mention, which when the patience grown, I've known permission given to rejoin its own. A thunderstorm by Emily Dickinson. The wind began to rock the grass with threatening tunes and low. He flung a menace at the earth, a menace at the sky. The leaves unhooked themselves from trees and started all abroad. The dust did scoop itself like hands and throw away the road. The wagons quickened on the streets, the thunder hurried slow. The lightning showed a yellow beak and when a livid claw. The birds put up the bars to nests, the cattle fled to barns. There come one drop of giant rain, and when, as if the hands that held the dams had parted hold, the waters wrecked the sky, but overlooked my father's house just quartering a tree. A toad can die of light by Emily Dickinson. A toad can die of light. Death is the common right of toads and men, of earl and midge, the privilege. Why swagger when against supremacy is large as wine? Life is the different things, a measure wine naked of flask, naked of cask, bare rhyme, but true is mine. A Wind Where the Rose by Emily Dickinson. A wind where the rose wore not a leaf in any forest stirred, but with itself did cool and gauge beyond the realm of bird. A wind with vocal lone delight, like separation swell, restored an arctic confidence to the invisible. A Word by Emily Dickinson. A word is dead when it is said, some say. I say it just begins to live that day. Adrift, a little boat adrift by Emily Dickinson. Adrift, a little boat adrift, and night is coming down. Will no one guide a little boat unto the nearest town? So sailors say on yesterday, just as the dusk was brown, one little boat gave up its drive and gurged down and down. So ancients say on yesterday, just as the dawn was red, one little boat, o'erspanned with gales, which trimmed its masts, redecked its sails, and shot exultant on. Advance is life's condition by Emily Dickinson. Advance is life's condition, the grave but a relay, supposed to be a terminus that makes it hated so. The tunnel is not light, the existence of the wall is better we consider than not exist at all. After 100 Years by Emily Dickinson. After 100 years nobody knows the place, agony that enacted there motionless as peace, with triumphant range strangers strolled and spelled at the lone autography of the elder dead. Winds of summer fields recollect the way, instinct picking up the key dropped by memory. After the Sun Comes Out by Emily Dickinson. After the sun comes out, how it alters the world, wagons like messengers hurry about, yesterday is old. All men meet as if each foreclosed the news, fresh as a cargo from baptize nature's qualities. Ah, Teneriffe by Emily Dickinson. Ah, Teneriffe, retreating mountain, purples of ages pause for you, sunset reviews as fire regiment, day drops you her red at you. Still clad in your mail of ices, fire of granite and few of steel, heedless alike of pomp or parting, ah, Teneriffe, I'm kneeling still. All Circumstances of a Frame by Emily Dickinson. All circumstances of a frame in which his face is set, all attitudes exist for his sufficient continent. The light is action, and the dark the leisure of his will, in him existence serve for said a force illegible. All I May, if Small by Emily Dickinson. All I may, if small, do it not display larger for totalness with economy. To bestow a world and the hottest star, utmost, is munificent, less, for larger poor. All Overgrown by Cunning Moss by Emily Dickinson. All overgrown by cunning moss, all interspeared with weed, the cage of carabel and quiet harbor with laid. Gathered for many wanderings, gaps the man can tell, for what transporting anguish she readeth the asphodel. Soft fall the sounds of Eden upon a puzzled ear, or what an afternoon for heaven than Bronte entered there. All Things Swept Soul Away by Emily Dickinson. All things swept soul away, this is immensity. Almost by Emily Dickinson. Within my reach, I could have touched, I might have changed what way. Soft sauntered through a village, sauntered a softer way. So unsuspected violets within the fields lay low, too late for striving fingers that passed an hour ago. Ambition Cannot Find Him by Emily Dickinson. Ambition cannot find him, affection doesn't know how many leagues of nowhere lie between them now. Yesterday undistinguished, the eminent today, for our mutual honor and mortality. Ample Make This Bed by Emily Dickinson. Ample make this bed with awe, in it wait till judgment break, excellent and fair. Be its mattress straight, be its pillow round, that no sunrise yellow noise interrupt this ground. An Altered Look About the Hills by Emily Dickinson. An altered look about the hills, a trying light the village fills, a wider sunrise in the morn, a deeper twilight on the lawn, a print of a vermilion foot, a purple finger on the slope, a fly upon the pane, a spider at his trade again, an added strut and chanticleer, flow expected everywhere, an eggshell singing in the woods, fern odors on untravelled roads. All this and more cannot tell, a furtive look you know as well, and Nicomander's mystery receives its annual reply. An Awful Tempest Meshed the Air by Emily Dickinson. An awful tempest meshed the air, the clouds were gaunt and few, a black as of a spectre's cloak hid heaven and earth from view. The creatures chuckled on the roofs and whistled in the air, and shook their fists and gnashed their teeth and swung their frenzied hair. The morning lit, the birds arose, the monster's faded eyes turned slowly to his native coast, and peace was paradise. And with what body do they come? By Emily Dickinson. And with what body do they come? When they do come, rejoice. What door, what hour, run, run, my soul, illuminate the house. Body then real, a face and eyes, to know that it is them. Paul knew the man that knew the news, it passed through Bethlehem. Angels in the Early Morning, by Emily Dickinson. Angels in the early morning may be seen with youths among, stopping, plugging, smiling, flying. Do the buds to them belong? Angels, when the sun is hottest, may be seen with sands among, stopping, plugging, sighing, flying, parch the flowers they bear along. Apocalypse, by Emily Dickinson. I'm wife. I've finished that other state. I'm Xar. I'm woman now. It's safer so. How odd the girl's life looks behind the soft eclipse. I think that earth seems so to woes in heaven now. This being comfort when that other kind was pain. But why compare? I'm wife. Stop where? Arcturus is his other name, by Emily Dickinson. Arcturus is his other name. I'd rather call him Star. It's very mean of signs to go in the fear. So warm the other day, a seventh passing by murmured, Rishagam, centipede. Oh Lord, how frail are we! Pull a flower from the woods, a monster of glass computes the stems in the breath, a hesser in the glass. Whereas I took the butterfly aforetime in my head, is its erecting cabinets. The clover bells forgot what once was heaven is in it now, where I proposed to go when times with masquerade was done as mapped and charted to. What if the poets that frisk about and stand upon their heads, are ready for the worst? Let the prank betides, perhaps the kingdom of heaven's changed. I hope that children there won't be new-fashioned when they come and laugh at me and stare. Our father in the skies lift his little girl, old-fashioned, note everything of a style of pearl. Our friend's delight or pain, by Emily Dickinson. Our friend's delight or pain could bounty but remain, riches were good. But if they only stay, ampler to fly away, riches are sad. As by the dead we love to sit, by Emily Dickinson. As by the dead we love to sit, becomes a wondrous dear. As for the lost we grapple, where all the rest are here. In broken mathematics we esteem our prize, vast in its fading ration to our penurious eyes. And every way of silver, by Emily Dickinson. And every way of silver with ropes of sand, to keep it from effacing the track called land. As far from pity as complaint, by Emily Dickinson. As far from pity as complaint, as cool to speech as stone, as numb to revelation as if my trade were bone, as far from time as history, as near yourself today, as children to the rainbow scarf or sunset's yellow play, to islets in the sepulchre how dumb the dancer lies, where colours revelations break and blaze with butterflies. As imperceptibly as grief, by Emily Dickinson. As imperceptibly as grief, as summer lapses away, to imperceptible at last to seem like perfidy. A quietness distilled as twilight long begun, or nature spanning with a self-sequestered afternoon. The dusk drew earlier in, the morning foreign shun, a courteous yet hovering grace as guest that would be gone, and thus without a wing or service of a keel, or summer made her light escape into the beautiful. As summer into autumn slips, by Emily Dickinson. As summer into autumn slips, and yet we sooner say the summer than the autumn, lest we turn the sun away, almost counted and afford the presence to conceit of one however lovely, not the one that we have loved. So we evade the charge of years of one attempting shy of the circumvention of a shaft of life's declivity. As we pass houses musing slow, by Emily Dickinson. As we pass houses musing slow, if they be occupied, so minds pass minds if they be occupied. Ashes denote with fire wars, by Emily Dickinson. Ashes denote with fire wars, we were the graced pile for the departed creature's sake that hovered there awhile. Fire exists the first in light, and then consolidates. Only the chemist can disclose into what carbonates. At 3:30, a single bird, by Emily Dickinson. At 3:30, a single bird unto a silent sky propounded but a single term of cautious melody. At 4:30, experiment had subjected test, and lo, her silver principle supplanted all the rest. At 7:30, element nor implement be seen, and place was with the presence was circumference between. At Home, by Emily Dickinson. Her night was white, and furnished scant with but a single star, that often as a cloud it met, blew out itself for fear. The wind pursued my little bush and drove away the leaves. November left, then clambered up and fretted in weaves. Now squirrel went abroad. The dog's belated feet, like intermitted plush, were heard adown the empty street. To feel if blinds be fast and closer to the fire, her little rocking chair to drawn and shiver for the poor, the housewife's gentle task. How pleasanter, she said, unto the sofa opposite, the sleep than May nor thee. At least to pray is left, by Emily Dickinson. At least to pray is left, O Jesus in the air, and now not which the chamber is, I'm knocking everywhere. Thou settest earthquake in the south, and maelstrom in the sea. Say, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, hast thou no armed for me? Beauty crowds me till I die, by Emily Dickinson. Beauty crowds me till I die, beauty mercy have on me. If I expire today, let it be inside of thee. Before the ice is in the pools, by Emily Dickinson. Before the ice is in the pools, before the skaters go, all neat cheek-out nightfall is tarnished by the snow. Before the fields have finished, before the Christmas tree, wonder upon wonder will arrive to me. What we touch the hems of on a summer's day, what is only walking just a bridge away. That which sings so, speaks so, when there is no one here, will the frocker wept and answer me to her. Before you thought of spring, by Emily Dickinson. Before you thought of spring, except as some mist you see, God bless his suddenness. A fellow in the skies of independent hues, a little weather-worn inspiring habiliments of indigo and brown, expressions of song as if for you to choose, discretion in the intervals of gaiety lazy goes, to some superior tree without a single leaf, and shouts her joy to nobody but the seraphic self. Bereved of all I went abroad, by Emily Dickinson. Bereved of all I went abroad, no less bereved was I upon a new peninsula, the grave preceded me. Obtained my longings in myself, and when I sought my bed, the grave it was reposed upon the pillow for my head. Awake to find it first awake, I rose, it followed me, and tried to drop it in the crowd, to lose it in the sea. In cups of artificial rose, to steep its shade away, the grave was finished, but the spade remained in memory. Besides, the autumn poets sing, by Emily Dickinson. Besides, the autumn poets sing a few prosaic days, a little the sight of the snow and the wet sighs of the haze. A few incisive mornings, a few insectic eves, gone, Mr. Bryant's goldenrod and Mr. Thompson's sheaves. Still is the bustle in the brook, sealed are the spicy valves, Miss milk fingers softly touch the eyes of many elves. Perhaps a squirrel may remain, my sentiments to share, grant me, O Lord, a sunny mind, the windy will to bear. Best witchcraft is geometry, by Emily Dickinson. Best witchcraft is geometry to the magician's mind, as ordinary acts are feats to thinking of mankind. Birthday of but a single pang, by Emily Dickinson. Birthday of but a single pang, that there are less to come, afflicted is the adjective, but affluent the doom. Blazing in gold and quenching in purple, by Emily Dickinson. Blazing in gold and quenching in purple, leaping like leopards to the sky, at the feet of the old horizon, laying a spotted face to die, stopping as low as the otter's window, touching a roof and tint of the barn, kissing a bonnet to the meadow, and the jungle of day is gone. Bless God, he went as soldiers, by Emily Dickinson. Bless God, he went as soldiers, his musket on his breast. Grant God, he charged the bravest, of all the marshal blessed. Please God, might I behold him in apple and white, I should not fear the foe, and I should not fear the fight. Bloom upon the Mountain, by Emily Dickinson. Bloom upon the mountain, stated, blameless of a name, the fluorescence of a sunset reproduced the same. Seed, had I my purple sowing, should endow the day, let the topic of twilight show itself away. Who foot-hilling to the mountain come and disappear, whose be her renown, or fading witness is not here. While I stayed the solemn petals, far as north and east, far as south and west expanding, culminate and rest, and the mountain to the evening, with his countenance, indicating by no muscle the experience. Blossoms will run away, by Emily Dickinson. Blossoms will run away, cakes rain but a day, but memory, like melody, is pink eternally. Bring me the sunset in a cup, by Emily Dickinson. Bring me the sunset in a cup, reckon the morning's flagons up, and say how many dew, tell me how far the morning leaps, tell me what time the weaver sleeps, who spun the breadth of blue. Write me how many notes there be in the new robin's ecstasy, among astonished boars, and when trips the tortoise makes, so many cups the bee partakes, to be she of dews. And also, who like the rainbow's pierce, also leads the docious spheres by whites of subtle blue, whose fingers string the stalactite, who count the wampum of the night to see that none is due, who built this little elven house and shut the windows down so close the spirit cannot see, who let me out some gala day with implements to fly away, passing pomposity. By homely gift and hindered words, by Emily Dickinson. By homely gift and hindered words the human heart is told of nothing, nothing as the force that renovates the world. By the Sea, by Emily Dickinson. I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came out to look at me, and fraggers in the upper floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse aground upon the sands. But no man moved me till the tide went past my simple shoe, and past my apron and my belt, and past my bodice too, and made the sea would eat me up as wholly as a dew upon a dandelion sleeve, and when I started too. And he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, when my shoes would overflow with pearl, until we meet the solid tone, nor man he seemed to know, and bowing with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew. Candor, my tepid friend, by Emily Dickinson. Candor, my tepid friend, come not to play with me, the mirth and mockers of a mind hides iniquity. Choice, by Emily Dickinson. Of all the souls that stand create, I have elected one. When sense from spirit flies away and subterfuge is done, when that which is and that which was, apart, intrinsic, stand, and this brief tragedy of flesh is shifted like a sand, and figures show their royal front, and mists are craved away, behold the atom I preferred to all the lists of clay. Climbing to reach the costly hearts, by Emily Dickinson. Climbing to reach the costly hearts to which he gave the worth, he broke them, fearing punishment, he ran away from earth. Come, show thy Durham Breast, by Emily Dickinson. Come, show thy Durham Breast to her who loves thee best, delicious Robin, if it be not me, at least within my tree, do thee the vowing. By nuptials some minute, perhaps is more astute than vast hewing, for so to sow away is our propensity the day ensuing. Conferring with myself, by Emily Dickinson. Conferring with myself, my stranger disappeared, or first upon a berry fed miraculously fared, appalled to look my cares, my practice so absurd, superfluous my whole career beside this travelling bird. Confirming all who analyze, by Emily Dickinson. Confirming all who analyze, in the opinion fair, that eloquence is when the heart has not a voice to spare. Contrast, by Emily Dickinson. A door just opened on a street. I, lost, was passing by. An instant width of warmth disclosed, and wealth and company. The door shut, and I, lost, was passing by. Lost doubly, but by contrast most, enlightened misery. Could I but write indefinite, by Emily Dickinson. Could I but write indefinite, as though the meadow be, and visit only where I liked, and no one visit me. And flirt all day with buttercups, and marry whom I may, and dwell a little everywhere, or better run away. I've no polis to follow or chase him if he do, till he should form peninsulas to get away from me. I said, but just to be a bee, upon a raft of air, and row nowhere all day long and anchor off the bar. What liberty, the captives deem, who tied in dungeons are. Could mortal lip divine, by Emily Dickinson. Could mortal lip divine the undeveloped trait of a delivered syllable it would crumble with a weight. Could that sweet darkness where we dwell, by Emily Dickinson. Could that sweet darkness where we dwell be once disclosed to us, the glamour for the loveliness would burst to loneliness. Count not that far that can be had, by Emily Dickinson. Count not that far that can be had, where sunset lie between, nor that adjectant that beside is further than the sun. Crisis is sweet and yet the hard, by Emily Dickinson. Crisis is sweet and yet the hard upon the hither side, as those of prospective to denizens denied. Inquire of a closing rose which rapture she preferred, and she will point you sighing to her rescindent bud. Dare you see a soul at the white heat, by Emily Dickinson. Dare you see a soul at the white heat, then crouch within the door, red as the fire's common tint, but when the withered ore, as vanquished flames conditions, it quivers from the forge without a colour, but the light of an unanointed blaze. Least village has its blacksmith, whose anvil's even ring stands symbol for the finer forge that soundless tugs within, refining these impatient ores with hammer and with blaze, until the designated light repudiate the forge. Dead, by Emily Dickinson. Where's something quieter than sleep within this inner room? It whirs a sprig upon its breast, and will not tell its name. Some touch it, and some kiss it, some chafe its idle hand. It has a simply gravity I do not understand. while simple-hearted neighbors chat of the early dead, we, prone to periphrases, remark that birds have fled. Dear March, come in, by Emily Dickinson. Dear March, come in, how glad I am, I hoped for you before. Put down your hat, you must have walked, out of breath you are. Dear March, come right up the stairs with me, I have so much to tell. I got your letters and the birds, the maples never knew but you were coming, till I called, I declare, I read the fancies grew, but March forgive me, and all those hills you left for me to hew, there was no purple suitable, you took it all with you. Who knocks? That April, lock the door, it will not be pursued, he stayed away here to court when I am occupied, but drivers look so trivial as soon as you have come, the blame is just as dear's praise, and praise and mirth blame. Death and Life, by Emily Dickinson. Apparently with no surprise to any happy flower, the frost beheads it at its play in accidental power. The blonde assassin passes on, the sun proceeds unmoved to measure off another day for an approving god. Death, by Emily Dickinson. Death is like the insect, menacing the tree, competent to kill it, but decoyed may be. Bait it with a balsam, seek it with a knife, baffle if it cost you everything in life. When, if it have burrowed out of reach of skill, wring the tree and leave it, 'tis the vermin's will. Death is a dialogue between, by Emily Dickinson. Death is a dialogue between the spirit and the dust. Dissolve, says death, the spirit, sir, I have another trust. Death doubts it, argues from the ground. The spirit turns away, just laying off for evidence an overcoat of clay. Death is like the insect, by Emily Dickinson. Death is like the insect, menacing the tree, competent to kill it, but decoying may be. Bait it with the balsam, seek it with a saw, baffle if it cost you everything you are. Then, if it have burrowed out of reach of skill, wring the tree and leave it, 'tis the vermin's will. Death sets a thing significant, by Emily Dickinson. Death sets a thing significant, the eye had hurried by, except the pale creature and treat us tenderly. To ponder like workmanships in crayon or in wool, with those last of fingers did industrious until the thimble weighed too heavy, the stitches stopped by themselves, then 'twas put among the dust upon the closet shelves. A book I have a friend gave, whose pencil here and there had notched the place that pleased him at rest his fingers are. Now when I read not, for interrupting tears obliterate the etchings, too costly for repairs. Declaiming waters none may dread, by Emily Dickinson. Declaiming waters none may dread, but waters that are still are so for that most fatal cause in nature they are full. Delight becomes pictorial, by Emily Dickinson. Delight becomes pictorial when viewed through pain, more fair because impossible with any gain. The mountain at a given distance in ember lies, approached the ember flits a little, and that's the skies. Desire, by Emily Dickinson. Who never wanted, met his joy remains to him unknown. The banquet of abstemiousness surpasses word of wine. Within its hope, though yet ungrasped, desire's perfect goal, no near, lest reality should disenthrall thy soul. Dew, by Emily Dickinson. Dew, as a freshet in the grass, 'tis many a tiny mill, turns unperceived beneath our feet, an artisan lies still. We spy the forests and the hills, the tents to nature's show, mistake the outside for the inn, mention what we saw. Good commentators on the sign of nature's caravan obtain admission as a child some Wednesday afternoon. Did the harebell lose her girdle, by Emily Dickinson? Did the harebell lose her girdle to the lover bee? Would the bee the harebell hollow much as formerly? Did the paradise persuade yield her mote of pearl? Would the Eden be an Eden, or the earl an earl? Distance is not a realm of fox, by Emily Dickinson. Distance is not a realm of fox, nor by relay of bird abated. Distance is until thyself beloved. Down time's quaint stream, by Emily Dickinson. Down time's quaint stream without an oar, we are enforced to sail our port a secret or by chance a gale. What skipper would incur the risk, what buccaneer would ride without a surety from the wind or schedule of the tide? Drab habitation of whom, by Emily Dickinson. Drab habitation of whom, tabernacle or tomb, or doom of worm or pork of gnome, or some elf's catacomb? Dreams, by Emily Dickinson. Let me not mar that perfect dream by an auroral stain, but so adjust my daily night that it will come again. Dropped into the other acre, by Emily Dickinson. Dropped into the other acre, wearing the sod gown, bonnet of everlasting laces, brush frozen on. Horses of blonde and couch of silver, baggage a strapped pearl journeying of dawn, and whip of diamond riding to meet the earl. Drowning is not so pitiful by Emily Dickinson. Drowning is not so pitiful as we attempt to rise 3 times. The saddest sinking man comes up to face the skies, and then declines forever to that abhorrent abode where hope and he part company, for his grasp of God. The Maker's cordial visage, however good to see, is shunned, we must admit it, like an adversity. Dust is the only secret by Emily Dickinson. Dust is the only secret, Death the only one who cannot find out all about in his native town. Nobody knows his father, never was a boy, hadn't any playmates or early history. Industrious, laconic, punctual, sedate, Boad is a brigand, stiller than a fleet. Builds like a bird too, Christ robs the nest, robin after robin smuggled to rest. Each life converges to some center by Emily Dickinson. Each life converges to some center expressed to still exists in every human nature, a goal. Embodied scarcely to itself it may be to there, for credibility's presumption, to mar, adored with caution as a brittle heaven, to reach, where hopeless as a rainbow's raiment, to touch, yet preserved to ward, sure of distance, how high, under the saints' low diligence of sky, ungained it may be by life's slow venture, but then eternity enable the endeavouring again. Each word we lose takes part of us, by Emily Dickinson. Each word we lose takes part of us, a crescent still abides, which like the moon some turbid night is summoned by the tides. Eden is that old-fashioned house by Emily Dickinson. Eden is that old-fashioned house we dwell in every day, without suspecting or about until we drive away, or fern looking back the day we sauntered from the door, unconscious of returning but discovered it no more. Elijah's wagon knew no fill by Emily Dickinson. Elijah's wagon knew no fill, was innocent of wheel. Elijah's horse is as unique as was his vehicle. Elijah's journey to portray expire within the skill or justified Elijah in feats inscrutable. Endanger it, and the demand by Emily Dickinson. Endanger it, and the demand of thickets for a sire measures the humility of credibility. Recover it to nature in that dejected fleet, find consternation's carnival divested of its meat. Ended ere it begun by Emily Dickinson. Ended ere it begun, the title was scarcely told, and the previous perished on consciousness, story unrevealed. Had it been mine to print, had it been yours to read, that it was not our privilege, the interdict of God. Ending by Emily Dickinson. By the solemn we have ended, be it but a play, or a glee among the garrets, or a holiday, or leaving home, or later parting with a word we have understood, for better still it be unfurled. Escape by Emily Dickinson. I never hear the word escape without a quicker blood, a sudden expectation, a flying attitude. I never hear of prisons broad where soldiers battered down, but I tug childish at my bars only to fail again. Eternity by Emily Dickinson. On this wondrous sea, sailing silently, how, pilot, how? Know'st thou the shore, where no breakers roar, where the storm is o'er? In the silent west, many sails at rest, their anchors fast. Thither pilot we, land ho, eternity, ashore at last. Except the heaven had come so near, by Emily Dickinson. Except the heaven had come so near, so seemed to close my door. The distance would not haunt me so, I had not hoped before. But just to hear the grace depart I never thought to see, afflicts me with a double loss, 'tis lost and lost to me. Except the smaller size, by Emily Dickinson. Except the smaller size, no lives around these hurry to a sphere and show and end, the larger slower grow and later hang, the summers of Hesperides are long. Exclusion by Emily Dickinson. The soul selects her own society, then shuts the door, when a divine majority obtrude no more. Unmoved she notes the chariots pausing at her low gate, unmoved an emperor is kneeling upon her mat. I've known her from an ample notion choose one, when close the veils of her attention like stone. Acceleration is the breeze by Emily Dickinson. Acceleration is the breeze that lifts us from the ground and leaves us in another place whose statement is not found. Returns us not, but after time we soberly descant a little newer to the term upon enchanted ground. Expense cannot be lost by Emily Dickinson. Expense cannot be lost, not joy but a decree is deity, is seen infinity, whose rumour's gate was shut so tight before my beam was sown, not even a prognostic's push could make it end thereon. A world that thou hast opened shuts for thee, but not alone, you all have followed thee, escape more slowly to thy tracts of sheen. Attendest listening, but the tropes are gone. Experience by Emily Dickinson. I stepped from plank to plank, so slow and cautiously. The stars about my head I felt, about my feet the sea. I knew not but the next would be my final inch. This gave me that precarious gait some call experience. Experiment to me by Emily Dickinson. Experiment to me is every one I meet that contain a kernel. The figure of a nut presents upon a tree equally plausibly, but meat within is requisite to squirrels and to me. Faith is a fine invention by Emily Dickinson. Faith is a fine invention for gentlemen who see, but microscopes are prudent in an emergency. Fame is a bee by Emily Dickinson. Fame is a bee, it has a song, it has a sting, too, it has a wing. Fame is a fickle food by Emily Dickinson. Fame is a fickle food upon a shifting plate, whose table once a guest but not the second time is set. Whose crumbs the crows inspect and the pharaonic core fly past it to the farmer's corn, when eat of it and die. Far from love the heavenly Father by Emily Dickinson. Far from love the heavenly Father leads the chosen child, oftener through realm and briar than the meadow mired. Oftener by the claw of dragon than the hand of friend guides the little one predestined to the native land. Fate slew him, but he did not drop by Emily Dickinson. Fate slew him, but he did not drop, she felled, he did not fall. Impaled him on her fiercest stakes, he neutralized them all. She stung him, sapped his firm advance, but when her worst was done, and he, unmoved, regarded her, acknowledged him a man. Finite to fail, but infinite to venture by Emily Dickinson. Finite to fail, but infinite to venture, for the only ship that struts the shore, man's the gallant, a woman creature nodding in navies nevermore. Fire by Emily Dickinson. Ashes denote that fire was, respect the greyest pile, for the departed creature's sake, but hovered where a while. Fire exists the first in light, and when consolidates, only the chemist can disclose into what carbonates. Flowers, well, if anybody, by Emily Dickinson. Flowers, well, if anybody can the ecstasy define, half a transport, half a trouble with which flowers humble man, anybody find the fountain, from which floods or contraflow, I'll give more the daisies which upon the hillside blow. Too much pathos in the faces for a simple breast like mine, butterflies from San Domingo cruising round the purple line, have a system of aesthetics far superior to mine. Follow wise Orion by Emily Dickinson. Follow wise Orion till you waste your eye, dazzlingly decamping, he's just as high. Following by Emily Dickinson. I had no cause to awake, my best was gone to sleep, and morn a new politeness took and failed to wake them up, but called the others clean, and passed the curtains by. Sweet morning when I oversleep, knock, recollect, for me. I looked at sunrise once, and when I looked at them, and wishfulness in me arose for circumstance the same. 'Twas such an ample peace, it could not hold a sigh. 'Twas Sabbath with the bells divorced, 'twas sunset all the day. So choosing but a gown and taking but a prayer, the only raiment I should need, I struggled and was ware. For death, or rather, by Emily Dickinson. For death, or rather for the things 'twould buy, this, put away life's opportunity. Things that death will buy a room, escape from circumstances, and a name, with gifts of life, or death's gifts may compare, we know not, for the rates lie here. For each ecstatic instant by Emily Dickinson. For each ecstatic instant we must in anguish play in keen and quivering ratio to the ecstasy. For each beloved hour sharp patines of years, bitter contested farthings, and coffers heaped with tears. Forbidden fruit a flavour has by Emily Dickinson. Forbidden fruit a flavour has, that lawful orchards mocks. How luscious lies within the port of the pea that duty locks. Forever honoured by the tree by Emily Dickinson. Forever honoured by the tree whose apple winter warm enticed breakfast from the sky to Gabriel's yestermorn. Registers in nature's book as robins, sire and son, but angels have that modest way to screen them from renown. Forgotten by Emily Dickinson. There is a word which bears a sword, can pierce an armed man. It hurls its barded syllables, at once is mute again. But where it fell, the safe will tell, on patriotic day, some epauletted brother gave his breath away. Wherever runs the breathless sun, wherever roams the day, where is its noiseless onset, where is its victory? Behold the keenest marksman, the most accomplished shot. Time's sublimest target is a soul forgot. Frequently the woods are pink by Emily Dickinson. Frequently the woods are pink, frequently are brown. Frequently the hills undress behind my native town. Oft the head is crest that I was wont to see, and is oft a cranny where used to be, and the earth, they tell me, on its axis turned, wonderful rotation by but 12 performed.
Friends, by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. Are friends delight or pain? Good bounty but remain, riches be good. But if they only stay, bolder to fly away, riches are sad.
From all the jails, boys and girls, by Emily Dickinson. From all the jails, the boys and girls ecstatically leap, beloved only after the prison doesn't keep. They storm the earth and stun the air, mob of solid bliss, alas, a throne should lie in wait for such a foe as this. From cocoon forth a butterfly, by Emily Dickinson. From cocoon forth a butterfly as a lady from the door emerged the summer afternoon repairing everywhere. A vow design that I could trace except to stray abroad on Michelin's enterprise the clovers understood. A pretty parasol be seen contracting in the field, the man made hay, and struggling hard with an opposing load. The party's fandom as herself to nowhere seemed to go on purposeless circumference as to a tropic show. And notwithstanding bee, that worked and fro with zealous blue, with audience of idleness disdained them from the sky. That sundown crept a steady tide, a man that made the hay in the afternoon, butterfly extinguished in the sea. From us she wandered no year, by Emily Dickinson. From us she wandered no year, a tarrying unknown, if wilderness prevent the feet of that infernal zone. Nor I have seen and lived, we ignorant must be, we only know what time of year we took the mystery. Further in summer than the birds, by Emily Dickinson. Further in summer than the birds, pathetic from the grass, a minor nation celebrates its unobtrusive mass. An ordinance be seen, so gradual the grace, pensive custom it becomes enlarging loneliness. It is only blessed at dusk, when day's attempt is done, and age nothing waits to do but terminate in tune. The difference it knows of cadence or of pause, but simultaneous essay in the service empathizes. Nor now when it keys at candles, it is here, when sunrise is, that is not, then this I know no more. The earth has many keys, the melody is not, is the unknown peninsula, beauty is nature's fact. But witness for her land and witness for her sea, the cricket is the utmost of elegy to me.
Ghosts, by Emily Dickinson. One need not to be a chamber to be haunted, one need not be a house. Her brain is corridor surpassing material place. Far safer of a midnight meeting, external ghost, than an interior confronting with wider host. Far safer through an abbey gallop with stones a chase than moonless one's own self-encounter in lonesome place. Ourself behind ourself concealed should startle most. Assassin hid in our apartment be horror's lease. The prudent carries a revolver, he bolts the door, overlooking a superior spectre more near.
Given in marriage unto thee, by Emily Dickinson. Given in marriage unto thee, our celestial host, bride of the Father and the Son, bride of the Holy Ghost. Other betrothals shall dissolve, wedlock of will decay. Only the keeper of his ring conquer mortality. Glorious that bright tragic thing, by Emily Dickinson. Glorious that bright tragic thing that for an instant means dominion, warms some poor name that never felt the sun, gently replacing in oblivion. Glowing is her bonnet, by Emily Dickinson. Glowing is her bonnet, glowing is her cheek, glowing is the kirtle, yet she cannot speak. Better is the daisy from the summer hill, vanished and recorded, safe by tearful rill, safe by loving sunrise, looking for a face, safe by feet unnumbered, pausing at the place. Go not too near house of rose, by Emily Dickinson. Go not too near house of rose, the liberation of the breeze, intonation of the dew, alarms its walls away. Nor try to tie the butterfly, nor climb the bars of ecstasy, in insecurity to lies joy's ensuing quality. Go slow, my soul, to feed thyself, by Emily Dickinson. Go slow, my soul, to feed thyself upon its rare approach. Go rapid, lest competing death prevail upon the couch. Go timid, should his final eye determine thee amiss. Go boldly, for the pace prized redemption for a kiss. Go thy great way, by Emily Dickinson. Go thy great way, the stars for meetest are even as myself, for what are stars but asterisks to point to human life? Go travelling with us, by Emily Dickinson. Go travelling with us, I travel still be, by routes of ecstasy to evening sea. God gave a loaf to every bird, by Emily Dickinson. God gave a loaf to every bird, but just a crumb to me. I dare not eat it, though I starve from poison and luxury. To own it, touch it, prove a feat that made the palate mine, too happy for my spirit's chance for ampler coveting. It might be famine all around, I could not miss an ear that plenty smiles upon my broad Morgana show so fair. I wonder how the rich may feel, in indie man and earl, I deem that I, with but a crumb, am servant of them all. God made a little gentian by Emily Dickinson. God made a little gentian, it tried to be a rose, and failed, while the summer laughed, but just before the snows, arose a purple creature that ravaged all the hill, and summer hit her forehead, and mockery was still. The frosts were her condition, the Tryon would not come until the north invoked, greater shall I bloom. God made no act without a cause, by Emily Dickinson. God made no act without a cause, no heart without an aim, our inferences premature, premises to blame.
Going to Heaven by Emily Dickinson. Going to heaven. I don't know when, pray do not ask me how. Indeed, I'm too astonished to think of answering you. Going to heaven, how dim it sounds, and yet it will be done, as sure as flocks go home at night unto the shepherd's arm. Perhaps you're going too, who knows? If you should get there first, save just a little place for me, close to the two I lost. The smallest robe will fit me, and just a bit of crown, for you know we do not mind our dress when we are going home. I'm glad I don't believe it, for it would stop my breath, and I'd like to look a little more at such a curious earth. I'm glad we did believe it, whom I have never found, since the mighty autumn afternoon I left them in the ground.
Going to him, happy letter, by Emily Dickinson. Going to him, happy letter, tell him the page I didn't write, tell him I only said the things, and left the verb and the pronoun out. Tell him just how the fingers hurried when, how they waited, slow, slow, or when you wished you had eyes in your pages so you could see what moved them so. Tell him it wasn't a practiced writer you guessed, when the way the sentence toiled. You could hear the bones stuck behind you, as if it held but the might of a child. You almost betided you, it worked so. Tell him now, you may quibble there, for it would split his heart to know it, and when you and I were silenter. Tell him night finished before we finished, and the old clock kept nighing day. And you got sleepy, and begged to be ended. What could it hinder so, to say? Tell him just how she sealed you, cautious. But if he ask where you are hid until tomorrow, happy letter, gesture coquette and shake your head. Good night, which put the candle out, by Emily Dickinson. Good night, which put the candle out. At shall a fire, not a doubt. A friend you little knew, how long at that celestial wick the angels labored diligent, extinguished now for you. It might have been the lighthouse spark, some sailor roving in the dark, and importuned to see. It might have been the warning lamp that led the drummer from the camp to pure reveille. Great streets of silence led away, by Emily Dickinson. Great streets of silence led away to neighborhoods of pause. Here was no notice, no descent, no universe, no laws. By clocks 'twas morning, and for night the bells at distance called. An epoch had no basis here for period exact. Guessed am I to have, by Emily Dickinson. Guessed am I to have a light my northern room, why to cordiality so adverse to come, our friends adjourn, our bonds decay, why avoid so narrowly my fidelity? Had this one day not been, by Emily Dickinson. Had this one day not been, or could it cease to be, or smitten how superfluous were every other day. As love should value less, would loss would value more, had it the stricken privilege it cherishes before. He fumbles at your soul, by Emily Dickinson. He fumbles at your soul, as players at their keys before they drop for music on. He stuns you by degrees, prepares your brittle nature for the infernal blow. The fainter hammers further heard, the nearer, when so slow your breath is time to straighten, your brain, the bubble cool, deals one imperial thunderbolt that scalps your naked soul, and winds take forests in the pause, the universe still. He is alive this morning, by Emily Dickinson. He is alive this morning, he is alive and awake. Birds are resuming to him, blossoms dress for his sake. Bees to their loaves of honey at an amber crumb, him to regale, me only motion and am dumb. He preacheth upon breath till it argued him narrow, by Emily Dickinson. He preached upon breath till it argued him narrow, a broader to broader define, and of truth until it proclaimed him a liar, the truth never flaunted a sign. Simplicity fled from his counterfeit presence, as gold the Peredes would shun. What confusion would cover the innocent Jesus to meet so noble a man?
He put the belt around my life, by Emily Dickinson. He put the belt around my life, I heard the buckle snap, and turned away, imperial, my lifetime folding up, and deliberate, as a duke would do a kingdom's title deed. Henceforth a dedicated son, a member of a cloud. yet not too far to come at all and do a little toils that make the circuit of rest and deal occasional smiles to live that stop to notice mine and kindly ask it in. Whose invitation knew you not, for whom I must decline?
He went by sleep with drowsy root by Emily Dickinson. He went by sleep with drowsy root to the surmising inn, at daybreak to begin his race or ever to remain.
Heart not so heavy as mine by Emily Dickinson. Heart not so heavy as mine, wending late home, as it passed my window, whistled itself a tune, a careless snatch, a ballad, a ditty of a street, yet to my irritated ear an anodyne so sweet. It was as if a bobolink, sauntering his way, caroled and mused and caroled, then bubbled slow away. It was as if a chirping brook upon a toilsome way set bleeding feet to minuets without the knowing why. Tomorrow night will come again, weary, perhaps, and sore. A bugle by my window, I pray you stroll once more.
Heart, we will forget him, Emily Dickinson. Heart, we will forget him, you and I, tonight. You may forget the warmth we gave, I will forget the light. You have done, pray tell me, that I may straight begin. Haste, lest while you're lagging I remember him. Heaven is what I cannot reach, by Emily Dickinson. Heaven is what I cannot reach. The apple on the tree provided it to hopeless hang that heaven is to me. The colour on the cruising cloud, the interdicted land behind the hill, the house behind there, paradise is found. A teasing purple this afternoon, the credulous decoy, enamoured of a conjurer that spurns us yesterday. Heavenly Father, take to thee, by Emily Dickinson. Heavenly Father, take to thee the supreme iniquity, fashioned by the candid hand in a moment contraband. Thou to trust us seems to us more respectful. We are dust. We apologize to thee for thine own duplicity. The final summer was it, by Emily Dickinson. The final summer was it, and yet we guessed it not. If tender industriousness pervaded her, we thought. A further force of life developed from within, when deafled all the shortness up had made the hurry plain. We wondered at our blindness when nothing was to see but a Carrara guide post and our stupidity. When duller than our dualness the busy darling lay, so busy was she, finishing, so leisurely were we. Her grace is all she has, by Emily Dickinson. Her grace is all she has, and that so least displays one art to recognize must be another art to praise. Her losses make our gains ashamed, by Emily Dickinson. Her losses make our gains ashamed. She bore life's empty pack as gallantly as if the East was swinging at her back. Life's empty pack is heaviest, as every porter knows, and vain to punish honey, yet only sweeter grows. Her sovereign people, by Emily Dickinson. Her sovereign people nature knows as well, and is as fond of signifying as if fallible. Her spirit rose to such a height, by Emily Dickinson. Her spirit rose to such a height, a countenance it did inflate like one that fed and gnaw. But prudent to assault the dawn, then married the eternal scorn that ever escaped from her. High from the earth I heard a bird, by Emily Dickinson. High from the earth I heard a bird, he trod upon the trees, as he esteemed ventricles, and when he spied a breeze, insituated softly upon a pile of wind which in perturbation nature had left behind. A joyous going fellow I gathered from his talk, which both of benediction and badinage partook without apparent burden. I learned in leafy wood he was the faithful father of a dependent brood, and this untoward transport is a remedy for care, a contrast for our respices how different we are. His bill and auguries, by Emily Dickinson. His bill and auguries, his head a cap and frill, laboureth at every tree, a worm his utmost goal. His little hearse-like figure, by Emily Dickinson. His little hearse-like figure unto itself a dirge, to a delusive lilac, the vanity divulges of industry and morals, and every righteous thing for the divine perdition of idleness and spring. His mind of man a secret makes, by Emily Dickinson. His mind of man a secret makes, a meeting with a star, declares a circumference in which I have no part. Even if I deem I do, he otherwise may know, impregnable to inquest, however neighbourly. Hope is a strange invention, by Emily Dickinson. Hope is a strange invention, the patent of a heart, an unremitting action, yet never wearing out. Of his electric adjunct not anything is known, but its unique momentum embellish all we own. Hope is a subtle gluten, by Emily Dickinson. Hope is a subtle gluten, he feeds upon the fair, and yet, inspected closely with abstinence is there. His is the halcyon table that never seats but one, and whatsoever is consumed the same amount remain. Hope is the thing that feathers, by Emily Dickinson. Hope is the thing that feathers, that perishes in the soul, and sings the tune that of the birds and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. Averted in the chillest land, and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity asked Crumb of me. How brittle are the piers, by Emily Dickinson. How brittle are the piers on which our faith doth tread, the bridge below doth totter so, yet none have such a crowd. It is as old as God, indeed 'twas built by him. He sent his son to test the plank, and he pronounced it firm. How dare the robins sing, by Emily Dickinson. How dare the robins sing, the man and woman here, who since they went to their account have settled with the year, paid all that life had earned in one consumed bill, and know what life or death can do is immaterial. Inciting as the sun to him was a martial light, the gale that of immortality bequenches him to the night. Extinct be every hum, in deference to him whose garden wrestles with the dew at daybreak overcome. How destitute is he, by Emily Dickinson. How destitute is he whose gold is firm, who finds in every time the small stale sum. When love of but a piece will so display is a disrespect to India. How happy is the little stone, by Emily Dickinson. How happy is the little stone that rambles in the road alone, and doesn't care about careers and consequences and never fears, whose coat of elemental brown the passing universe put on, and independent as the sun associates or glows alone, fulfilling absolute decree in casual simplicity. How know it from a summer's day, by Emily Dickinson. I know it from a summer's day, its fervours are as firm, and nothing in the countenance of scintillates the same. At Burke's examine it and flee, and thence without a name inspect the admonition and sunlight they came. How much of source escapes with thee, by Emily Dickinson. How much of source escapes with thee, how chief thy seasons be, for thou hast borne a universe eternally away. How slow the wind, by Emily Dickinson. How slow the wind, how slow the sea, how late the feathers be. How soft this prison is, by Emily Dickinson. How soft this prison is, how sweet these sullen bars, no despot of a king of down invented this repose. O fate, if this is all, has he no added realm, a dungeon but a kinsman is, incarceration home. How still the bells and steeples stand, by Emily Dickinson. How still the bells and steeples stand, that swollen with the sky, they leap upon their silver feet in frantic melody. How the old mountains drip with sunset, by Emily Dickinson. How the old mountains drip with sunset, how the hemlocks burn, how the dunbreakers draped in cinder by the wizard sun. The old steeples hand the scarlet till the bowl is full, how I the lip of a flamingo that I dare to tell. Then how the fire ebbs like billows touching over grass, departing sapphire feature as the chess passed. How small dust crawls on the village to the house's blood, and the odd flambeau no man carry glimmer on the street. How it is night in nest and kennel, and where was the wood, just a dome of abysses bowing into solitude. These are the visions of flitted Guido, Titan never told, Domenichino dropping his pencil paralyzed with gold.
Hunger, by Emily Dickinson. I had been hungry all the years. My noon had come to dine. I trembling drew the table near and touched the curious wine. 'Twas this on tables I had seen when turning, hungry, alone, and looked in windows for wealth I could not hope to own. I did not know the ample bread, 'twas so unlike the crumb the birds and I had often shared in nature's dining room. The plenty hurt me, 'twas so new. Myself felt ill and odd, as berry of a mountain bush transplanted to the road. Nor was I hungry, so found that hunger was a way of persons outside windows the entering takes away. I asked no other thing, by Emily Dickinson. I asked no other thing, no other was denied. I offered being for it, the mighty merchant smiled. Brazil, he twirled a button without a glance my way. But madam, is there nothing else that we can show today?
I bet with every wind that blew, by Emily Dickinson. I bet with every wind that blew till nature in chargin employed effect to visit me and Scuttley my balloon. I breathed enough to take the trick, by Emily Dickinson. I breathed enough to take the trick, and now, removed from air, I simulate the breath so well that one to be quite sure. The lungs are stirless must descend among the cunning cells and touch the pantomime, himself how numb the bellows feels. I bring an unaccustomed wine, by Emily Dickinson. I bring an unaccustomed wine to lips long parching next to mine, and summon them to drink. Crackling the fever they essay, I turn my brimming eyes away, and come next hour to look. The hands that hug the tardy glass, the lips that would have cooled, alas, are so superfluous cold. I would as soon attempt to warm the bosoms where the frost has lain ages beneath the mould. Some other thirsty there may be, to whom this would have pointed me, had it remained to speak. And so always be the cup, if haply mine may be the drop, in some pilgrim thirst to slake, if haply any say to me, unto the little, unto me, when I at last awake. I can't tell you, but you feel it, by Emily Dickinson. I can't tell you, but you feel it, nor can you tell me. Saints, vanishing slate and pencil, sold for April day. Sweeter than a vanished frolic from a vanished green, swifter than the hoofs of horsemen round a lot of dream. Modest that as walk among and with our faces veiled, as they say polite archangels do meeting God. Not for me to prate about it, not for you to say to some fashionable lady, charming April day. Rather heaven's Peter parley, by which children slow to supply my recitation are prepared to go. I can wait grief, by Emily Dickinson. I can wait grief, whole pools of it. I'm used to that the least push of joy breaks up my feet, and I tip drunken, let the people smile. 'Twas a new liquor, it was all. Power is only pain, stranded through discipline. The ways will hang, give balm to giants, will build like man, give malay, will carry him. I cannot see my soul but notice there, by Emily Dickinson. I cannot see my soul but notice there, nor ever saw his house nor furniture, who has invited me with him to dwell. But a confining guest consult as well, what we may honour him the most, for I be adequately dressed, for he ensures to none, lest man specific adorn procure impartial dress by dating it a sudden feast. I cried at pity, not at pain, by Emily Dickinson. I cried at pity, not at pain, heard a woman say, poor child, and something in her voice convicted me of me. So long I fainted, to myself it seemed the common way, and health and love are curious things to look at like a toy. To sometimes hear rich people buy and see the parcel rolled, and carried, I suppose, to heaven for children made of gold. But not to touch or wish for, or think of with a sigh, and so had it been to me had God willed differently. I wish I knew that woman's name, so when she comes this way to hold my life and hold my ears for fear hear her say, she's sorry I am dead, again, just in the grave, and I have sobbed ourselves almost to sleep, our only lullaby. I did not reach we, by Emily Dickinson. I did not reach we, but my feet slip nearer every day. 3 rivers and a hill to cross, 1 desert and a sea. I shall not count the journey on when I am telling we. 2 deserts, but the year's cold, so what will help the sand? 1 desert crossed, the second one, the field as cool as land. Sahara is too little price to pay for my right hand. The sea comes last. Step married feet, so short we have to go. To play together we are prone, we must labour now. The last shall be the lightest load, but we have had to draw. The sun goes crooked, that is night, before it makes the bend. We must have passed the middle sea, almost we wish we end were further off. Too great it seems, so near the hull to stand. We step like plush, we stand like snow, waters murmur new. 3 rivers and the hill are past, 2 deserts and the sea. No death usurps my premium, and gets the look at we. I dreaded at first Robin so, by Emily Dickinson. I dreaded at first Robin so, but he's mastered now. I'm some accustomed to him grown, he hurts a little though. I thought if I could only live till that first shout got by, no pianos in the woods had power to mingle me. I dared not meet the daffodils, for fear the yellow gown would pierce me with a fashion too foreign to me. I wished the grass would hurry, so when 'twas time to see, he'd be too late, the tallest one could stretch to look at me. I could not bear the bees that should come, I wished we'd stay away, and was dim countries where we go, what word had way for me? I hear, though not a creature failed, and the blossoms stayed away in gentle deference to me, the queen of cavalry. Each one salutes me as he goes, and I, my childish plums, lift in bereft acknowledgment of their unthinking drums. I envy seas where one he rides, by Emily Dickinson. I envy seas where one he rides, I envy spokes of wheels, of chariots that him convey, I envy crooked hills. Gaze upon his journey, easy all can see what is forbidden utterly as heaven unto me. I envy nests of sparrows that dot his distant eaves, where they fly upon his pane the happy, happy leaves. And just abroad his window have summer's leaves to play, the earring of Pissarro could not obtain for me. I envy light that wakes him, and bells that boldly ring, to tell him it is noon, abroad myself be noon to him. I'd interdict my blossom, and abrogate my bee, lest noon an everlasting night drop Gabriel and me. I felt a cleaving in my mind, by Emily Dickinson. I felt a cleaving in my mind, as if my brain had split. I tried to match it, seam by seam, I could not make them fit. They fought behind, I strove to join until they fought before, but sequence ravelled out of sound like walls upon a floor.
I felt a funeral in my brain, by Emily Dickinson. I felt a funeral in my brain, and mourners, to and fro, kept treating till it seemed that sense was breaking through. And when we all were seated, a service like a drum kept beating, till I thought my mind was going numb. And when I heard them lift the box, and creak across my soul the those same boots of lead, again, when space began to toll, as all the heavens were a bell, and being but an ear, and I in silence some strange race, wrecked solitary here.
I fit for them, by Emily Dickinson. I fit for them, I seek the dark till I am thorough fit. The labour is a sober one, with a sufficient sweet, that abstinence of mind produce a pure food for them if I succeed, if not I have a transport of the aim.
I found the phrase to every thought, by Emily Dickinson. I found the phrase to every thought I ever had, but one, and that defies me, as a hand that tried to chalk the sun, to raise no truant in the dark. How would your own begin? Can blaze be done in cochineal, or noon in mezzarine?
I found the words to every thought, by Emily Dickinson. I found the words to every thought I ever had, but one, and that defies me, as a hand that tried to chalk the sun, to raise is nurtured in the dark. Or would your own begin? Can blaze be shown in cochineal, or noon in mezzarine?
I gained it so, by Emily Dickinson. I gained it so, by climbing slow, by catching at the twigs that grow between the bliss and me. It hung so high as well the sky, attempt by strategy. I said I gained it, 'twas was all. Look how I clutch it, lest it fall, and I a pauper go, and fitted by an instant's grace for the contendent beggar's face I wore an hour ago.
I gave myself to him, by Emily Dickinson. I gave myself to him and took himself for pay. The solemn contract of a life was ratified this way. Wealth might disappoint myself poor proof, and this great purchase suspect the daily own of love. The priance of vision, but still the merchant buy, still fable, in the isle of spice the subtle cargoes lie. At least his mutual risks have founded mutual gain, sweet debt of life each night to owe, insolvent every noon. I had the daily bliss, by Emily Dickinson. I had the daily bliss, a half indifferent viewed, that sudden I perceived it stir, it grew as I pursued. Then around the height it wasted from my sight, increased beyond my utmost scope, I learned to estimate. I had a Druenia golden, by Emily Dickinson. I had a Druenia golden, I lost it in the sand, and through a sum was simple, and pounds burned the land, still had it such a value unto my frugal eye, that when I could not find it, I sat me down to sigh. I had a crimson robin who sang full many a day, but in the woods the pain that he too did fly away. Time brought me other robins, the ballads were the same, still for my missing troubadour kept the house at hame. I had a star in heaven, one Pleiad was its name, when I was not heeding it wandered from the same. All the skies are crowded, and all the night a shine, I do not care about it, since none of them are mine. My story has a moral. I have a missing friend, Pleiad its name, and Robin Adriana in the sand. And when this mournful ditty, accompanied with tears, shall meet the eye of traitor and country far from here, grant that repentance solemn may seize upon his mind, and he no consolation beneath the sun may find. I had been hungry all the years, by Emily Dickinson. I had been hungry all the years, when noon had come to dine. I trembling drew the table near and touched the curious wine. 'Twas this on tables I had seen, when turning, hungry, lone, I looked in windows for wealth I could not hope to own. I did not know the amber bread was so unlike the crumb, the birds and I had often shared nature's dining room. The plenty hurt me, 'twas so new myself felt ill, and odd, as berry of mountain bush, transplanted to a road. Nor was I hungry, so found that hunger was a way of persons outside windows, the entering takes away. I had no cause to be awake, by Emily Dickinson. I had no cause to be awake, my best was gone to sleep. A morn a new politeness took, and failed to wake them up. But called the others, clear and past their curtains be, sweet morning, when however sleep, knock, recollected to me. I looked at sunrise once, and when I looked at them, and wishfulness in me arose for circumstance the same. 'Twas such an empty peace, it could not hold a sigh. 'Twas Sabbath with the bells divorced, 'twas sunset all the day. So choosing but a gown, and taking but a prayer, the only raiment I should need, I struggled and was wear. I had no time to hate, by Emily Dickinson. I had no time to hate, because the grave would hinder me, and life was not so ample I could finish enmity. Nor had I time to laugh, but since some industry must be, the little toil of love, I thought, was large enough for me. I have a king who does not speak, by Emily Dickinson.
I have a king who does not speak, so wandering through the hours meek, I trudge the day away, half glad when it is night and sleep, if haply through a dream to peep in parlours shut by day. And if I do when morning comes, it is as if 100 drums that roll my pillow roll, and shouts fill all my childish sky, and bells keep saying victory from steeples in my soul. And if I don't, the little bird within the orchard is not heard, and I omit to pray, Father, why will be done today? For my will goes the other way, and it were perjury. I have no life but whiz, by Emily Dickinson. I have no life but whiz to lead it here, nor any death but less dispelled from where, nor tie to earth to come, nor action new, except through this extent, the realm of you. I have not told my garden yet, by Emily Dickinson. I have not told my garden yet, lest it should conquer me. I have not quite the strength now to break it to the bee. I will not name it in the street, for shops would stare, when I so shy, so very ignorant, should have a face to die. The hillsides must not know it, where I have rambled so, nor tell the loving forest the day that I shall go, nor lisp it at the table, nor headless by the way, hint that within a riddle one will walk today.
I heard a fly buzz when I died, by Emily Dickinson. I heard a fly buzz when I died. Stillness in the room was like the stillness in the air between the heaves of storm. The ice around that wrung them dry, and breast the gathering firm of the last onset. Then the king be witnessed in the room. I willed my keepsakes signed away what portion of me be assignable, and when it was the interpose the fly, with blue uncertain stumbling biss between the light and me, and then the windows failed, and then I could not see to see. I held a jewel in my fingers, by Emily Dickinson. I held a jewel in my fingers and went to sleep. The day was warm and winds were prosy, I said 'twill keep. I woke and shut my honest fingers, the gem was gone, and now an amethyst remembrance is all I own.
I know a place where summer strives, by Emily Dickinson. I know a place where summer strives with such a practised frost, she each year leads her daisies back, recording briefly, lost. But when the south wind stirs the pools and struggles in the lanes, her heart misgives her for her woe, and she pours soft refrains into the lap of that man and species, and the dew that stiffens quietly to quartz upon her amber shoe.
I know of people in the grave, by Emily Dickinson. I know of people in the grave who would be very glad to know the news I know tonight, if they the change had had. 'Tis this expands the least event, and swells the scantest deed, my right to walk upon the earth, if they this moment had.
I know that he exists, by Emily Dickinson. I know that he exists somewhere in silence. He has hid his rare life from our gross eyes. 'Tis an instant's play, 'tis an fond ambush, just to make bliss earn her own surprise. But should the play prove piercing earnest, should the glee gaze in death's stiff stare, would not the fun look too expensive, would not the jest have crawled too far?
I like to see it lap the miles, by Emily Dickinson. I like to see it lap the miles and dig the valleys up, and stop to feed itself at tanks that went in a prodigious step around a pile of mountains and supercilious peasant shanties by the sides of roads, and then a quail pair. To fill its ribs and crawl between, complaining all the while, and horrid, hooting stanza, then chase itself a downhill and neigh like a Portuguese, then punctual as the stars stop, docile and omnipotent, at its own stable door. I live with him, I see his face, by Emily Dickinson. I live with him, I see his face. I go no more away, for visitor or sundown, death's single privacy. The only one, forestalling mine, and that, by right that he presents a claim invisible, no wedlock granted me. I live with him, I hear his voice, I stand alive today, the witness to the certainty of immortality. Taught me by time the low way conviction every day, that life like this is stopless, be judgment what it may. I lived on dread, by Emily Dickinson. I lived on dread to those who know the stimulus there is in danger, our impetus numb and vitalist. As 'twere a spur upon the soul, a feeble urge that were to go for to Skepta's aid with challenging despair.
I'm nobody, by Emily Dickinson. I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you nobody, too? When there's a pair of us, don't tell, they'll banish us, you know. A dreary to be somebody, how public, like a frog, to tell your name the lifelong day to an admiring bog.
I'm nobody. Who are you? By Emily Dickinson. I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you nobody, too? And there's a pair of us, don't tell, that advertise, you know. A dreary to be somebody, or public like a frog, to tell one's name the lifelong June to an admiring bog. I many times thought peace had come, by Emily Dickinson. And many times fought peace had come when peace was far away, as ragged men deemed themselves the land as center of the sea, and struck its liquor but to prove as hopeless as I, how many the fictitious shores before the harbour lie.
I meant to find her when I came, by Emily Dickinson. I meant to find her when I came. Death had the same design, but the success was his, it seems, and the discomfort mine. I meant to tell her how I longed for just the single time, but Death had told her so the first, and she had here content. To wander now is my adobe. To rest would be a privilege of hurricane to memory and me.
I meant to have but modest needs, by Emily Dickinson. I meant to have but modest needs, such as content and heaven, and my income these could lie, and life and I kept even. But since the last included both, it would suffice my prayer but just for one, stipulate and grace would crown the pair. And so, upon this wise, I prayed, Great Spirit, give to me a heaven not so large as yours, but large enough for me. As smiles effused Jehovah's face, which Cherubim withdrew, grave saints allowed to look at me and shout the dimples too. Left the place of all my might, and threw my prayer away. Quiet ages picked it up, and judgment twinkled too. At once a honest to be extend, and take the tale for true, that whatsoever ye shall ask itself be given you. But I grown shrewder can disguise with suspicious air, as children swindled for the first old swindlers be infer. A measure every grief I meet, by Emily Dickinson. A measure every grief I meet with narrow probing eyes. I wonder if it weight like mine, or has an easier size. I wonder if it bore long, or did it just begin? I could not tell the date of mine, it feels so old a pain. I wonder if it hurts to live, and if I have to try, and whether, could they choose between, it would not be to die. I know that some, gone patient long, at length renew their smile, an imitation of a light that has so little oil. I wonder if when years have piled some thousands on the harm that hurt them early, such a lapse could give them any balm. Or would we go on aching still for centuries of nerve, enlightened to a larger pain in contrast with a laugh? The grief are many, I am told, ways to the rise course, death is but one, and comes but once, and only nails the eyes. There's grief of want and grief of cold, a sort we call despair, with banishment from native ice and sight of native air. Or may not guess the kind correctly, yet to me a piercing comfort it affords in passing Calvary. To know the fashions of a cross, however mostly worn, it fascinates to presume that some are like my own. I never heard the word escape, by Emily Dickinson. I never heard the word escape without a quicker blood, a sudden expectation, a flying attitude. I never hear of prisons brought by soldiers battered down, but like childish in the bars only to fail again.
I never lost as much but twice, by Emily Dickinson. I never lost as much but twice, and that was in the sod. Twice have I stood a beggar before the door of good. Angels, twice this canding reimbursed my store. Burglar, banker, father, I am poor once more.
I never told the buried gold, by Emily Dickinson. I never told the buried gold upon the hill that lies. I saw the sun, his plunder done, crouch low to guard his prize. He stood as near as stood you here, a pace had been between, that but a snake besacked the brake my life had for the fate been. That was a wondrous booty, I hoped 'twas honest gained, those were the fairest ingots that ever kissed the spade. Whether to keep the secret, whether to reveal, whether while I ponder, kid my sudden sail. Could the shrewd advise me, we might in divide, should shrewd betray me, at repose decide.
I noticed people disappeared, by Emily Dickinson. I noticed people disappeared when but a little child, supposed for a visit remote, or settled regions wild. Now I, we both visited and settled regions wild, but did because we died, a fact we felt the little child.
I read my sentence steadily, by Emily Dickinson. I read my sentence steadily, reviewed it with my eyes, to see that I made no mistake in its extremest course. The day the manners of shame, and then the purest form, that God have mercy on the soul, which devoted him. Made myself familiar with her extremity, but at the last it should not be a novel agony, but she and death acquainted, meet tranquil as friends, salute and pass without a hint, and there the matter ends. I saw that the flag was honoured, by Emily Dickinson. I saw that the flag was honoured, but plotted with time to dispute, unchanged urged with a candour that cost me my honest heart. But you, she returned the veiler, sagaciously of my mistake, have altered except the pillage for the progress' sake. I saw the wind within her, by Emily Dickinson. I saw the wind within her, and knew it blew for me, but she must by my shelter ask humility. I see thee better in the dark, by Emily Dickinson. I see thee better in the dark, I do not need the light. The love of thee a prism be, exhaling violet. I see the better for the years that hunch themselves between the miner's limbs sufficient be to nullify the mine. And in the grave I see thee best, its little panels be aglow already with the light held so high for thee. What need of day to those whose dark, half-so surpassing sun it deem it be continually at the meridian? I see thee clearer for the grave, by Emily Dickinson. I see thee clearer for the grave that took thy face between no mirror could illume thee like that impassive stone, and the better for the act that made thee first unknown. The statue of the empty nest attests the bird that's gone. I send to sunsets, by Emily Dickinson. I send to sunsets, day and I in competition ran. I finished two in several stars while he was making one. As own was ampler, by this I was saying to a friend, mine is the more convenient to carry in the hand.
I shall know why when time is over, by Emily Dickinson. I shall know why when time is over, and I have ceased to wonder why. Christ will explain each separate anguish in the fair schoolroom of the sky. He will tell me what Peter promised, and I for wonder at his woe. I shall forget the drop of anguish that scales me now, that scales me now.
I should have been too glad, by Emily Dickinson. I should have been too glad, I see, to live that for the scant degree of life's penurious round, like a statue that would have shamed this new circumference, have blamed the homely time behind. I should have been too saved, I see, too rescued, fear too dim to me, that I could spell the prayer I knew so perfect yesterday, but scaling one, Sabachthani, beside it fluent here. Earth would have been too much, I see, and heaven not enough for me. Should have had the joy without the fear to justify the palm without the Calvary. So Saviour, crucify defeat, breathe victory we say, the reefs and old Gethsemane, and dear the coast beyond. 'Tis banquets can define, this parching vitalizes wine, faith bleeds to understand. I should not dare to leave my friend, by Emily Dickinson. I should not dare to leave my friend, because if he should die while I was gone, and I too late should reach the heart that wanted me, if I should disappoint the eyes that hunted so to see, and could not bear to shut until they noticed me, if I should step a patient faith, so sure I'd come, yet listening, went to sleep, telling my tardy name, my heart would wish it broke before, since breaking when the useless next morning sun, the midnight's frosts had lain. I shout to heights she never saw, by Emily Dickinson. I shout to heights she never saw. Wouldst climb? I said. She said, not so. With me? I said, with me. I shout to secrets, morning's nest, rope the nights were put across, and now wouldst have me for a guest? She could not find a yes. And when I break my life and lo, a light for her that solemn glow, the large eyes, her face withdrew, and could she further? No. I sing to use the waiting, by Emily Dickinson. I sing to use the waiting, my bonnet but to tie, and shut the door unto my house, no more to do have I. Till his best step approaching return into the day, and tell each other how we sung to keep the dark away. I started early, took my dog, by Emily Dickinson. I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came out to look at me, and frigates in the upper door extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse aground upon the sands. But no man moved me till the tide when it passed my simple shoe, and past my apron and belt, and past my bodice too, and made as he would eat me up, as holy as the dew upon the Delian sleeve, and then I started too. And he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, then my shoes would overflow with pearl. Until we met the solid town, to one he seemed to know, and bowing like a mighty look at me the sea withdrew. I stepped from plank to plank, by Emily Dickinson. I stepped from plank to plank, a slow and cautious way, the stars above my head I felt, above my feet the sea. I knew not but the next would be my final inch, which gave me that precarious gait some call experience. I sued the news, yet feared the news, by Emily Dickinson. I sued the news, yet feared the news, that such a realm could be, vows made with hands that was thrown open wide to me.
I think just how my shape will rise, by Emily Dickinson. I think just how my shape will rise when I shall be forgiven, till hair and eyes and timid head are out of sight in heaven. I think just how my lips will weigh with shapeless quivering prayer, that you so late consider me the sparer of your care. I mind me that if anguish has sent, some drifts were moved away before my simple bosom broke, and why not whisk it away? And so until delirious born, my convert thing forgiven, till with long fright and longer trust I drop my heart unshriven.
I think that the root of the wind is water, by Emily Dickinson. I think that the root of the wind is water. It would not sound so deep were it a firmamental product. Airs and oceans keep Mediterranean intonations to a current's ear. There's a maritime conviction in the atmosphere. I took my power in my hand, by Emily Dickinson. I took my power in my hand and went against the world. It was not so much as David had, but I was twice as bold. Aimed by pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was Goliath was too large, or was myself too small?
I've got an arrow here, by Emily Dickinson. I've got an arrow here, loving the hand that sent it, I the dawn we were. Fell, we will say in skirmish, vanquished, my soul will know, by but a simple arrow sped by an archer's bow. I've seen a dying eye, by Emily Dickinson. I've seen a dying eye run round and round a room in search of something, as it seemed when cloudier we come, and when obscure the fog, and when we soldered down, without disclosing what it be, 'twere blessed to have seen.
I watched her face to see which way, by Emily Dickinson. I watched her face to see which way she took the awful news. Ere she died, before she heard our unprotected bruise remained a few slow years with us, each heavier than the last, further afternoon to fail as flower at fall of frost. I went to heaven, by Emily Dickinson. I went to heaven. 'Twas a small town, lit with a ruby left with dawn. Stiller than the fields at the full dew, beautiful as pictures no man drew. People like the moth of Mechlin frames, duties of Cosima and Ida names, almost contented I could be among such unique society.
I went to thank her, by Emily Dickinson. I went to thank her, but she slept. A bed, a funnelled stone, with nosegays at the head and foot, the travellers had thrown, who went to thank her, but she slept. 'Twas short across the sea to look upon her like alive, but turning back 'twas slow. I wish I knew that woman's name, by Emily Dickinson. I wish I knew that woman's name, so when she comes this way, to hold my life and hold my ears, for fear I hear her say, she's sorry I am dead again, just when the grave and I have sobbed ourselves almost to sleep, our only lullaby.
I worked for Jeff and earning wheat, by Emily Dickinson. I worked for Jeff and earning wheat, was haughty and betrayed, and right at fields to arbitrate and matters ratified. I tasted wheat and hated Jeff, and thanked the ample friend, wisdom's more becoming view the distance then at hand. A years had been from home, by Emily Dickinson. A years had been from home, now before the door I dared not enter, lest a face I never saw before stare solid into mine and ask my business there, business but a life I left for such remaining there. I leaned upon the oar I lingered with before, the second like an ocean rode and broke against my ear. I laughed a crumbling laugh that I could fear adore, a consternation compassed and never winced before. I fitted to the ledge, my hand with trembling care, lest back the awful door should spring and leave me in the floor, and moved my fingers off as cautiously as glass, held my ears, and like a thief gasping from the house.
If anybody's friend be dead, by Emily Dickinson. If anybody's friend be dead, it's sharpest of a theme, the thinking how we walked alive at such and such a time. A costume of a Sunday, some manner of a hare, a prank nobody knew but them, lost in the sepulchre. How warm we were on such a day, you almost feel the date, so short a way off it seems, and now we're centuries from wet. How pledged we were at what you said, you tried to touch the smile and dip your fingers in the frost. When was it? Can you tell? You asked the company to tea, acquaintance, just a few, and chatted close with this grand thing that don't remember you. Past bows and invitations, past interview and woe, past what ourselves can estimate that makes the quick of woe. If I can stop one heart from breaking, by Emily Dickinson. If I can stop one heart from breaking, I shall not live in a way. If I can ease one life of the aging, or cool one pain, or help one fainting robin unto his nest again, I shall not live in a way.
If I could tell how glad I was, by Emily Dickinson. If I could tell how glad I was, I should not be so glad. When I cannot make the force, nor shoot it into word, and know it is a sign that new dilemma be for mathematics further off than for eternity.
If I may have it when it's dead, by Emily Dickinson. If I may have it when it's dead, I will content and be. If just as soon as breath is out, it shall belong to me. Until they lock it in the grave, 'tis bliss I cannot weigh. For though they lock thee in the grave, myself can hold the key. Think of it, lover, I and thee permitted face to face to be, after a life, a death you'll say, for death was wet, and this is we. If I should die, by Emily Dickinson. If I should die, and you should live, and time should gurgle on, and morn should beam, noon should burn, as it has usual done, if birds should build as early, and bees as bustling go, one might depart at option from enterprise below. 'Tis a sweet to know that stocks will stand when we with daisies lie, that commerce will continue and trades as briskly fly. It makes the parting tranquil, and keeps the soul serene, that gentlemen so sprightly conduct the pleasuring sea. If I shouldn't be alive, by Emily Dickinson. If I shouldn't be alive and the Romans come, give a one in red cravat a memorial crumb. If I couldn't thank you being just asleep, you will know I'm trying with my granite lip.
If pain for peace prepares, by Emily Dickinson. If pain for peace prepares, lowered Augustan years our feet await. As springs from winter rise, can the anemones be recooned up? If night stands fast, the noon to gird us for the sun would gaze. From a thousand skies on our developed eyes and noon's blaze. If recollecting were forgetting, by Emily Dickinson. Oh, if recollecting were forgetting, then I remember not, if forgetting recollection when I had forgot, and if to miss were merry and to mourn were gay, how will blithe the maiden who gathered these today.
If the foolish call them flowers, by Emily Dickinson. If the foolish call them flowers, need the wiser tell. If the sevens classify them, it is just as well. Those who read the Revelations must not criticize those who read the same edition with beclouded eyes. Could we stand with that old Moses, canon denied, scan like him the stately landscape on the other side? Doubtless we should deem superfluous many signs not pursued by learned angels in scholastic skies. Lo, amid that glad belles lettres, grant that we may stand, stars amid profound galaxies at that grand right hand.
If what we could were what we would, by Emily Dickinson. If what we could were what we would, criterion be small, it is the ultimate of talk, the impotence to tell. Immortal is an ample word, by Emily Dickinson. Immortal is an ample word, and what we need is by, but when it leaves us for a time, 'tis a necessity. Of heaven above the firmest proof we fundamental know, except for its marauding hand, it had been heaven below.
Immortality, by Emily Dickinson. It is an honorable thought, and makes one lift one's head, as one encounter gentlefolk upon a daily street, would reef immortal place, for pyramids decay, and kingdoms like the orchard flit russedly away.
Immured in Heaven, by Emily Dickinson. Immured in heaven, what a cell, and your bondage be, for sweetest of the universe, like that which ravaged thee.
In a library, by Emily Dickinson. A precious, mouldering pleasure 'tis to meet an antique book, and just the dress his sent you wore, a privilege, I think, his venerable hand to take, and warming in our own, a passage back or two to make to times when he was young. His quaint opinions to inspect, his knowledge to unfold, on what concerns our mutual mind, the literature of old. What intersected scholar most, what competitions ran when Plato was a certainty, and Sophocles a man, when Sappho was a living girl, and Beatrice wore the gown that Dante defied. Facts centuries before it reversed familiar, as one should come to town and tell you all your dreams were true. He lived where dreams were zone, his presence is enchantment. You beg him not to go, old volumes shake their vellum heads, and tantalize just so. In lands I never saw, they say, by Emily Dickinson. In lands I never saw, they say, immortal Alps look down, whose bonnets touch the firmament, whose sandals touch the tone. Meek at whose everlasting feet a myriad daisies play. Which, sir, are you, and which am I, upon an August day?
In snow thou comest, by Emily Dickinson. In snow thou comest, thou shalt go with a resuming ground, with sweet derisions of a crow, and glee's advancing sound. In fear thou comest, thou shalt go at such a gait of joy, that made anew embarked to life upon the depth of thee.
In the Garden, by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. A bird came down the walk, he did not know I saw. He bit an angle worm in halves, and ate it fellow raw. And when he drank a dew from a convenient cress, and then hopped sidewise to a wall to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all abroad. We looked like frightened beasts, I thought. He staggered his velvet head. Like on endangered cautions, I offered him a crumb, and he unrolled his feathers, and rode himself down home. When oars divide the oceans to silver for a seam, or butterflies of banks of noon leap fleshless as they swim. In Vain, by Emily Dickinson. I cannot live with you, it would be life, and life is over where, behind the shelf, the sexton keeps the key to, putting up our life his porcelain like a cup. discarded of a housewife, quaint or broken. And new as ever as pleases all to one's crack. I could not die with you, for one must wait to shut the other's gaze down. You could not. And could I stand by and see you freeze without my right of frost, death's privilege? Nor could I rise with you, because your face would put out Jesus, that new grace, glow plain and foreign on my homesick eye, except with you when he shone closer by. You judge us how? For you severe heaven, you know or saw to. I could not, because you sate at sight, and I had no more eyes for saw that excellence as paradise. And were you lost, I would be, though my name ring loudest on the heavenly fame. And were you saved, and I condemned to be, where you were not, that shelf were hell to me. So we must keep apart, you where, I here, with just the door ajar, that oceans are and prayer, and that pale sustenance despair.
In Winter in My Room by Emily Dickinson. In winter in my room I came upon a worm, pink, lank, and warm, and as he was, the woman warms presume, not quite with him at home, secured him by a string to something neighbouring, and went along. A trifle afterward, thing occurred, I'd not believe it if I heard, but stayed with creeping blood, a snake with mortals rare, surveyed my chamber floor, and features as the worm before, but ringed with power. The string with which I tied him to, when he was mean and knew that string was where. I shrank, how fair you are, propitiation's claw, afraid he hissed of me a cordiality, he feathered me, when the rhyme's limbs secreted in his form, as patterns swim projected him. The time I flew of ice's way, lest he pursue, never keys to run till in the distant Townsend from mine, I set me down, this was a dream. Is bliss then such abyss? By Emily Dickinson. Is bliss then such abyss? I must not put my foot amiss, for fear I spoil my shoe. I'd rather suit my foot than save my foot, for yet to buy another pair is possible at any store. But bliss, it's so just once, the patent lost, none buy it any more. Say, foot, decide the point, will Lady cross or not, verdict for Boad. Is heaven a physician? By Emily Dickinson. Is heaven a physician? I say that he can heal, but medicine posthumous is unavailable. Is heaven an executor? I speak of what we owe, but that negotiation I'm not a party to. It can't be summer, by Emily Dickinson. It can't be summer, that got through, it's early yet for spring. As that long town of white to cross before the blackbirds sing. It can't be dying, it's the rue, the dead shall go on the white, so sunset shuts my question down with cuffs of chrysolite. It dropped so low in my regard, by Emily Dickinson. It dropped so low in my regard, I heard it hit the ground, and go to pieces on the stones at the bottom of my mind. And blame the fate that flung it, less than I denounced myself, for entertaining play that wears upon my silver shelf. It's an honourable thought, by Emily Dickinson. It's an honourable thought, and make one lift one's head, as one met sudden gentlefolk upon a daily street, at a mortal place, the pyramids decay, and kingdoms like the orchard flit rustily away. It might be lonelier, by Emily Dickinson. It might be lonelier without the loneliness, so accustomed to my fate, perhaps the other piece would interrupt the dark and crowd little room too scant by cubits to contain the sacrament of him. I'm not used to hope, but might intrude upon its sweet berate, blaspheme the place ordained to suffering. It might be easier to fail with land in sight than gain my blue peninsula to perish of delight. It's all I have to bring today, by Emily Dickinson. It's all I have to bring today, this and my heart beside, this and my heart and all the fields and all the meadows wide. Be sure you count, should I forget, someone to some could tell, this and my heart and all the bees which in the clover dwell. It's like the light, by Emily Dickinson. It's like the light, the fashionless delight, it's like the bee, a dateless melody. It's like the woods, private like the breeze, phrases, yet it stirs the proudest trees. It's like the morning, best when it's done, the everlasting clocks chime noon. It's such a little thing to weep, by Emily Dickinson. It's such a little thing to weep, so short a thing to sigh, and yet, by trades, besides of these, we men and women die. It sifts from leaden sieves, by Emily Dickinson. It sifts from leaden sieves, powders of the wood, it fills with the best of the wrinkles of a road. It makes an even face of mountain and of plain, and broken forward from the east unto the east again. It reaches to the fence, it wraps it rail by rail, till it is lost and fleeces, it deals still veiled. To stump and stack on stem, a summer's empty room, acres of joints where harvests were, recordless but for them. It ruffles wrists of posts as ankles of a queen, and stills its artisans like ghosts denying they have been. It sounded as if the streets were running, by Emily Dickinson. It sounded as if the streets were running, and then the streets stood still. Eclipse was all we could see at the window, and awe was all we could feel. By and by the Boad stole out of his covert to see if time was where nature was in an opal apron, mixing fresher air. It stole along so stealthily, by Emily Dickinson. It stole along so stealthily, suspicion it was done was dimmest to the wealthy beginning not to own. It struck me every day, by Emily Dickinson. It struck me every day the lightning was as new as if a cloud that instant slit and let the fire through. It burned me in the night, a bliss that to my dream it sickened fresh upon my sight every morn that came. I thought that storm was brief, the maddest, quickest bee, nature lost the date of this and left it in the sky. It tossed and tossed, by Emily Dickinson. It tossed and tossed, a little brick I knew I took by blast. It spun and spun, groped delirious for morn. It slipped and slipped, as one that drunken stepped. Its white foot tripped, then dropped from sight. A brick, good night to crew and you, the ocean's heart too smooth, too blue to break for you. It was not death, for I stood up, by Emily Dickinson. It was not death, for I stood up, and all the dead lie down. It was not night, for all the bells put out their tongues for noon. It was not frost, for on my flesh it felt Sycaro's scroll, nor fire, for just my marble feet could keep a chancel cool. And yet it tasted like them all. The figures I have seen sat orderly, for burial reminded me of mine, as if my life were shaven thither to a frame, and could not breathe without a key, and was like midnight sun. And everything that ticked has stopped, and spake stars all around, or grisly frosts, first autumn morns repeal the beating ground. But most like chaos, stopless, cool, without a chance to spar even a report of land to justify despair. It will be summer eventually, by Emily Dickinson. It will be summer eventually. Ladies with passerelles, sauntering gentlemen with canes, and little girls with dolls will tint the pallid landscape as 'twere a bright bouquet where drifted deep Empyrean the villages lies today. The lilacs spending many a year will sway with purple loud. The bees will not despise the tune their forefathers have hummed. The wild rose redden in the bog, the aster on the hill, everlasting fashion set, and covenant gentians thrill. That summer folds the miracle as women do their gown, or priests adjust the symbols when sacrament is done. Judgment is justest, by Emily Dickinson. Judgment is justest than the judged, as action laid away, divested is of every disk but his sincerity. Honor is when the safest hue in a posthumous sun, only color will endure that scrutiny can burn. Just lost when I was saved, by Emily Dickinson. Just lost when I was saved, just felt the world go by, just girded me for the onset of eternity, then breath blew back. On the other side I heard recede the disappointed tide. Wherefore, as the one returned, I feel what secrets of a line to tell. Some sailor skirting foreign shores, some pale reporter from the awful doors before the sea. Next time to stay, next time the things to see, by ear unheard and scrutinized by eye. Next time to tell while the ages steal, slow tramp the centuries at the cycle's wheel. Just so Jesus raps, by Emily Dickinson. Just so Jesus raps, he doesn't worry, last at the knocker and first at the bell. Then on divinest tiptoes standing, might he but spy the lady's soul. When he retires, chilled or weary, it will be ample time for me. Patient up the steps until then hears I'm knocking low at thee. Let of Athens faithful be, by Emily Dickinson. Let of Athens faithful be to myself, and mystery all the rest is perjury. Lay this laurel on the one, by Emily Dickinson. Lay this laurel on the one, too intrinsic for renown. Laurel, value deathless tree, him you chasten, that is he. Lest any doubt that we are glad, by Emily Dickinson. Lest any doubt that we are glad that we were born today, was having lived as held by us a noble holiday, without the daedal consciousness of mortality. Let down the bars, O death, by Emily Dickinson. Let down the bars, O death, the tired flocks come in, whose bleating keys to repeat, whose wandering is done. Thine is the stillest night, thine the securest fold, too near thou art for seeking thee, too tender to be told. Let me not mar that perfect dream, by Emily Dickinson. Let me not mar that perfect dream by no royal stain, but suggest my daily night that it will come again. Not when we know the poor costs the garment of surprise was all our timid mother wore at home in paradise. Let others show the sorriest grace by Emily Dickinson. Let others show the sorriest grace, myself assisted cross.
Life and Death and Giants by Emily Dickinson. Life and death and giants such as we's are still, minor apparatus, hopper of a mill, beetle of a candle, or 5 small fame, mountain by accident but way proclaim.
Lightly stepped the yellow star by Emily Dickinson. Lightly stepped the yellow star to its lofty place, loosed the moon her silver head from her lustral face. All of evening's lofty lit as an astral hall, Father, observe to heaven your punctual. Like brooms of steel by Emily Dickinson. Like brooms of steel the snow and wind had swept the winter street, the house was hooked, the sun sent out faint deputies of heat, where rode the bird the silence tied, his ample plodding steed, the apple in the cellar snug was all the one that played. Like a man and a woman shadows walk by Emily Dickinson. Like a man and a woman shadows walk upon the hills today, with here and there mighty bow of trailing courtesy, to neighbors doubting of their own, and quickening to perceive minuter landscape as ourselves, and bows where we live. Like mighty footlights burn the red by Emily Dickinson. Like mighty footlights burn the red at bases of the trees, the far theatricals of day exhibiting to these. 'Twas universe that deplored, the chiefiest of the crowd, enabled by his royal dress, my self-distinguished god. Like some old-fashioned miracle by Emily Dickinson. Like some old-fashioned miracle when summertime is done, seems summer's recollection on the affairs of June. As infinite tradition as Cinderella's base, or Little John of Lincoln Green, or Bluebeard's galleries. Her bees of the thick trees hum, her blossoms are like a dream elate us that we almost weep, so plausible they seem. Her memories, like strains, we view when orchestra is dumb, violin and bass replaced an ear in heaven numb.
Look back on time with kindly eyes by Emily Dickinson. Look back on time with kindly eyes, he doubtless did his best. How softly sinks the trembling sun in human nature's west. Lost by Emily Dickinson. I lost a world the other day, has anybody found? You'll know it by the row of stars around its forehead bound. A rich man might not notice it, yet to my frugal eye of more esteem than ducats, I'll find it, sir, for me. Lost Joy by Emily Dickinson. I had a daily bliss I half indifferent viewed, till sudden I perceived its dire, it grew as I pursued. I ran around a crack, it wasted from my sight, enlarged beyond my utmost scope, I learned its sweetness right.
Love is interior to life by Emily Dickinson. Love is interior to life, posterior to death, initial of creation and the exponent of breath. Love is done when love's begun. Emily Dickinson. Love is done when love's begun, sages say, but if sages known, truth withdrawn your boon without day. Love reckons by itself alone. Emily Dickinson. Love reckons by itself alone, as large as I relate the sun to one who never fails to blaze, itself is all the like it has. Love-stricken why by Emily Dickinson. Love-stricken why is all that love can speak, built of but just a syllable, furious hearts that break. Low at my problem bending by Emily Dickinson. Low at my problem bending another problem comes, larger than mine, serener, involving statelier sums. I check my busy pencil, my figures file away. Wherefore my baffled fingers, why perplexity?
Loyalty by Emily Dickinson. Split the lark and you'll find the music, bulb after bulb in silver road, scantily dealt to the summer morning, saved for your ear when lutes be owed. Loose the flood, you shall find it patent, gush after gush reserved for you. Scarlet experiment, skeptic Thomas, now do you dope that your bird was true? March by Emily Dickinson. We like March, his shoes are purple, he is new and high. Makes he mud for dog and peddler, makes he forest dry. Knows the adder's tongue his coming, and begets her spot. Stands the sun so close and mighty that our minds are hot. News the sea of all the others, bold it were to die, the bluebird buccaneering on its British sky.
March is the month of expectation by Emily Dickinson. March is the month of expectation. The things you do not know, the persons of prognostication are coming now. We try to show becoming firmness, but pompous joy betrays us, as his first betrothal betrays a boy.
Mayflower by Emily Dickinson. Pink, small and punctured, aromatic, low, covered in April, candid in May, dear to the moss, known by the knoll, next to the robin in every human soul. Bold little beauty, bedecked with thee, nature forswears antiquity.
Me, come, my dazzled face, by Emily Dickinson. Me, come, my dazzled face in such a shining place, me here, my foreign ear, the sounds of welcome where the saints forget our bashful feet, my holiday should be that they remember me, my paradise, the fame that they pronounce my name.
Memorials by Emily Dickinson. Death sets a thing significant the eye had hurried by, except a parish creature entreat as tenderly, to ponder little workmanships in crayon on wool, with this was last her fingers did, industrious until the thimble weighted too heavy, the stitches stopped themselves, and when 'twas put among the dust upon the closed shelves. A book I have, a friend gave, whose pencil here and where had notched the place that pleased him, and rest his fingers are. Now when I read not, for interrupting tears obliterate the etchings too closely for repairs. Mine by Emily Dickinson. Mine by the right of a white election, mine by the royal seal, mine by the sign in the scarlet prison bars cannot conceal. Mine he in vision and in veto, mine by the grace repeal, titled confirmed, delirious charter, mine by the age's steel.
Mine enemy is growing old, by Emily Dickinson. Mine enemy is growing old, I have at last revenge, the pellet of hate departs if any would avenge. Let him be quick, the wine flits, it is a fated meat, anger as soon as feed is dead, the starving makes it fed. Morning is due to all, by Emily Dickinson. Morning is due to all, to some the night, to an imperial view, the auroral light. Morning is the place for dew, by Emily Dickinson. Morning is the place for dew, corn is made of noon. After dinner light, for flowers, dukes, for setting sun. Morns like these we parted, by Emily Dickinson. Morns like these we parted, noons like these she rose, fluttering first from firmer to her fair repose. Never did she lisp it, and 'twas not for me, she was mute for transport, I for agony. To the evening nearing, one the shutters drew, quick, a sharper rustling, and the linnet flew.
Mother Nature by Emily Dickinson. Nature, the gentlest mother, impatient of no child, the fabulist of the waywardest, her admonition mild and forest and the hill by travellers heard, restraining rampant squirrel unto impetuous bird. How fair her conversation a summer afternoon, her household, her assembly, and when the sun goes down her voice among the aisles incites the timid prey of a minuet's cricket, the most unworthy flower. When all the children sleep, she turns as long away as will suffice the light to lamps, and bending from the sky with infinite affection and infinite care, her golden finger on her lip will silence everywhere.
Musicians wrestle everywhere, by Emily Dickinson. Musicians wrestle everywhere, all day among the crowded air. I hear the silver strife, and waking long before the morn, such transport breaks upon the town, I think at that new life. If it is not bird, it has no nest, nor band in brass and scarlet dressed, no tambourine, nor man. It is not hymn from pulpit read, the morning stars that travel at time's first afternoon. Some say it is the spheres at play, some say that bright majority of vanished dames and men. Some think it service in the place where we, with late celestial face, please God, shall ascertain. My country need not change her gown, by Emily Dickinson. My country need not change her gown, a triple suit is sweet, as when 'twas cut a Lexington and first pronounced a thit. Great Britain disapproves the stars, this pergament discreet, there's something in their attitude that taunts the bayonet. My friend must be a bird, by Emily Dickinson. My friend must be a bird, because it flies. Mortal my friend must be, because it dies. Barbs has it, like a bee, Arcturus' friend, that puzzles me. My God, he sees thee, by Emily Dickinson. My God, he sees thee, shine the best. Fling up the balls of gold, till every cupid play with thee, every crescent hold. It laid the acre at his feet, upon his atoms swim, or sun, but just a second's ride, and the long race with him. My life closed twice before it close, by Emily Dickinson. My life closed twice before its close, it yet remains to see if mortality unveil a third event to me. so huge, so hopeless to conceive, as these that twice befell. Parting's all we know of heaven and all we need of hell. My Maker, let me be, by Emily Dickinson. My Maker, let me be, and armoured most of thee, but near this I more should miss. My nosegays are for captives, by Emily Dickinson. My nosegays are for captives, dim, expectant eyes, fingers denied the plucking, patient till paradise. To such, if they should whisper of morning and the moor, there be no other errand, and I no other prayer.
My Rose, by Emily Dickinson. Pygmy serpents gone astray, velvet people from Vevey, bells from some lost summer day, bees exclusive coterie. Paris could not lay the fold, belted down with emerald. Venice could not show a cheek of a tint so lustrous meek. Never such an ambuscade as a briar and leaf displayed for my little damask maid. I had rather wear her grace than an earl's distinguished face. I had rather dwell like her than be Duke of Exeter, royalty enough for me to subdue the bumblebee.
My wheel is in the dark, by Emily Dickinson. My wheel is in the dark, cannot see a spoke, and now its dripping feet go round and round. My foot is on the tight, unfrequented road, yet have all roads a clearing at the end. Some resign the loom, some in the busy tomb find quaint employ, some with new stately feet pass royal through the gate, flinging the problem back at you and I. My worthiness is all my doubt, by Emily Dickinson. My worthiness is all my doubt, his merit all my fear, constrating which my quality the lowlier appear, lest I should insufficient prove for his beloved need, achieve his apprehension upon my thronging mind. 'Tis true that deity to stop inherently inclined, for nothing higher than itself can rest upon. So I, the undivine abode of his elect content, conform my soul, as to her church unto his sacrament. Nature assigns the sun, by Emily Dickinson. Nature assigns the sun, that is astronomy. Nature can renect the friend, that is astrology. Nature can do no more, by Emily Dickinson. Nature can do no more, she has fulfilled her days. Whatever flower failed to come of other summer days, a crescent rainbows if other summers be, nature's imposing negative nulls opportunity. Nature is what we see, by Emily Dickinson. Nature is what we see. The hill, the afternoon squirrel eclipse the bumblebee. Nay, nature is heaven, nature is what we hear, bubbling the sea, thunder, the cricket, nay, nature's harmony. Nature is what we know, and have no art to say, so impotent her wisdom is to her simplicity. Nature the gentlest mother is, by Emily Dickinson. Nature the gentlest mother is, and patient of no child, the feeblest, of the waywardest her admonition mild. And forest and the hill by traveller be heard, restraining rampant's curl or to impetuous bird. Of their conversation a summer afternoon a household, her assembly, and the sun go down, a voice among the ales, incite the timid prayer of the minuet's cricket, the most unworthy flower. When all the children sleep she turns as long away as will suffice to light her lamps, then bending from the sky, with infinite affection and infinite care, a golden finger on her lip will silence everywhere.
New feet within my garden go, by Emily Dickinson. New feet within my garden go, new fingers stir the sod. A troubadour upon the elm betrays the solitude. New children play upon the green, new babies sleep below, and still the pensive spring returns, and still the punctual snow.
No autumn's intercepting chill, by Emily Dickinson. No autumn's intercepting chill that pales the tropic breast of African exuberance and Asiatic rest. No brigadier throughout the year, by Emily Dickinson. No brigadier throughout the year, so civic as the jay, a neighbor and a warrior too, with shrill felicity. Pursuing winds that censor us a February day. The brother of the universe was never blown away. The snow and he are intimate. I've often seen them play. When heaven looked upon us all with such a severity, I felt apology but due to an insulted sky, whose pompous frown was nutriment to their temerity. The pillar of his staring head is pungent evergreens, his larder, terse and militant, unknown refreshing things, his character a tonic, his future a dispute, unfair in immortality that leaves with a neighbor out. No letter needs the bird but skies, by Emily Dickinson. No letter needs the bird but skies to situate its wings, nor any letter's grim tune arranges it as it sings. The implements of bliss are few, as Jesus says of him, "Come unto me," the moiety that wafts the cherubim. No life can pompless pass away, by Emily Dickinson. No life can pompless pass away, the loveliest career to the same pageant wends its way as that exalted here. How cordial is the mystery, the hospitable pole, how his way becoons spaciously, a miracle for all. No matter where the saints abide, by Emily Dickinson. No matter where the saints abide, they make the circuit fair, behold how great a firmament accompanies a star. No other can reduce, by Emily Dickinson. No other can reduce our mortal consequence like a remembering it denote, a period from hence but contemplation for contemporaries naught, our single competition Jehovah's estimate. The Roman sold unto, by Emily Dickinson. The Roman sold unto could so enthrall a man as the perusal of his individual one, his fictions, when 'tis small enough to credit 'tisn't true. Nobody knows this little rose, by Emily Dickinson. Nobody knows this little rose, it might a pilgrim be, and not taketh from the ways and lift it up to thee. Only a bee will miss it, only a butterfly, hastening from far journey on its breast to lie. Only a bird will wander, only a breeze will sigh, ah, little rose, how easy for such as thou to die. Not any higher stands the grave, by Emily Dickinson. Not any higher stands the grave for heroes than for men, not any nearer for the child than Humphrey's gaunt hen. The latest leisure equal lulls the beggar and his queen, propitiate this democrat this summer's afternoon. Not any sunny tone, by Emily Dickinson. Not any sunny tone from any fervent zone find entrance where better a grave with balm toward human nature's home, and robins near than a stupendous tomb proclaiming to the gloom how dead we are. Not at home to call us, by Emily Dickinson. Not at home to call us, says the naked tree, born at you in April, wishing you good day. Not knowing when the dawn will come, by Emily Dickinson. Not knowing when the dawn will come, I open my every door, or has it feathers like a bird or billows like a shore. Not one by heaven defrauded stay, by Emily Dickinson. Not one by heaven defrauded stay, all where he seemed to steal, he restitutes in some sweet way, secreted in his will. Not seeing, still we know, by Emily Dickinson. Not seeing, still we know, not knowing, guess, not guessing, smile and hide and half caress, and quake and turn away, seraphic fear, as Eden's innuendo, if you dare. Not sickness stains the brave, by Emily Dickinson. Not sickness stains the brave, nor any dart, no doubt of scene to come, but an adjourning heart. Not that he goes, by Emily Dickinson. Not that he goes, who will laugh more, or let us while he stayed. Beyond earth's trafficking frontier, for what he moved he made. Not with a club the heart is broken, by Emily Dickinson. Not with a club the heart is broken, nor with a stone. A whip so small you could not see it, I've known. To lash a magic creature till it fell, yet the whip's name too noble than to tell. Magnanimous his bird the Boadix cried, singing unto the stone of which it died. Shame need not crouch in such an earth as ours, shame stand deject, the universe is yours.
November, by Emily Dickinson. Besides the autumn poets sing, a few prosaic days, a little with sight of a snow and with sight of a haze. A few incisive mornings, a few ascetic eyes, gone Mr. Bryant's golden rod and Mr. Thompson's sheaves. Still is the bustle in the brook, sealed are the spicy wells, mesmeric fingers softly touch the eyes of many elves. Perhaps a squirrel may remain my sentiments to share. Grant me, our Lord, a sunny mind where windly will to bear.
Now I lay thee down to sleep, by Emily Dickinson. Now I lay thee down to sleep, I pray the Lord thy dust to keep, and for live before thou wake, I pray the Lord thy soul to make. Obtaining but our own extent, by Emily Dickinson. Obtaining but our own extent in whatsoever realm, 'twas Christ's own personal expense that bore him from the tomb. Of all the souls that stand create, by Emily Dickinson. Of all the souls that stand create I have elected the one, when sense from spirit files away, and subterfuge is done, and that which is and that which was apart intrinsic stand, and this brief drama in the flesh is shifted like a sand, and figures show the royal front, and mists are carved away, beyond the atom I preferred to all the lists of clay. Of bronze and blaze, by Emily Dickinson. Of bronze and blaze the north to-night's adequated forms, so preconcerted with itself, so distant to alarms, and unconcerned so sovereign to universe so me, infects my simple spirit with taints of majesty, that take vast attitudes and strut upon my stem, disdaining man and oxygen for arrogance of whim. My splendors are men agree, but their competeless show will entertain the centuries when I am long ago an island in dishonored grass whom none but beetles know. Of glory not a beam is left, by Emily Dickinson. Of glory not a beam is left, the eternal house, the asterisk is for the dead, the living for the stars. Of God we ask one favor, by Emily Dickinson. Of God we ask one favor, that we may be forgiven of what he is presumed to know, the crime from us is hidden. Mute the whole of life within a magic prison, we reprimand the happiness that too competes with heaven. Of life to own, by Emily Dickinson. Of life to own, from life to draw, but never to a reservoir. Of so divine a loss, by Emily Dickinson. Of so divine a loss we enter but the gain, indemnity for loneliness, that such a bliss as be. Of their peculiar light, by Emily Dickinson. Of their peculiar light I keep one ray to clarify the sight, to seek them by. Of this is day composed, by Emily Dickinson. Of this is day composed, the morning and the noon, a revelry unspeakable and when the gay unknown, whose pomp allure and spurn and dower and deprive and penure for glory remedilessly lead. Of toiling bell I ask the cause, by Emily Dickinson. Of toiling bell I ask the cause, as soul is gone to heaven, I'm answering in a lonesome tone, as heaven than the prison. At bell should ring till all should know, as soul had gone to heaven, what seemed to me the more the way a good news should be given. Of tribulation vis-a-vis, by Emily Dickinson. Of tribulation vis-a-vis, denoted by the white, the spangled gowns as the rank of victors designate. All these did conquer, but once overcome most times, when nothing common, nothing snow, nor ornament but palms. Surrender as a sword unknown on this superior soil, defeat and outgrown anguish remembered as the mill. Our panting ankle barely passed, when night devoured the road, but we stood whispering in the house, and all we said was, saved. Oh, what a grace is this, by Emily Dickinson. Oh, what a grace is this, what majesties of peace, that having breath the fine, ensuing ride without diminuate proceed.
Old-fashioned, by Emily Dickinson. Arcturus is his other name. I'd rather call him Star. It's so unkind of science to go and interfere. I pull a flower from the woods. A monster with a glass computes the stamens in a breath and has her in a glass. Whereas I took the butterfly, aforetime in my head, he sits erect in cabinets the clover bells forgot. What once was heaven is senate now, where I proposed to go when time's brief masquerade was done, is mapped and charted too. What if a poet should frisk about and stand about their heads? I hope I'm ready for the worst, whatever prank betides. Perhaps the kingdom of heaven's changed. I hope the children there won't be new-fashioned when I come, and laugh with me, and stare. I hope the father in the skies will lift his little girl, old-fashioned, naughty, everything, over the style of pearl.
On my volcano grows the grass, by Emily Dickinson. On my volcano grows the grass, a meditative spot, an anchor for a bird to choose, would be the general thought. I read the fire rocks below, how insecure the thought that is close would populate with all my solitude. On such a night, or such a night, by Emily Dickinson. On such a night, or such a night, would anybody care if such a little figure slipped quiet from its chair? So quiet, oh quiet, that nobody might know that the little figure rocked softer to and fro. On such a dawn, or such a dawn, would anybody sigh that such a little figure to sound asleep did lie? For chanticleer to wake, to stirring house below, or giddy bird in orchard, or any task to do? There was a little figure plumb for every little knoll, busy needles and spools of thread, and trudging feet from school. Playmates and holidays and nuts, and visions vast and small, strange with the feet, so precious charged, should reach so small a goal.
On this long storm the rainbow rose, by Emily Dickinson. On this long storm the rainbow rose, on this late morn the sun, the clouds like listless elephants horizons straggled down. The birds rose smiling in their nests, the gales indeed were done. Alas, how heedless were the eyes on whom the summer shone! The quiet nonchalance of death no daybreak can bestir, the slow archangel's syllabless must awaken her.
On this wondrous sea, by Emily Dickinson. Right, comrade, right. On this wondrous sea, sailing silently, ho, pilot, ho, knowest thou the shore, when our breakers roar, where the storm is o'er? In this peaceful west, the many the sails at rest, the anchors fast, thither I pilot thee, land ho, eternity, ashore at last. One blessing had I than the rest, by Emily Dickinson. One blessing had I when the rest, so larger to my eyes that I stopped going, satisfied with enchanted sighs. And it was the limit of my dream, the focus of my prayer, a perfect paralyzing bliss contended as despair. I knew no more of want or cold than essence both become, though with new value in the soul, supreme as the earthly sun. The heaven below, the heaven above, obscured with rudder blue, life's latitudes lent over, full the judgment perished too. The bliss so scanty they dispersed, the paradise defer, the floods be served to us, and bowls I speculate no more. One need not to be a chamber to be haunted, by Emily Dickinson. One need not to be a chamber to be haunted, one need not to be a house, the brainless corridors, surpassing material place. Far safer for midnight meeting external ghosts than is interior confronting that cooler host. Far safer through an abbey gallop with stones a chase, than unarmed once a self-encounter in lonesome place. Ourself behind ourself concealed should startle most, assassin hid in our apartment be horror's least. Body bows a revolver, he bolts the door, or looking a superior spectre or more. One of the ones that Midas touched, by Emily Dickinson. One of the ones that Midas touched, who failed to touch us all, was that confining prodigal, the reeling aureole. So drunk he disavows it with badinage divine, so dazzling we mistake it for an alighting wine. A pleader, a dissembler, and picture, a thief, betimes an Otario, an ecstasy in sheath. Jesuite for chance he cheats as he chance of an entire attar for his decamping wants. The splendor for Murmer, the mere fear of birds, departing like a pageant of ballads and of bards. I never thought that Jason sought for any golden fleece, when I am a rural man the thoughts would make for peace. And if there were a Jason, traditional bear with me, behold his lost aggrandizement upon the apple tree. One sister have I in our house, by Emily Dickinson. One sister have I in our house, and one a hatchaway, with only one recorded, but both belong to me. One came the road that I came, and wore my last year's gown. The other is a bird her nest built our hearts among. She did not sing as we did, it was a different tune. A self to her music is bumblebee of June. Today is far from childhood, but up and down the hills I held a hand the tighter, which shortened all the miles. And still a hum the year among the seas the butterfly. Still in her eye the violets lie, mouldered with many May. I spilled the dew, but took the morn, and chose the single star from the white night's numbers as you furthermore. One thing of it we borrow, by Emily Dickinson. One thing of it we borrow and promise to return, woody and the sour, its sweetness to have known. One thing of it we call with the power to forget, the English of the avarice, the phrase the dross of it. Opinion is a flitted thing, by Emily Dickinson. Opinion is a flitted thing, but truth outlasts the sun. If then we cannot own them both, possess the oldest one. Our lives are Swiss, by Emily Dickinson. Our lives are Swiss, so still so cool, till some odd afternoon the Alps neglect the curtains and we look farther on. Italy stands the other side, while like a guard between the solemn Alps, the Serene Alps forever intervene. Our own possessions were our own, by Emily Dickinson. Our own possessions were our own, tis well to hoard anew, remembering the dimensions of possibility. Ourselves we do enter with sweet derision, by Emily Dickinson. Ourselves we do enter with sweet derision, the channel of the dust who once achieves and validates the balm of that religion that doubts as fervently as it believes. Papa above, by Emily Dickinson. Papa above, regard the mouse abhorred by the cat. Reserve within thy kingdom a mansion for the rat. Snug and seraphic cupboards to nibble all the day when unsuspecting cycles wheel solemnly away. Parting with thee reluctantly, by Emily Dickinson. Parting with thee reluctantly, but we have never met, a heart sometimes a foreigner remembers it forgot. Passed away rendezvous of light, by Emily Dickinson. Passed away rendezvous of light, pangs except for us, was lonely for the mystery which thou hast leaked across. Perception of an object costs, by Emily Dickinson. Perception of an object costs precisely object's loss, perception itself again replying to its price. The object absolute is naught, perception sets it fair, and then upbraids the perfectness that situates so far. Perhaps they do not go so far, by Emily Dickinson. Perhaps they do not go so far as we who stay suppose, perhaps come closer for the lapse of their corporeal clothes. It may be now so certainly how short we have to fear that comprehension's antedates and estimates us there. Peril as a possession, by Emily Dickinson. Perilous a possession, 'tis good to hear. Danger disintegrates satiety, by sparses there, begets an awe that searches human nature's creases and clean as fire.
Philosophy by Emily Dickinson. It might be easier to fail with land in sight than gain my blue peninsula to perish of delight. Poor little heart by Emily Dickinson. Poor little heart, did we forget thee? By deiner care, by deiner care. Proud little heart, did we forsake thee? Be debonair, be debonair. Frail little heart, I would not break thee. Couldst credit me, couldst credit me. Gay little heart, like morning glory, wold willed it be, wold willed it be.
Power by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. You cannot put a fire out, a thing that can ignite, can go itself without a fan upon the slowest night. You cannot fold a flood and put it in a drawer, because the winds would find it out and tear your cellar floor. Prayer is the little implement by Emily Dickinson. Prayer is the little implement through which men reach where presence is denied them. They fling their speech by means of it in God's ear, if any hear, where sums the apparatus comprised in prayer. Problems by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. Bring me the sunset in a cup, raccoon the morning's flaggings up, and say how many dew. Tell me how far the morning leaps. Tell me what time the weather sleeps. Who spun the revels of blue? Write me how many notes will be in the new Rome's ecstasy. Among astonished sports, how many trips the tortoise makes, how many cups the bee partakes with the witch of doors. Also, who laid the rainbow's peer, also who leads the douche's shriek, by whiffs of supple blue, whose fingers string the stalactite, who counts the rumble of a night to see that none is due, who built this little elven house and shut the windows down so close, my spirit cannot see, who let out some gala day, for implements to fly away, passing in paucity. Proof by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. But I did always laugh, I bring you proof. But till I laughed, I did not laugh and laugh. But I shall laugh alway, I offer way. But laugh is life, and life hath immortality. With those two doubts sweet, then have I nothing to show but Calvary. Proud of my broken heart since thou didst break it by Emily Dickinson. Proud of my broken heart since thou didst break it, proud of the pain I did not feel till thee. Proud of my night since thou with moons dost slake it, not to partake thy passion, my humility. Thou canst not boast like Jesus, drunken without company, was a strong cup of anguish brewed for the Nazarene. Thou canst not pierce tradition with a peerless puncture. See, I usurp the crucifix to honor mine. Pursuing you in your transitions by Emily Dickinson. Pursuing you in your transitions on other modes of other myths, your acquisition be. The prison never held the hues that only heard them play. Quite empty, quite at rest by Emily Dickinson. Quite empty, quite at rest, and robin locks her nest and tries her wings. She does not know a route but puts her craft about for rumored springs. She does not ask for noon, she does not ask for boon. Crumbless and homeless, of but one request, the bird she lost. Rather a right delight by Emily Dickinson. Rather a right delight with content the crew, make an abstemious ecstasy not so good as joy, and rapture's expense must not be incurred with the tomorrow knocking and the rent unpaid. Real by Emily Dickinson. I like a look of agony because I know it's true. Men do not shame convulsion nor simulate a throe. Their eyes glaze once and that is death. Impossible to feign the beats upon the forehead by homely anguish strung. Remember me, implore the thief by Emily Dickinson. Remember me, implore the thief, a hospitality. My guest today in paradise I give thee guarantee. With courtesy will fair remain, and delight is dust, with which we cite this mightiest case of compensated trust. Of all we are allowed to hope, but affidavit stands, that this was due, where most we fear be unexpected friends. Remembrance has a rear and front by Emily Dickinson. Remembrance has a rear and front to something like a house. It has a garret also for use in the mouse. Besides the deepest cellar that they ever mentioned laid, look to it by its fathoms ourselves be not pursued. Remorse is memory awake by Emily Dickinson. Remorse is memory awake, accompanies a stir, a presence of departed acts at window and at door. Its past set down before the soul in the light of the match, pursued to facilitate of its condensate dispatch. Remorse it's cureless for disease, not even God can heal, for 'tis his institution, the complement of hell.
Resurrection by Emily Dickinson. 'Twas a long parting, but the time for interview had come. Before the judgment seat of God, the last and second time these fleshless lovers met, a heaven in the gaze, a heaven of heavens, the privilege of one another's eyes. No lifetime set on them, apparelled as the new, unborn, except they had beheld born everlasting no. Was bridal ear like this, a paradise, the host, and cherubium and seraphim the most familiar guest.
Returning by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. Years had been from home, and now before the door I dared not open, lest a face I never saw before stare vacant into mine and ask my business where. My business, just the life I left, was such still growing rare. I fumbled at my nerve, I scanned the windows near, the silence like an ocean rolled and broke against my ear. I laughed a wooden laugh, what I could fear adore, who danger and the dead had faced, but never quaked before. I fitted to the ledge, my hand with flowing care, lest back the awful door should spring and leave me standing there. I moved my fingers off, as cautious as glass, and held my ears, and like a thief, fled gasping from the house.
The worst cannot befall by Emily Dickinson. The worst cannot befall that fine prosperity whose sources are interior is soon adversity. A diamond overtaken far Bolivian ground, misfortune how for implement could mar it if it found. Safe despair it is that raves by Emily Dickinson. Safe despair it is that raves agony is frugal, puts itself severe way for its own pursual. Garrisoned no soul can be in the front of trouble, loves one not aggregated, nor is a dying double.
Saturday afternoon by Emily Dickinson. From all the jails the boys and girls ecstatically leap. We laughed one afternoon that prison doesn't keep. They storm the earth and stun the air, a mob of solid bliss. Alas, that thrones could lie in wait for such a foe as this. Saved by Emily Dickinson. Of tribulation wreaths our way, denoted by the white. The spangled goes, a lesser ring of victors designate. All these did conquer, but the ones overcame most times were nothing commoner than snow, no ornament but palms. Surrender is a sword unknown on this superior soil. Defeat and outgrown anguish remembered as the mile. Our panting ankle barely gained when night devoured the road. But we stood whispering in the house, and all we said was, saved.
Saviour, I've no one else to tell, by Emily Dickinson. Saviour, I've no one else to tell, and so trouble be. I am the one forgot thee, so dost thou remember me? Nor for myself I came so far, and were the little load. I brought thee the imperial heart, I had not strength to hold it. The heart I carried in my own, the mind too heavy grew. Yet the strangest, heavier since it went. Is it too large for you?
Secrets by Emily Dickinson. The skies can't keep the secret. They tell it to the hills just tell the archers and wave at the foldies. A bird by change that goes that way soft overheard the whole. If I should bribe the little bird, who knows but she would tell? I think I won't, however, it's fine not to know if summer were an axiom, what sorcery had snow. So keep your secret, father, I would not, if I could, know what the sapphire fellows do in your new-fashioned world.
She died at play, by Emily Dickinson. She died at play, gambolled away, her lace of spotted hours, and sang as gaily as a Turk upon a couch of flowers. A ghost trod softly over the hill yesterday and today, a vestments as the silver fleece, countenance as spray. She died, this was the way she died, by Emily Dickinson. She died, this was the way she died, when her breath was done, took up a simple wardrobe and startled for the sun. A little finger at the gate the angels must have spied, as I could never find upon the mortal side. She laid her dorsal crescent down, by Emily Dickinson. She laid the dorsal crescent down, and this confining stone still states to dates that have forgot the news that she's gone. So constant to its stolid trust, the chef that never knew, it shames the constancy that fled before its emblem flew. She slept beneath a tree, by Emily Dickinson. She slept beneath a tree, remembered but by me. I touched the cradle mute, she recognized the foot, put on her carmine suit, and see. She sweeps with many-colored brooms, by Emily Dickinson. She sweeps with many-colored brooms, leaves her shreds behind. A housewife in the evening west, come back and dust the pond. You dropped the purple raveling in, you dropped an amber thread, how you've littered all the east of duds of emerald. And still she plies the spotted brooms, and still the aprons fly, the brooms fade softly into stars, and then they come away.
Shipwreck by Emily Dickinson. It tossed and tossed, a little brick anew, overtook by blast, it spun, and grew delirious for more. It slipped and slipped as one a drunken step, its white foot dripped and dropped from sight. A brick a good night to crew and you, the ocean's heart too smooth, too blue, to break for you.
Sic transit gloria mundi, Emily Dickinson. Sic transit gloria mundi, how dove busy bee, dum vivimus vivamus, I stay mine enemy. O veni vidi vici, O caput capapi, and O memento mori, and I am far from thee. Ra for Peter Parley, ra for Daniel Boone, 3 cheers, sir, for the gentleman who first observed the moon. Peter put up the sunshine, Patty ranged the stars, till lunacy is waiting and call your brother Mars. Put down the apple, Adam, and come away with me, so shall thou have Pippin from off my father's tree. Climb the hill of science, view the landscape o'er, such transcendental prospect I ne'er beheld before. Until the legislature my country bids me go, I'll take my Indian rubbers in case the wind should blow. During my education it was announced to me that gravitation stumbling fell from an apple tree. The earth upon its axis was once supposed to turn by way of a gymnastic in honor to the sun. It was brave Columbus sailing on the tide, and notified the nations of where would reside. Mortality is fatal, gentility is fine, rascality heroic, insolvency sublime. Our fathers being very lay down on Bunker Hill, and though for many a morning, yet they are sleeping still. The trumpets shall wake them, and dream I see them rise, each with a solemn musket and marching to the skies. Our coward will remain, sir, until the fight is done, but an immortal hero will take his hat and run. Goodbye, sir, I am going, the country calleth me. Allow me, sir, departing to wipe my weeping knee. In token of our friendship accept this bony doon, and when the hand plucked that is passed beyond the moon, the memory of my ashes will consolation be. Then farewell to Scarrera, and farewell, sir, to thee.
Simplicity by Emily Dickinson. How happy is the little stone that rambles in a road alone, and doesn't care about careers and eccentrics, never fears, whose coat of elemental brown a passing universe put on, and independent as the sun, associates or glows alone, fulfilling absolute decree and casual simplicity. Sleep is supposed to be by Emily Dickinson. Sleep is supposed to be, by souls of sanity, the shutting of the eye. Sleep is a station grand, down which on either hand the hosts of witness stand. Morn is supposed to be, by people of degree, the breaking of a day. Morning has not occurred, but shall aurora be, east of eternity. On with the banner gay, one in red array, that is the break of a day. Sleeping by Emily Dickinson. A long, long sleep, a famous sleep that makes no show for dawn, by stretch of limb or stir of lid, an independent one. Was ever idleness like this, within a hut of stone, to bask the centuries away, nor once look up for noon?
So from the mould by Emily Dickinson. So from the mould scarlet and gold many a bulb will rise, hidden away cunningly from centuries' eyes. So from cocoon many a warm leaps so highland gay, passions like me, passions like thee gaze perplexedly.
So proud she was to die by Emily Dickinson. So proud she was to die, it made us all ashamed. Let what we cherished so unknown to her desire seemed, so satisfied to go where none of us should be, immediately that anguish stooped almost to jealousy.
So proud she was to die by Emily Dickinson. So proud she was to die, it made us all ashamed, that what we cherished so unknown to her desire seemed, so satisfied to go where none of us should be, immediately that anguish stooped almost to jealousy. So set its sun in thee by Emily Dickinson. So set its sun and thee, what day be dark to me, what distance far, so the ships may see the touch, how seldomly, the shore. Softened by time's consummate blush, by Emily Dickinson. Softened by time's consummate blush, how sleek the war appears, that threatened childhood sit and undermined the years. Bisected now by bleaker griefs, we envy the despair, that devastated childhood's realm, so easy to repair. Soil of flint, if steady tilled, by Emily Dickinson. Soil of flint, if steady tilled, will refront the hand, seed of palm, by Libyan sun, fructified in sand. Some arrows slay but whom they strike, by Emily Dickinson. Some arrows slay but whom they strike, but they slew all but him, who saw periled his escape to trackless for tomb. Some days retired from the rest, by Emily Dickinson. Some days retired from the rest in soft distinction lie, the day that a companion came, or was obliged to die. Some too fragile for winter winds, by Emily Dickinson. Some too fragile for winter winds, who fought for craven closes, to nearly tucking them in from frost before their feet are cold. Never the treasures in her nest the cautious grave exposes, building where scuba dare not look and sportsman is not bold. Discovered have all the children, early aged and often cold, spare unnoticed by the father, lambs whom time had not a fold. Sometimes with a heart, by Emily Dickinson. Sometimes with a heart, seldom with a soul, scarcer ones with a might, few love at all.
Song, by Emily Dickinson. Summer for the grand I may be when summer days are flown, by music still when whippoorwill and oriole are done. For we to bloom I'll skip the tomb, and sow my blossoms over. Pray gather me, anemone, by flower for evermore.
South winds jostle them, by Emily Dickinson. South winds jostle them, bumblebees come, hoover hesitate, drink and are gone. Butterflies pause on the passage cashmere, eyes softly plucking present from here. Sown in dishonor, by Emily Dickinson. Sown in dishonor, ah, indeed, may this dishonor be, if I were half so fine myself I'd notice a nobody. Sown in corruption, not so fast, apostle is askew, Corinthians 1:15 narrates a circumstance or two. Speech is one symptom of affection, by Emily Dickinson. Speech is one symptom of affection and silence one. If the perfectest communication is heard of none, exits and its endorsement is had within. Behold, said the apostle, it had not seen. Split the lark, by Emily Dickinson. Split the lark, and you'll find the music, bulb after bulb and silver road, scantily dealt of a summer morning, saved for year when lutes be owed. Loose the flood, you shall find the tent, gush after gush, reserved for you. Scald experiment, skeptic Thomas, now to stop that your bird was true. Spurn the tamarind, by Emily Dickinson. Spurn the tamarind, rashness of cavalry, gave a Gethsemane new wheel thee.
Storm, by Emily Dickinson. It sounded as if the streets were running, and when the streets stood still, eclipse was all we could see at the window, and awe was all we could feel. By and by the Boad stole out of his covert to see if time was where. Nature was in a barrel apron, mixing fresher air. Success, by Emily Dickinson. Success is counted sweetest by those who never succeed. To comprehend the nectar requires sorest need. Not one of all the purple host who took the flag today can tell the definition so clear of victory as he, defeated, dying on whose forbidden ear the distant strains of triumph break, agonized and clear.
Summer begins to have a look, by Emily Dickinson. Summer begins to have a look, pursuer of enchanting book, reluctantly but sure perceives, again upon the backward leaves. Autumn begins to be in third, the millinery of a cloud, or deeper colour on the shovel, and wraps the everlasting hill. The eye begins its avarice, meditation chastens speech, supply of a distant tree resumes his gaudy industry. Conclusion is the cause of all, at most to be perennial, and when eludes stability recalls to mortality. Summer for thee, grand I may be, by Emily Dickinson. Summer for thee, grand I may be, when summer days are flown, and music still when whippoorwill and oriole are done. For thee to bloom I'll skip the tomb, and room blossoms o'er, pray gather me anemone, the flower for evermore. Summer laid her simple head, by Emily Dickinson. Summer laid her simple head on its boundless shelf, unobserved a ribbon split, snatch it for yourself. Summer laid her supple glove in its silken drawer, as sere or was she, the demand of awe.
Summer shower, by Emily Dickinson. A drop fell on the apple tree, another on the roof. A half a dozen kissed the eaves and made the gabbles laugh. A few went out to help the brook, but went to help the sea. Myself conjectured where the pearls, what necklace could be. The dust replaced and hoisted roads, the birds' jacuzza sung. The sunshine threw his hat away, the orchard sprinkles hung. The breezes brought dejected lutes and bathed them in the glee. The east put out a single flag and signed the feet away.
Superfluous were the sun, by Emily Dickinson. Superfluous were the sun, when excellence be dead, he was superfluous every day, for every day be said. That syllable whose faith just saves it from despair, and whose "I'll meet you" hesitates of love inquire where? Upon his dateless fame our periods may lie, as stars that drop anonymous from an abundant sky. Superiority to Fate by Emily Dickinson. Superiority to fate is difficult to gain. It is not conferred with any but possible to earn. A pittance at a time, until to her surprise the soul of strict economy subsides to paradise.
Surgeons must be very careful by Emily Dickinson. Surgeons must be very careful when they take the knife. Underneath the fine incisions stirs the culprit, life. Surrender by Emily Dickinson. Doubt me by dim companion. Why, God would be content with but a fraction of a love poured we without a stint. The whole of me forever, what more the woman can, say quick, that I may dower we with last delight I own. It cannot be my spirit, for that was wine before. I keyed it all of dust I knew, what opulence the more had I, a humble maiden, whose farthest of degree was that she might some distant heaven dread timidly with thee. Suspense by Emily Dickinson. Elysium is as far as to the very nearest room, if in that room a friend rate felicity or doom. What fortitude the sound contains that it can so endure, the accent of the coming foot, the opening of a door.
Sweet hours have perished here by Emily Dickinson. Sweet hours have perished here, this is a timid room, within its prisons hopes have played, now fallen in the tomb. Sweet is the swamp with its secrets by Emily Dickinson. Sweet is the swamp with its secrets, until we meet a snake. 'Tis then we sigh for houses and our departure take. At that enthralling gallop that only childhood knows, a snake is summer's treason and guileless where it goes. Sweet pirate of a heart by Emily Dickinson. Sweet pirate of a heart, not pirate of the sea, what recketh thee? Some spices mutiny, some utters perfidy, confide in me. Take all away by Emily Dickinson. Take all away, the one thing worth decency is left, the immortality. Taken from men this morning by Emily Dickinson. Taken from men this morning, carried by men today, met by the gods with banners, or marshalled her away. One little maid from playmates, one little mind from school, there must be guests in Eden, all the rooms are full. Far as the east from even, dim as the border star, quarters quaint and kingdoms of departure are. Talk with prudence to a beggar by Emily Dickinson. Talk with prudence to a beggar of potatoes and the means, reverently to the hungry of your vivens and your wines, cautious into any captive you have passed enfranchised feet. Anecdotes of air and dungeons have sometimes proved deadly sweet. Than heaven more remote by Emily Dickinson. Than heaven more remote, for heaven is the root, but these are flitted seed, more flown indeed than ones that never were, or those that hide and are. What madness by their side, a vision to provide a future days they cannot praise. My soul, to find them come they cannot call a dump, nor proof nor woe, but that they have a dope, is absolute as God and instant too.
Thanksgiving Day by Emily Dickinson. One day's rare of a series, termed Thanksgiving Day, celebrated part at table, part in memory. Neither patriarch I dissect the play, seems it to my hooded thinking reflects holiday. Had there been no sharp subtraction from the early sum, not an acre or a caption there was once a room, not a mention whose small pebble wrinkled any bay, and to such were such assembly to a Thanksgiving Day.
That is solemn we have ended by Emily Dickinson. That is solemn we have ended, be it but a play, or glee among the gathered or holiday, or leaving home, or later parting with the world, if understood for better, still to be explained. That love is all there is by Emily Dickinson. That love is all there is all we know of love. It is enough, the freight should be proportioned to the growth. When she forgot me was the least, by Emily Dickinson. When she forgot me was the least, I felt its second pain, was worthy to forget was most I thought upon. Faith was all that I could boast, but constancy become to her, by her innominate, is something like a shame. That such have died enable us, by Emily Dickinson. That such have died enable us, but tranquiller to die, that such have lived certificate for mortality.
The Balloon by Emily Dickinson. You've seen balloons set, haven't you? So stately they scant, it is as once discarded you for duty's diamond. Their liquid feet go softly out upon a sea of blonde. They spurn the air as to where to mean for creatures so renowned. The ribbons just beyond the eye, they struggle some for breath, and yet a crowd applauds below. They would not encore death. The gilded creature strains and spins, trips frantic in a tree, tears open the imperial veins and tumbles in the sea. The crowd retire with an oath, the dust and streets go stone, and clerks in counting rooms observe 'twas only a balloon. The Bat by Emily Dickinson. The bat is done with wrinkled rings like fellow article, and not a song parades his lips, or none perceptible. His small umbrella, quaintly halved, describing in the air an arc-like, inscrutable, elate philosopher, deputed from what firmament of what astute adobe, empowered with what malevolence auspiciously withheld. To his adroit creator ascribed no less the praise, beneficent, believe me, his eccentricities.
The bat is done with wrinkled wings by Emily Dickinson. The bat is done with wrinkled wings like fellow article, not a song pervade his lips or none perceptible. His small umbrella quaintly halved, describing in the air an arc-like inscrutable elate philosopher, deputed from what firmament of what astute abode, empowered with what malignity auspiciously withheld. To his adroit creator ascribed no less the praise, beneficent, believe me, his eccentricities.
The Battlefield by Emily Dickinson. They dropped like flakes, they dropped like stars, like petal from a rose, and suddenly across the June a wind with fingers goes. They perished in the seamless dress, no eye could find the place, but God on his reapless list can summon every face. The Bee by Emily Dickinson. Like trains of cars on tracks of plush, I hear the level bee. Ajar across the flowers go, the velvet masonry, withstands until the sweet assault the chivalry consumes, while he, victorious, tilts away to vanquish other blooms. His feet are shod with gauze, his helmet is of gold, his breast a single onyx, with chrysoprase inlaid. His labour is a chant, his idleness a tune, of our bee's experience of clovers and of noon. The Bee is not afraid of me by Emily Dickinson. The bee is not afraid of me. I know the butterfly, the pretty people in the woods receive me cordially. The brooks laugh louder when I come, the breeze matter play. Wherefore mine eyes by silver mists, wherefore, O summer's day?
The Bible is an antique volume by Emily Dickinson. The Bible is an antique volume written by faded men, at the suggestion of holy spectres, subjects, Bethlehem, Eden, the ancient homestead, Satan, the brigadier, Judas, the great defaulter, David, the troubadour, sin, a distinguished precipice, others must resist. Boys that believe are very lonesome, other boys are lost. Had but the taller and warbler teller, all the boys would come, all of your sermon captivated, I did not condemn. The bird the punctual music brings by Emily Dickinson. Bird a punctual music brings and lays it in its place. Its place is in the human heart and in the heavenly grace. What respite from a thrilling toy that beauty ever take, at earth might be electric rest to those that magic make.
The Bluebird by Emily Dickinson. Before you thought of spring, except as a surmise, you see, God bless his suddenness, a fellow in the skies of independent hues, a little weather-worn, inspiriting habiliments of indigo and brown, with specimens of song as if for you to choose, discretion in the interval, with gay delays he goes to some superior tree without a single leaf, and shouts for joy to nobody but his seraphic self.
The Blunder is an Estimate by Emily Dickinson. The blunder is an estimate, eternity is where we say is of a station, meanwhile he is so near. It joins me in my ramble, divides about with me, the friend have I that so persists as this eternity. The body grows devoid by Emily Dickinson. The body grows devoid, the more convenient way that if a spirit, like to hide its temple, stands all the way ajar, secure and inviting, it never did betray the self that asks his shelter in solemn honesty. Bone that has no marrow by Emily Dickinson. The bone that has no marrow, what ultimate for wit? It is not fit for table, for beggar, or for cat. Bonus obligations, a being has the same, a marrowless assembly is culpable and shame. But how shall finished creatures a function fresh obtain, all Nicodemus phantom confronting us again?
The Brain by Emily Dickinson. The brain is wider than the sky, for put them side by side, the one the other will include with ease, and you beside. The brain is deeper than the sea, for hold them, blue to blue, the one the other will absorb as sponges buckets do. The brain is just the weight of God, for lift them pound for pound, and they will defer, if they do, as syllables from sound.
Butterfly in Honor Dust by Emily Dickinson. Butterfly in honor dust, assuredly will lie, but none will pass the catacomb so chestnut as the fly. Butterfly obtains, by Emily Dickinson. Butterfly obtains but a little sympathy or favourably mentioned in etymology. Because he treaded freely and wears the proper coat, the circumspects are certain that he is dissolute. Had he the homely scutcheon of modest industry, to a fitter certifying for mortality.
The Butterfly's Day, by Emily Dickinson. From cocoon forth a butterfly, as lady from a door, emerged a summer afternoon, repairing everywhere, without design that I could trace, except to stray abroad on Miss Chalander's enterprise, the clovers understood. Her pretty parasol was seen contracting in a field where man made hay when struggling hard with an opposing load. The party's phantom as herself to nowhere seemed to go, and purposeless circumference as 'twere a tropic show. And notwithstanding bee that worked, and flower that zealous blew, this audience of idleness disdained them from the sky, till sundown crept a steady tide, and man that made the hay, and afternoon and butterfly extinguished in its sea.
Butterfly upon the Sky, by Emily Dickinson. Butterfly upon the sky, doesn't know its name, hasn't any tax to pay, hasn't any home. It's just as high as you and I, and higher, I believe, so way and never sigh, and that's the way to grieve. The clock strikes one that just struck two, by Emily Dickinson. The clock strikes one that just struck two, some schisms in the sum, a vagabond for Genesis has wrecked the pendulum.
The Coming of Night, by Emily Dickinson. How the old mountains drip with sunset and the break of dawn, how the hemlocks are tipped in tinsel by the wizard sun, how the old steeples hand the scarlet till the ball is full, how I the lip of a flamingo that I dare to tell, then how the fire ebbs like billows touching all the grass with a departing, sapphire feature as if a duchess pass, how a small dusk crawls on the village till the houses blot, and the odd flame books no man carry glimmer on the spot. Now it is night and nest and candle, and where was a wood? Just the doom of abyss is nodding into solitude. These are visions baffled Guido, Titan never told. Dominichino dropped the pencil, powerless to unfold.
The Competitions of the Sky, by Emily Dickinson. The Competitions of the Sky, Cordelis ply.
The Contract, by Emily Dickinson. I gave myself to him, and took himself for pay. The solemn contract of a life was ratified with way. Who wealth might disappoint, myself a poor proof when this great purchaser suspect, the daily own of love, depreciate the vision. But till the merchant buy, still fable in the isles of spice the subtle cargoes lie. At least 'tis mutual risk, some founded mutual gain, sweet debt of life each night to owe, insolvent every noon.
The Crickets Sang, by Emily Dickinson. The crickets sang, and set the sun, and workmen finished one by one where seemed the day upon. The loggerers loaded with the dew the twilight stood as strangers do, with hat in hand, polite and new to stay as if or go. A vastness as the neighbour came, a wisdom with what face or name, a peace, a hemisphere at home, and so the night became.
The daisy follows soft the sun, by Emily Dickinson. The daisy follows soft the sun, and when his golden walk is done, sits shyly at his feet. He, walking, finds the flower near. Wherefore, marauder, art thou here? Because, sir, love is sweet. We are the flowers, woe the sun. Forgive us, if his days decline, we near steal to thee. And armoured of a parting west, the peace, the flight, the amethyst, night's possibility.
The Devil had fidelity, by Emily Dickinson. The devil had fidelity, would be the best friend, because he has the ability, but devils cannot mend. Perfidy is the virtue that would but he resign the devil, would question the thoroughly divine. The Difference Between Despair, by Emily Dickinson. The difference between despair and fear is like the one between the instant of a wreck and when the wreck has been. The mind is smooth, no motion, contented as the eye upon the forehead of a bust that knows it cannot see.
The Distance That the Dead Have Gone, by Emily Dickinson. The distance that the dead have gone does not at first appear. Their coming back seems possible for many an ardent year. And when that we have followed them, we more than half suspect, so intimate have we become with their dear retrospect. The Duel, by Emily Dickinson. I took my power in my hand, and went against the world. 'Twas not so much as David had, but I was twice as bold. I aimed my pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was it Goliath was too large, or only I too small?
The Desk Behind I strove to join, by Emily Dickinson. The desk behind I strove to join, and the disk before. But sequence revelled out of sound like balls upon the floor. The Duties of a Winter View by Emily Dickinson. The duties of a winter view, to cast the ships at sea, established march, the floods scored and usher liberty. The pleasures of a winter broad to dwell extend among, remain, or wonder, speculate, or forests entertain. The kinsmen of the winter peaks, Azuf, the equinox, also with burdened Esther read, a bowing intercourse. The mutations of the wind do he exist to die, to wise he seems for wakelessness, however, now not I. The dying need but little, dear, by Emily Dickinson. The dying need but little, dear, a glass of water's all, a flower's unobtrusive face to punctuate the wall, a fan perhaps, a friend's regret, a certainty for the one no colour and rainbow perceive, you are gone. The event was directly behind him, by Emily Dickinson. The event was directly behind him, yet he did not guess, fitted itself to himself like a rope, relished his ignorance. Motion itself to drill, loaded and levelled, and let his flesh centuries from his soul. The Face in Evanescence Lane by Emily Dickinson. The face in Evanescence Lane is more distinct than ours surrendered for its sake as capsules are for flowers. Or is it the confining sheen that ascending to enamor us of detriment divine? The face we choose to miss by Emily Dickinson. The face we choose to miss, be it but for a day, as absent as 100 years, when it has rolled away. The farthest thunder that I heard, by Emily Dickinson. The farthest thunder that I heard was nearer than the sky, and rumbled still, what horrid noons flamed the missiles by. The lightning that preceded it struck no one but myself. I would not exchange the bolt for all the rest of life. Indebtedness to oxygen the happy may repay, but not the obligation to electricity. It founds the homes and decks the days under every glamour bright, is but the gleam concomitant of that waylaying light. The thought is quiet as a flake, a crash without a sound, how lies the vibration its explanation found. The Feet of People Walking Home by Emily Dickinson. The feet of people walking home with gayer sandals go, the crocus twitchy rises, the vessel of snow, the lips of hallelujah, long years of practice bore. By and by these bargain walked, singing on the shore. Pearls of the divers' farthings, exhorted from the sea, pinions the self's wagon, pedestrian ones as we. Nice morning's canvas, largens, legacy death, with our rapt attention to mortality. My figures fail to tell me how far the village lies, whose passions are the angels whose cantons dot the skies. My classics veil their faces, my faith the darker doors, which from its solemn abbey such resurrection pours.
The First Lesson by Emily Dickinson. Not in this world to see his face sounds long, until I read the place where this is said to be, but just the primer to a life unopened, rare, upon the shelf, clasped yet to him and me. And yet my primer sweets me so, I would not choose a book to know when wet, be sweet or wise. Might someone else so learned be, and leave me just my ABC, himself could have the skies.
The Flake the Wind Exasperate by Emily Dickinson. The flake the wind exasperate, more eloquently lie, when if escorted to its down by arm of chivalry.
The Forgotten Grave by Emily Dickinson. After 100 years nobody knows the place, agony when enacted where, motionless as peace. Reads triumphant wrangled strangers strode and spelled at the lone autography of the elder dead. Winds of summer fields recollect their way, instinct picking up the key, dropping by memory. The Funeral by Emily Dickinson. That short potential stir that each can make but once, that bustle so illustrious, 'tis almost consequence, is the eclat of death. Although unknown renown that not a beggar would accept, had he the power to spurn.
The Future Never Spoke by Emily Dickinson. The future never spoke, nor will he, like the dumb, reveal a sign, a syllable of his profound to come. Then the news be ripe, presented in the act, forestalling preparation, escape, or substitute. Indifference to him, the dower is the doom, his office, to execute fate's telegram to him. The Gentian Weaves the Fringes by Emily Dickinson. The Gentian weaves the fringes, the maple's loom is red, my departing blossoms obviate parade. A brief but patient illness, an hour to prepare, and one below this morning is where the angels are. It was a short procession, the bobolink was where an HB addressed us, and when we knelt in prayer, we trust that she was willing, we ask what we may be. Summer, sister Sarah, let us go with thee. In the name of a bee, and of a butterfly, and of a breeze. Amen. Gleam of an Heroic Act by Emily Dickinson. The gleam of an heroic act, such strange illumination, the possible slow fuses lit by the imagination.
The Goal by Emily Dickinson. Each life converges to some center, expressed or still. Exists in every human nature a goal, admitted scarcely to itself it may be, to fare for credibility's temerity to dare, adored with caution as the bridal heaven, to reach the hopeless as rainbow's raiment to touch. Yet preserved toward sure for the distance, how high unto the saints' slow diligence the sky, ungained it may be by a life's slow venture, but when eternity enables the endeavouring again.
The Going from a World We Know by Emily Dickinson. The going from a world we know to one a wonder still is like the child's adversity whose vista is a hill. Behind the hill is sorcery and everything unknown, but will the secret compensate for climbing it alone? The grave my little cottage is by Emily Dickinson. The grave my little cottage is, where keeping house for thee I make my parlour orderly and lay the marble tea. For two divided briefly a cycle it may be, till everlasting life unite in strong society. The healed heart shows its shallow scar by Emily Dickinson. The healed heart shows its shallow scar of confidential moan, not mended by mortality are fabrics truly torn. So go its convalescence ways, so shameless is to see, but genuine but perfect even such fidelity. The heart has many doors by Emily Dickinson. The heart has many doors, I can but knock, for any sweet come in, impelled to hark, not saddened by repulse repast to me, that somewhere where exists supremacy. The hills erect their purple heads by Emily Dickinson. The hills erect their purple heads, rivers are lean to sea, yet man has not of all the throng a curiosity. The immortality she gave by Emily Dickinson. The immortality she gave we bored at her grave, but just one plotted famishing the might of human love. The Incidents of Love by Emily Dickinson. The incidents of love are more than its events, investment's best expositor is the minute per cents. The Inundation of a Spring by Emily Dickinson. The inundation of a spring enlarges every soul, it sweeps the tentment away but leaves the water whole, in which the soul at first estranged seeks faintly for its shore, but acclimated pines no more for that peninsula.
The Journey by Emily Dickinson. Our journey had advanced, our feet were almost come to that odd fork in being's road, eternity by turn. Our pace took sudden awe, feet reluctant led, before we cities, but between the forest of the dead. Retard was out of hope, behind the sealed road, eternity's white flag before, and God at every gate.
The Largest Fire Ever Known by Emily Dickinson. The largest fire ever known occurs each afternoon. Discovered is without surprise, proceeds without concern. Consumes in our report to man in Occidental town, you build another morning to be again burned down.
The Last Night That She Lived by Emily Dickinson. The last night that she lived, it was a common night, except the dying. This to us made nature different. We noticed smallest things overlooked before, by this great light upon our minds, italicized as it were. That others could exist, while she must finish quiet, a jealousy for a rose so nearly infinite. We waited while she passed, it was a narrow time. Too jostled were our souls to speak, at length the notice came. She mentioned and forgot, when lightly as a reed bent to water, shivered scared, consented, and was dead. And we replaced the hair and drew the head erect, and when an awful leisure was our fate to regulate. The Letter by Emily Dickinson. Going to him, happy letter. Tell him the page I didn't write. Tell him I only said the syntax and left the verb and the pronoun out. Tell him just how the fingers hurried, when how we waited, slow, slow, slow. And when you wished you had ice in your pages, so you could see what moved them so. Tell him it wasn't a practiced writer, you guessed, from the way the sentence toiled. You could hear the body's tuck behind you, and if it held but the might of a child, you almost betide it. You, it worked so. Tell him, no, you may quibble where, for it would split his heart to know it, and when you and I were silenter. Tell him night finished before we finished, and the old clock kept nighing day, and you got sleepy and begged to be ended. What could it hinder so, to say? Tell him just how she sealed you, cautious, but if he ask where you are hid, until tomorrow, happy letter, gesture, coquette, and shake your head. The Lonely House by Emily Dickinson. I know some lonely houses of the road, a Robert like the look of, wooden bared, and windows hanging low, inviting to a portico, where two could creep. One hand with tools, the other peep to make sure all's asleep. old-fashioned eyes not easy to surprise. How orderly the kitchen look by night, with just a clock, but we could gag the tick, and mice won't bark, and so the walls don't tell, none will. A pair of spectacles ajar just stir, and almanacs aware. Was it the mad wrinkled or nervous star? The moon slides down the stair to see who's where. There's plunder where? Tankard or spoon, earring or stone, a watch, some ancient brooch to match the grandmamma stayed sleeping where. Day rattles too, stealth slow. The sun has got as far as the third sycamore, screams chanticleer, who's where? And echoes trains away, sneer, where? While the old couple just a star, fancy the sunrise left the door ajar.
The Long Sigh of a Frog by Emily Dickinson. The long sigh of a frog upon a summer's day enacts intoxication upon the reverie, but his receding swell substinates the peace that makes the ear inordinate for corporal release. The Longest Day That God Appoints by Emily Dickinson. The little notes shall go as fast as steam can take them, our hearts already went. What we call mailer faces for your dear encouragement. Remember the longest day that God appoints will finish with the sun. Anguish can travel to its stake, and then it must return. The Look of Thee, What Is It Like? By Emily Dickinson. The look of thee, what is it like? Hast thou hand or foot, or mention of identity, and what is thy pursuit? A phallus or realms of themes, hast thou delight of thee or longing, and is that for us, or values more severe? A change to ensues all other traits, an actor all other blame, but deign this last certificate, that thou shalt be the same.
The Lost Jewel by Emily Dickinson. I held the jewel in my fingers and went to sleep. The day was warm and winds were prosy. I said, 'Twill keep. I woke and chid my honest fingers. The gem was gone, and now an amethyst remembrance is all I own. The Lost Thought by Emily Dickinson. I felt it clearing in my mind as if my brain had split. I tried to match it seam by seam, but could not make them fit. The thought behind I strove to join into the thought before, but sequence raveled out of reach like balls upon a floor. The Lovers by Emily Dickinson. The roasted shaper on her cheek, her body's rose and fell, her pretty speech like drunken men did stagger pitiful. Her fingers fumbled at her work, her needle would not go. What ailed so smart a little maid, it puzzled me to know, till opposite I spied a cheek that bore another rose, just opposite another speech that like the drunkard goes. A westward like the bodies danced to the immortal tune, till those two treble little clocks ticked softly into one.
The Luxury to Apprehend by Emily Dickinson. The luxury to apprehend, the luxury 'twould be to look at thee a single time in a picture of me. Whatsoever present makes, till for a further foot I scarce recollect to starve, so first am I supplied. The luxury to meditate, the luxury it was, long word of a countenance, as somethingness bestows. On plainer days, whose table far as certainty can see, is laden with a single crumb, but the consciousness of thee.
The Master by Emily Dickinson. He fumbles at your spirit as players at the keys before they drop full music on. He stuns you by degrees, prepares your bridal substance for the ethereal blow, by fainter hammers further heard, when nearer, when so slow, your breath has time to straighten, your brain to bubble cool, deals one imperial thunderbolt that scalps your naked soul.
The Missing All Prevented Me by Emily Dickinson. The missing all prevented me from missing minor things. If nothing larger than the world's departure from a hinge or sun's extinction be observed, 'twas not so large that I could lift my forehead from a work for curiosity.
The Monument by Emily Dickinson. She laid her dogal crescent down, and this mechanic stone still states to dates that have forgot the news that she is gone. So constant to its solid trust, the chef that never knew, it shames the constancy that fled before its emblem flew.
The Moon by Emily Dickinson. The moon was but a chin of gold a night or two ago, and now she turns her perfect face upon the world below. Her forehead is of a pleased blonde, her cheek like beryl stone, her eye unto the summer dew the likest I have known. Her lips of amber never part, but what must be the smile upon a friend she couldst bestow with such her silver will? And what a privilege to be but the remotest star, for certainly a way might pass beside your twinkling door. Upon it is the firmament, the universe her shoe, the stars her trinkles at her belt, her dimities of blue.
The Moon is Distant from the Sea by Emily Dickinson. The moon is distant from the sea, and yet with amber hands she leads him, docile as a boy, along appointed sands. He never misses a decree. Obedient to her eye, comes just so far toward the town, just so far goes away. Osania, vine me in my hand, and mine the distant sea. Obedient to the least command, mine eyes imposed on me.
The Moon upon the Fluent Route by Emily Dickinson. The moon upon a fluent route to find of a road, the stars etruscan arguments substinate the god. If aims impede with estul once allowed to know that which makes them as forgot as dawn forgets them now. The moon was but a chin of gold by Emily Dickinson. The moon was but a chin of gold a night or two ago, and now she turns a perfect face upon the world below. Her forehead is of amblest blonde, her cheek beryl hewn, her eye unto the summer dew the likest I have known. Her lips of amber never part, but what must be the smile upon a friend she could confer with such a silver will? What a privilege to be but the remotest star, for certainty she take her way beside your palace door. Her bonnet is the firmament, the universe her shoe, the stars the trinkets at the belt, at dimities of blue. The most triumphant bird I ever knew or met by Emily Dickinson. The most triumphant bird ever knew or met embarked upon a twig today, until dominion said, I famished to behold its eminent sight, and sank for nothing scrutable but imitate delight. Retired and resume his transitive estate, to what delicious extent does finest glory fit?
The Mountain by Emily Dickinson. The mountain sat upon the plain in his eternal chair, his observation omnifold, his inquest everywhere. The seasons prayed around his knees like children around a sire. Grandfather of a days is he, of dawn the anchor-star.
The murmuring of bees has ceased by Emily Dickinson. The murmuring of bees has ceased, but murmuring of some posterior prophetic has simultaneous come. Allow metres of the year when nature's love is done, revelations of the book whose genius was June, appropriate creatures to a change the typic mother sends as accents fades to intervade with separating friends. What we speculate has been, and force we will not show, more intimate with us become than persons that we know.
The Mushroom by Emily Dickinson. The mushroom is the elf of plants, at evening it is not. At morning, in a truffled hat, it stood upon a spot, as if it tarried always, and yet its whole career is shorter than a snake's delay, and fleeter than a tear. 'Tis as vegetation's juggler, the germ of alibi, doth like a bubble antedate and like a bubble high. I feel as if a grass were pledged to have it intermit, the surreptitious scion of summer circumspect. Had nature any outcast face, could she a sun contemn. Had nature an Iscariot, that mushroom, it is him.
The mushroom is the elf of plants by Emily Dickinson. The mushroom is the elf of plants. At evening it is not. At morning in a truffled hut it stood upon a spot, as if it tarried always, and yet its whole career is shorter than a snake's delay and fleeter than a tear. 'Tis vegetation's juggler, the germ of alibi, doth like a bubble antedate and like a bubble he. I feel as if a grass was pledged to have it intermit, this surreptitious scion of summer circumspect. Had nature any subtle face, or could she one contemn? Had nature an apostate, that mushroom, it is him. The nearest dream recedes unrealized by Emily Dickinson. The nearest dream recedes unrealized. The heavenly chase, like the June bee before the schoolboy invites the race, stops, Tunisia clover, dips, evades, teases, deploys, then to the royal clouds lift his light pinnace, heedless of the boy, staying bewildered at the mocking sky. Homesick for steadfast honey, the bee flies not, that brews that rare variety. The night was white and furnished scant by Emily Dickinson. The night was white and furnished scant, with but a single star, and often as a cloud it met, blew out itself for fear. The wind pursued the little bush, and drove away the leaves. November left, and clambered up and fretted in the eaves. Now squirreled when the broad dog's belated feet, like intermitted plush, be heard adown the empty street. To feet of blinds be fast, and closer to the fire, a little rocking chair to draw, and shiver for the poor. The housewife's gentle task, how pleasant her, said she, unto the sofa opposite, the salade than may not be.
The one that could repeat the summer day by Emily Dickinson. The one that could repeat the summer day were greater than itself, though be minuetest of mankind might be. And who could reproduce the sun at period of going down? The lingering in the stain, I mean, when Orient has been outgrown, and Occident becomes unknown, his name remain.
The ones that disappeared are back by Emily Dickinson. The ones that disappeared are back, fur beyond the crow, precisely as on March is heard the curtness of a jay. With some autumn or spring my wisdom loses way, one side of me the nuts are ripe, the other side is May.
The Only Ghost I Ever Saw by Emily Dickinson. The only ghost I ever saw was dressed in Mechlin, so he wore no sandal on his foot and stepped like flakes of snow. His gait was soundless like the bird, but rapid like the roe, his fashions quainty, mosaic, or harply mistletoe. His conversation seldom is lava like the breeze that dies away in dimples among the pensive trees. Our interview was transient of me, himself was shy, and God forbid I look behind since that appalling day.
The Overtakelessness of Those by Emily Dickinson. The overtakelessness of those who have accomplished death majestic is to me beyond the majesties of earth. Their soul her not at home inscribes upon the flesh and takes a fair gate beyond the hope of touch.
The Past by Emily Dickinson. The past is such a curious creature, to look her in the face, a transport may reward us or disgrace. Unarmed, if any meet her, I charge him, fly, a rusty ammunition might yet reply.
The past is such a curious creature by Emily Dickinson. The past is such a curious creature, to look her in the face, a transport may receive us or a disgrace. Unarmed, if any meet her, I charge and fly, a faded ammunition might yet reply. The props assist the house by Emily Dickinson. The props assist the house until the house is built, and when the props withdraw and adequate eject, the house support itself and keys to recollect the augur and the carpenter. Just such a retrospect hath the perfect life, a past of plank and nail and slowness, and the scaffold's drop affirming at the soul.
The Railway Train by Emily Dickinson. I like to see it lap the miles and lick the valleys up, and stop to feed itself at tanks, and then prodigious step around a pile of mountains, and supercilious pier and shanties by the sides of roads, and then a crawl pair to fit its sides and crawl between, complaining all the while in horrid, hooting stanza, then chase itself downhill, and nigh like Boanerges, then punctual as a star, stop, docile and omnipotent at its own stable door. The Rat by Emily Dickinson. The rat is the conscious tenant, he pays no rent, repudiates the obligation on schemes intent, balking our wit to sound or circumvent, hate cannot harm a foe so reticent, neither decree prohibits him, lawful as equilibrium.
Reticent Volcano Keeps by Emily Dickinson. Reticent Volcano keeps his never slumbering plan, confined at highest projects pink to no precarious man. If nature will not tell the tale Jehovah told to her, can human nature not survive without a listener? Admonished by her buckled lips, let every babbler be, the only secret people keep is immortality.
The Return by Emily Dickinson. Though I get home how late, so I get home 'twill compensate. Better will be ecstasy would way have done expecting me, when night is canting, dumb and dark, they hear my unexpected knock. Transporting must the moment be, brewed from decades of agony. To think just how the fire will burn, just how long cheated eyes will turn, to wonder what myself will say, and what itself will say to me, beguiles the centuries of way.
A right to perish might be fought by Emily Dickinson. A right to perish might be fought, an undisputed right, attempted in the universe upon the opposite, will concentrate its officers. You cannot even die, but nature and mankind must pause to pay your scrutiny.
The Robin by Emily Dickinson. The robin is the one that interrupts the morn, with hurried, few express reports when March is scarcely on. The robin is the one that overflows the noon with her cherubic quantity and April but begun. The robin is the one that speechless from her nest submits that home and certainty and sanctity are best.
The Robin is the One by Emily Dickinson. The robin is the one that interrupts the morn, with hurried, few express reports and March is scarcely on. The robin is the one that overflow the noon with a cherubic quantity and April both begun. The robin is the one that speechless from her nest submit that home and certainty and sanctity are best. The roasted capper on her cheek by Emily Dickinson. A roasted capper on her cheek, her body rose and fell, a pretty speech like drunken man did stagger pitiful. Fingers fumbled at her work, a needle would not go, what ailed so smart a little maid it puzzled me to know. The opposite a spited cheek that bore another rose, just opposite another speech that like a drunkard goes. A vest that like her bodice danced to the immortal tune, her voice too troubled, like clocks, ticked softly into one. The saddest noise, the sweetest noise by Emily Dickinson. The saddest noise, the sweetest noise, the maddest noise that grows, the birds that make it in the spring, at night's delicious close. Between the March and April line, that magical frontier beyond which summer hesitates almost to heavenly near. It makes us think of all the dead that sauntered with us here, with separation sorcery made cruelly more dear. It makes us think of what we had and what we now deplore. We almost wish that those siren throats would go and sing no more. An ear can break a human heart as quickly as a spear. Wish the ear had not a heart so dangerously near. The Saviour must have been, by Emily Dickinson. The Saviour must have been a docile gentleman, to come so far so cold a day for little fellow man. Road to Bethlehem, since he and I the boys was levelled, but the wet would be racked billion miles.
The Sea, by Emily Dickinson. And everywhere of silver with ropes of sand to keep it from effacing the track called land. The Sea of Sunset, by Emily Dickinson. This is the land the sunset washes. These are the banks of the yellow sea. Where it rose, or whither it rushes, these are the western mystery. Night after night her purple traffic strews the landing with opal bales. Merchantmen poise upon horizon, dip and vanish with fairy sails.
The sea said, "Come to the brook," by Emily Dickinson. The sea said, "Come to the brook." The brook said, "Let me grow." The sea said, "When you will be a sea, I want a brook, come now." The sea said, "Go to the sea." The sea said, "I am he you cherished. Learn waters, wisdom's tale to me."
The Secret, by Emily Dickinson. Some things that fly where be, birds, ours the bumblebee, of these no elegy. Some things that stay where be, grief hails eternity, nor this behoveth me. Where are that resting rise? Can I expound the skies? How still the riddle lies. The Shelter, by Emily Dickinson. The body grows outside, the more convenient way, that if a spirit like to hide, its temple stands alway, ajar, secure, inviting, that never did betray the soul that asked its shelter in timid honesty. The Show, by Emily Dickinson. The show is not the show, but way that go. Menagerie to me my neighbour be, fair play, both when to see.
The show is not the show, by Emily Dickinson. The show is not the show, but the way that go. Menagerie to me my neighbour be, fair play, both when to see. The skies can't keep their secret, by Emily Dickinson. The skies can't keep their secret, they tell it to the hills just tell the orchards and they the daffodils. A bird by chance that goes that way, soft over hears the whole, why I should bribe the little bird who knows what she would tell. I think I won't, however, it's finer not to know if some of an axiom what sorcery had snow. So keep your secret, father, I would not if I could know what the sapphire fellows do in your new-fashioned world.
The Sleeping Flowers, by Emily Dickinson. Whose are the little beds? I asked. Which in the valleys lie? Some shook their heads and others smiled, and no one made reply. Perhaps they did not hear, I said. I will inquire again. Whose are the beds, the tiny beds so thick upon the plain? 'Tis Daisy in the shortest, a little farther on, nearest the door to wake the first, little Leontodon. 'Tis Iris, sir, and Esther, Anemone and Belle, Bacci and the blanket red, and chubby the Foldy. Meanwhile at many cradles her busy foot she plied, humbling the quaintest lullaby that ever rocked a child. Hush! Abigail wakens, the crocus stirs her lids, Odero's cheek is crimson, she's dreaming of her woods. When turning from them, reverend, a bedtime 'tis, she said. The bumblebees will wake when the April woods are red. The Snake, by Emily Dickinson. An arrow follows in the grass, occasionally rides. You may have met him, did you not? His note is sudden is. The grass divides as with a comb, a spotted shaft is seen, and when it closes at your feet, it opens further on. He likes a boggy acre, a floor too cool for corn, yet when a child and barefoot I more than once at morn have passed, I thought, a whiplash, unbraiding in the sun. When stopping to secure it, it wrinkled and was gone. Several of nature's people I know, and they know me. I feel for them a transport of cordiality, but never meet this fellow, attended or alone, without a tighter breathing and zero at the bone. The Snow, by Emily Dickinson. It sifts from leaden sieves, it powders all wood, it fills with alabaster hue the wrinkles of a road. It makes an even face of mountain and of plain, unbroken forehead from the east unto the east again. It reaches to the fence, it wraps it, rail by rail, till it is lost in fleeces. It flings a crystal veil on stump and stack and steep. The summer's empty room, acres of seams where harvest were, recordless but for them. It ruffles wrists of posts, as ankles of a queen, when stills its artisans like ghosts denying they have been. The Soul's Storm, by Emily Dickinson. It struck me every day, the lightning was as new as if a cloud with instant slit and let the fire through. It burned me in the night, it blistered in my dream, it sickened fresh upon my sigh with every morning's beam. I thought that storm was brief, the maddest, quickest by, but nature lost the date of this and left it in the sky.
The Soul's Superior Instance by Emily Dickinson. The soul's superior instance occurred to her alone, when friend on earth's occasion hath infinite withdrawn, or she herself ascended to too remote a height for law recognition than her omnipotent. This mortal opposition is seldom, but as fair as apparition, subject to autocratic air. Eternity's disclosure to favourites a view of a colossal substance of immortality. The soul should always stand ajar by Emily Dickinson. The soul should always stand ajar, that if the heaven inquire, he will not be obliged to wait or shy of troubling her. Depart before the host have slid the bolt unto the door, to search for the accomplished guest, her visitor no more. The soul that hath the guest by Emily Dickinson. The soul that hath the guest doth seldom go abroad, diviner crowd at home obliterate the need, and courtesy forbid the host departure when upon himself be visiting the Emperor of men.
The soul unto itself by Emily Dickinson. The soul unto itself is an imperial friend, or the most agonizing spy an enemy could send. Secure against its own, no treason it can fear. Itself its sovereign, of itself a soul should stand in awe.
The Spider is an Artist by Emily Dickinson. The spider is an artist has never been employed, though his surpassing merit is freely certified. By every broom and Bridget through the Christian land, neglected son of genius, I take thee by the hand.
The Spider by Emily Dickinson. A spider stood at night without a light upon an arc of white, and rough it was of dame or shroud of gnome, himself in form. Of immortality his strategy was physiognomy.
The spirit lasts, but in what a mode by Emily Dickinson. The spirit lasts, but in what a mode? Below the body speaks, but as the spirit furnishes. The part never talks, music in the violin does not emerge alone, but arm in arm with touch, yet touch alone is not a tune. The spirit lurks within the flesh, like tides within the sea, that make the water live. Estranged, what would the other be? Does it know, nor does it keys, at which to this is done, resuming it in mutual date with ever future one? Exacting this reply, adversity that may be, or wild prosperity. The rumour's gate was shut so tight before my mind was sown, not even the prognostic's push could make it end their own. The stars are old that stood for me by Emily Dickinson. The stars are old that stood for me, the west a little worn, yet never glows the only goal they ever cared to earn. Presuming on that lone result, infinite disdain, but a vanquished with my defeat, whose victory was slain. The stem of a departed flower by Emily Dickinson. The stem of a departed flower has still a silent ring, a beer from an emerald cord of a dispatch of pink. The stimulus beyond the grave by Emily Dickinson. The stimulus beyond the grave is countenance to see supports me like imperial gems afforded day by day.
The Storm by Emily Dickinson. There came a wind like a bugle, it quivered through the grass, and a green chill upon the heat, so ominous did pass. We bared the windows and the doors as from an emerald ghost. With doom's electric vocation that very instant passed, when the strange mob of panting trees and fences fled away, in the rivers where the houses ran, the living locked that day. The bell within the steeple wild, the flying tidings whirled. How much can come, and how much?
The Suburbs of a Secret by Emily Dickinson. The suburbs of a secret a strategist would keep, better than on a dream intrude to scrutinize the sleep. The sun just touched the morning by Emily Dickinson. The sun just touched the morning, happy thing, supposed that he had come to the bell, and life would always spring. She felt herself suprema, a raised eternal thing, henceforth for her would holiday. Meanwhile her wheeling king trailed slow along the orchards, his haughty spangled hems, leaving a new necessity, the wand of diadems. The morning fluttered, staggered, felt Sepal for a crown, her unanointed forehead, henceforth her only one. The sun retired to a cloud by Emily Dickinson. The sun retired to a cloud, a woman's shoulders big, when he sucked on mercury upon a scarlet lock. The drops on nature's forehead stood, home flew the loaded bees, the southwind rolled a purple fan and handed to the trees. The sweets of pillage can be known by Emily Dickinson. The sweets of pillage can be known to no one but the thief. Compassion for unchecked is the divinest grief. The Symptom of a Gale by Emily Dickinson. The symptom of a gale, the second of dismay, between its rumour and its face is almost revelry. The house's firmer root the heavens cannot be found, the upper surface of things stay covered in the ground. The memory of the sun not any can recall, although by nature sterling washes so scant and interval. And when the noise is caught and nature looks around, we dreamed it, she interrogates, good morning, we propound.
The Test by Emily Dickinson. I can await grief, whole pools of it, I'm used to it, but the least push of joy breaks up my feet, and I tip, drunken. Let no pebble smile, trust the new liqueur, that was all. Power is only pain, stranded through discipline, till weights will hang. Give balm to giants, and wail wild like men. Give him a lay, they'll carry him.
The Things We Thought That We Should Do by Emily Dickinson. The things we thought that we should do, we other things have done, and those peculiar industries have never been begun. The lands we thought that we should seek were large enough to run, with speculation keyed to speculation's sun. The heaven in which we hoped to pause when discipline was done, untenable to logic, but possible the one. The Thought Beneath So Slight a Film by Emily Dickinson. The thought beneath so slight a film is more distinctly seen, as laces just revealed the surge or mists the Apennine. The Treason of an Accent by Emily Dickinson. The treason of an accent might ex transfer, of her affecting fathoms no recoverer. The treason of an accent might vilify the joy, to breath corrode the rapture of sanctity to be.
The Tulip by Emily Dickinson. She slept beneath a tree, remembered but by me. I touched her cradle mute, she recognized the food, put on her carmine suit, and see. The Waking Year by Emily Dickinson. A lady red upon the hill her annual secret keeps, a lady white within the field in placid lily sleeps. The tidy breezes with their brooms sweep vale and hill and tree, purified by pretty housewives, who may expected be. The neighbors do not yet suspect. The woods exchange a smile, orchard and buttercup and bird, in such a little while. And yet how still the landscape stands, how nonchalant the wood, as if the resurrection were nothing very odd.
The Rare Reader Letters by Emily Dickinson. The Rare Reader Letters this first, I lock the door and push it with my fingers, next for transport it be sure. When I go the furthest off to counteract the knock, and draw my little letter forth and slowly pick the lock. Then glancing nearer at the wall and nearer at the floor for firm conviction of the mouse, and not exorcism before. Pursue how infinite I am to no one that you know, and sigh for lack of heaven, but not the heaven God bestow.
The White Heat by Emily Dickinson. There you see a soul at the white heat, encroach within the door, red as the fire's common tint. But when the vivid ore has seated flame's conditions, its quivering substance plays without a colour but the light of unanointed blaze. Least the village boasts its blacksmith, whose anvil's even din stands symbol for the finer fork that soundless tucks within, refining these impatient ores with hammer and with blaze, until the designated light repudiate the fork. The Wife by Emily Dickinson. She rose to his requirement, dropped the playthings of her life, to take the honourable work of woman and of wife. If aught she missed in her new day of amplitude or awe, or first perspective, or the gold-inducing war away, it lay unmentioned, as the sea develops pearl and wheat, but only to himself is known the fathoms they abide.
The Wind Began to Knead the Grass by Emily Dickinson. Wind began to knead the grass as woman doeth, or he flung a handful at the plain, a handful at the sky. Leaves unhooked themselves from trees and started all abroad, but as it scoop itself like hands and throw away the road. Wagons quickened on the street, the thunders gossiped low, the lightning showed a yellow head and then a livid toe. The birds put up their bars to nests, the cattle flung to barns. Then came one drop of giant rain, and then, as if the hands that held the dams had parted hold, the waters wrecked the sky, that overlooked my father's house, just quartering a tree. The Wind Drew Off by Emily Dickinson. The wind drew off like hungry dogs, defeated of a bone. Through fissures in volcanic clouds the yellow lightning shone, and trees held up their mangled limbs like animals in pain. The nature falls upon herself beware an Austrian. The Wind Tapped Like a Tired Man by Emily Dickinson. The wind tapped like a tired man, and like a host come in, aboutly answered, entered then my residence within. A rapid, footless guest to offer whom a chair, were as impossible as hand a sofa to the air. A bone had he to bind him, his speech was like the push of numerous humming-birds at once from superior bush. His countenance a billow his fingers as he passed, let go music, as if tunes blown tremulous in glass. He visited, still flitting, then like a timid man again, he tapped, 'twas hurriedly, and I became alone. The work of her that went by Emily Dickinson. The work of her that went, the toil of fellows done, in ovens green our mother bakes by fires of the sun. The height in heaven comforts not, by Emily Dickinson. The height in heaven comforts not, the glory nor to be, 'twas best and perfect as it was, I'm finite, I can't see. The house of supposition, of the glimmering frontier where it skirts the acres of perhaps, to me shows insecure, the welfare had contented me, if 'twas a meaner size, when I had counted it until it pleased my narrow eyes. Better than larger values, which however true, this timid life of evidence keeps pleading, I don't know. There are two Mays, by Emily Dickinson. There are two Mays, and then a must, and after that a shall, infinite the compression that indicates I will. There came a wind like a bugle, by Emily Dickinson. There came a wind like a bugle, it quivered through the grass, and the green chill upon the heats ominous that pass, it barred the windows and the doors as from an emerald coast. The doom's electric moccasin that very instant passed, and a strange mob of panting trees, and fences fled away, and rivers where the houses ran. Those who looked that lived that day, the bell within the steeple wild, a flying tidings told, how much can come and much can go, and yet abide the world. There is a shame of nobleness, by Emily Dickinson. There is a shame of nobleness confronting sudden pelf, a finer shame of ecstasy convicted of itself. A best disgrace a brave man feels, acknowledged of a brave. One more, ye blessed, to be told, that that's behind the grave. There's a solitude of space, by Emily Dickinson. There's a solitude of space, a solitude of sea, a solitude of death, but we society should be compared with profound sight, that polar privacy is seldom admitted to itself, thin infinite. There is a word, by Emily Dickinson. There is a word which bears a sword, can pierce an armed man. It hurls its barred syllables and is mute again. But where it fell, the safe will tell, on patriotic day, Sepal let brother gave his breath away. Ever runs the breathless sun, wherever roams the day, where is its noiseless onset, where is its victory? Behold the keenest marksman, the most accomplished host, time's sublimest target is a soul forgot. Where's another loneliness, by Emily Dickinson. There's another loneliness that many die without, not want or friend occasions it, or circumstances of lot, but nature sometimes thought, on whoso is befall, is richer than could be revealed the mortal numeral. Where's no frigid like a book to take us lands away, and it causes like a page of prancing poetry. This traverse may the poorest take without oppressive toil, how fragile is the chariot that bears the human soul. There's been a death in the opposite house, by Emily Dickinson. There's been a death in the opposite house as lately as today. I know it by the number looks such houses have alway. The neighbors rustle in and out, the doctor drives away, a window opens like a pot abrupt mechanically. Somebody flinches a mattress out, the children hurry by, wonder if it died on that they used to when a boy. The minister goes stiffly in, as if the house were his, and he owned all the mourners now and little boys besides. And the milliner and the man of appalling trade to take the measure of a house. It'll be the dark parade of tassels and of couches soon. It's easy as a sign, the intuition of a news in just a country town. There's something quieter than sleep, by Emily Dickinson. There's something quieter than sleep within this inner room, and verses sprig upon its breast and will not tell its name. Some touch it and some kiss it, some chafe its idle hand. It has a simple gravity I do not understand. I would not weep if I were away her rude and wonder sob might scare the quiet fay back to her native wood. While simple-hearted neighbors chat of the early dead, we, prone to periphrases, remark that the birds have fled. These are the days that reindeer laugh, by Emily Dickinson. These are the days that reindeer laugh, and pranks the northern star. This the sun's objective and Finland of the year. We sailed the wick above the west, by Emily Dickinson. We sailed the wick above the west, till when the red declined, or how the ember aided it, defied to be defined, and warned without disparagement in the dissembled hue, and would not let the eye decide did it abide or no. We dropped like flakes, by Emily Dickinson. They dropped like flakes, they dropped like stars, like petals from a rose, when suddenly across the June wind the fingers goes. They perished in the seamless grass, now I could find the place, but God can summon every phrase of his repellers list. They might not need me, yet they might, by Emily Dickinson. They might not need me, but they might. I let my head be just inside. A smile as small as mine might be, precisely their necessity. They say that time assanges, by Emily Dickinson. They say that time assanges, time never did assange, and actual suffering strengthens as sinews do with age. Time is a test of trouble, but not a remedy. If such it proved too there was no melody. They talk as slow as legends grow, by Emily Dickinson. They talk as slow as legends grow, no mushroom is the mind, at foliage of sterility, too stolid for the wind. The love is wise as plots of wit, but destined to unfold the point of blunt perversion, but consciously untold. They won't frown always, by Emily Dickinson. They won't frown always, some sweet day when I forget to tease. They recollect how cold I looked, how I just said please. And they will hasten to call the little girl who cannot thank them for the eyes that filled the lisping full.
Thirst, by Emily Dickinson. We thirst at first, 'tis nature's act, and later when we die, a little water supplicate of fingers going by. It imitates the finer want whose adequate supply is that great water in the West termed immortality.
With consciousness that is aware, by Emily Dickinson. With consciousness that is aware of neighbors and the sun, I'll be the one aware of death and that itself alone. Is traversing the interval experience between and most profound experiment appointed unto man. Adequate unto itself its property shall be, itself unto itself and none shall make discovery. Adventure most unto itself is so condemned to be, attended by a single hound its own identity. This is the place where hope before, by Emily Dickinson. This is the place where hope before, where I am hoping now. The seed of disappointment grew within a capsule gay. To disinterest the feet that walk this plank of barb, before them lies the escapeless sea, the ways closed they came. This merit half the worst, by Emily Dickinson. This merit half the worst, it cannot be again, and fate hath taunt at last and thrown a furthest stone. The name it may pause and breath and glance securely round, the deer tracts no further than it resists the hound. This quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies, by Emily Dickinson. This quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies and lads and girls, was love and ability and sighing and frocks and curls. This passive place is summer's nimble mansion, their bloom and bees exists in oriental circular thin keys, like these.
This was in the white of a year, by Emily Dickinson. This was in the white of a year, where it was in the green. Drifts were as difficult than to think, as daisies now to be seen. Looking back is best that is left, or if it be before, retrospecting it prospects half, sometimes almost more. This world is not conclusion, by Emily Dickinson. This world is not conclusion. A sequel stands beyond, invisible as music, but positive as sound. It beckons and it baffles. Philosophies don't know, and through a riddle at the last sagacity must go. To guess it puzzles scholars. To gain it, men have shown contempt of generations and crucifixion known.
Walk it home, how late, by Emily Dickinson. Walk it home, how late, so get home. Compensate, better will be the ecstasy they've done expecting me. One night it is canning, damp and dark, we hear my unexpected knock, transporting must the moment be, brewed from decades of agony. To think just how the fire will burn, just how long cheated eyes will turn, to wonder what myself will say and what itself will say to me, the guides of centuries of we. Those final creatures, who they are, by Emily Dickinson. Those final creatures, who they are, but faithful to the close, administer ecstasy, but just the summer knows. Woe's not live yet, by Emily Dickinson. Woe's not live yet, who dope to live again. Again, as of it twice, but this is one. The ship beneath the jaw aground is he, death's soul, higher from of the sea, deep is the schedule of a distant be, cosmless consciousness, that is he. While the great waters sleep, by Emily Dickinson. While the great waters sleep, that they are still the deep, cannot doubt. No vacillating god ignited this abode to put it out.
3 weeks passed since I had seen her, by Emily Dickinson. 3 weeks passed since I had seen her, by Emily Dickinson. 3 weeks passed since I had seen her. Some disease had waxed. 'Twas with Texan village singing I beheld her next, and accompany our pleasure to discourse alone. Gracious now to me as any, gracious unto none. born without the scent of either to the parish night, of the separated people which are out of sight.
Through the straight paths of suffering by Emily Dickinson. Through the straight paths of suffering the marvelous even trod, the feet upon temptations, the faces upon God. A stately shriven company, convulsion playing around, harmless as streaks of mether upon a planet's bond. The faith the everlasting trough, the expectation there, the needle to the north degree waits so for polar air. Tie the strings to my life, my lord, by Emily Dickinson. Tie the strings to my life, my lord, then I'm ready to go. Just to look at the horses, rapid it will do. Put me in on the firmest side, so I shall never fall. For me must ride to the judgment, and the Sepal lay downhill. Never mind the steep, I never mind the sea, and fast the everlasting race by my own choice and thee. Goodbye to the life I used to live, and the world I used to know. Kiss the hills for me, just once, then I'm ready to go.
Till the End by Emily Elizabeth Dickinson. I should not dare to leave my friend, because if he should die while I was gone, and I too late should reach the heart that wanted me, if I should disappoint the eyes that hunted so to see I could not bear to shut until. They noticed me, if I should step the patient faith, so sure I'd come, it listening, went to sleep, telling my tardy name. My heart would wish it broke before, since breaking when, were useless as next morning's sun, where midnight frost had lain.
Time's Lesson by Emily Dickinson. Mine enemy is growing old, I have at last revenge. The pellet of the hate departs, if any would avenge. Let him be quick, the viand flits, it is a fated meat. Anger as soon as fat is dead, 'tis starving makes it fat.
Time's willy chargers who will not wait by Emily Dickinson. Time's willy chargers who will not wait at any gate but woes, but where, so glow to hesitate, they will not stir for blows. This English grander than delight by Emily Dickinson. This English grander than delight, directions pain, leading bands of smitten face who question to again. This transport wild as thrills the grave cerement let go, and creatures clad for miracle go up by two and two. 'Tis easier to pity those than dead by Emily Dickinson. 'Tis easier to pity those than dead, and which pity previous would have saved. A tragedy enacted secures applause, the tragedy enacting too seldom does. 'Tis good, the looking back on grief by Emily Dickinson. 'Tis good, looking back on grief, to re-endure a day, before the mighty funeral of all conceived joy, to recollect how busy grass did meddle one by one, all the grief of summer, waveful anchored seep stone. And though woe you have today be larger as the sea exceeds its unremembered drop by water equally. 'Tis little I could care for pearls by Emily Dickinson. 'Tis little I could care for pearls who on the ample sea, or broch when the emperor with rubies pelteth me. Or gold, who am the prince of mines, or diamonds, when have I a diadem for fit a dome continual upon me. 'Tis so appalling it exhilarates by Emily Dickinson. 'Tis so appalling it exhilarates, so over horror it half captivates. The soul stars after it, secure, a sepulchre fears frost no more. The scant a ghost is faint, but grappling conquers it. Or easy torment now, suspense kept swaying so. The truth is bold and cold, and it will hold. If any are not sure, we show them prayer, but we who know stop hoping no. Looking at death as dying, just let go the breath, and not the pillow at your cheek so slumbereth. Others can wrestle, yours is done, and so woe bleak dreaded come. It sets the fright at liberty, and terrors free, gay ghastly holiday. 'Tis sunrise, little maid, hast woe by Emily Dickinson. 'Tis sunrise, little maid, hast thou no station in the day? 'Twas not thy wont to hinder so we drive an industry. 'Tis noon, my little maid, alas, and art thou sleeping yet? Really waiting to be better the bee, hast thou forgot? My little maid, 'tis night, alas, but night should be to thee instead of morning. Art so brought the little plant to die? 'Tis warned thee, if I could not, sweet, I might have aided thee. Title divine is mine by Emily Dickinson. Title divine is mine, the wife without the sign, acute degree conferred on me, empress of Calvary, royal all but the crown, betrothed without a swoon. God sends his woman when you hold it, garnet to garnet, gold to gold born, bridal shrouded in a day, tree victory, my husband won't say, stroking the melody, is this the way? To be alive is power by Emily Dickinson. To be alive is power, existence in itself, without a further function, omnipotence enough. To be alive and will, disable as a god, the make of ourselves be what such being finitude. To disappear enhances by Emily Dickinson. To disappear enhances, the man that runs away is tinctured for an instant with mortality. Yesterday a vagrant, today in memory lane, the superstitious valley we tamper with again, but never far as honor withdraws the worthless thing, and impotent to cherish, we hasten to adorn. Of death the sternest function, with justice we discern, the excellence defies us secures gathered then. Fruit burst plucking, but leaning to the side, with the ecstatic limit of unobtained delight. To do a magnanimous thing, by Emily Dickinson. To do a magnanimous thing and take oneself by surprise, if oneself is not the habit of him, is precisely the finest of joys. Or not to do a magnanimous thing, and notwithstanding it never be known, notwithstanding it cost us existence once, is rapture self-spurn. To hear an oriole sing, by Emily Dickinson. To hear an oriole sing may be a common thing, only a divine. It is not of a bird who sings the same unheard as unto crowd. Fashion of the ear, a tireth that it hear in dun or fair. So whether it be a June, or whether it be nunness of within, the tune is in the tree, the skeptic shelf me, no sir, in thee. To help our bleaker parts, by Emily Dickinson. To help our bleaker parts, sepulchral hours are given, which if they do not fit for earth, drill silently for heaven. To his simplicity, by Emily Dickinson. To his simplicity to die was little fate, if duty live, contented but a confederate.
To learn the transport by the pain, by Emily Dickinson. To learn the transport by the pain, as blind men learn the sun, to die of first suspicion where brooks and meadows run. To stay the homesick feet upon a foreign shore, haunted by native lands, the wild and blue beloved air. This is the sorrow and anguish, this the signal woe. These are the patient laureates, whose voices trained below, a scant and ceaseless carol, inaudible, indeed, to us the duller scholars of a mysterious bard.
To lose one's faith, by Emily Dickinson. To lose one's faith surpass the loss of an estate, because estates can be replenished, faith cannot. Inherited with life, belief but once can be annihilate a single course and being's beggary.
To lose thee, sweeter than to gain, by Emily Dickinson. To lose thee, sweeter than to gain, all our hearts I knew. 'Tis true the draught is destitute, but when I had the dew. The Caspian has its realms of sand, its other realm of sea. Without the sterile perquisite, no Caspian could be.
To love thee year by year, by Emily Dickinson. To love thee year by year may less appear than sacrifice and keys, however dear. However might be short, and for to show and so appeased it with a flower now. To make a Paris it takes a clover and one bee, by Emily Dickinson. To make a Paris it takes a clover and one bee, one clover and a bee, and reverie. A reverie alone will do if bees are few.
To March, by Emily Dickinson. Dear March, come in, how glad I am. I looked for you before. Put down your hat, you must have walked, out of breath you are. Dear March, how are you? And the rest, did you leave nature well? Oh March, come right upstairs with me, I have so much to tell. I got your letter, and the birds, the maples never knew when you were coming. I declare how rare their faces grew. But, March, forgive me, and all those hills you left for me to hew, there was no purple suitable, you took it all with you. Who knocks? That April? Lock the door, I will not be pursued. He stayed away a year, to call when I am occupied. But trifles look so trivial as soon as you have come. The blame is just as dear as praise, and praise as myrrh as blame.
To my quick ear the leaves, by Emily Dickinson. To my quick ear the leaves conferred, the bushes veil the bells. I cannot find the privacy from nature's sentinels. In cave I presumed to hide the walls begun to tell. Creation seemed a mighty crack to make me visible. To own a Susan of my own, by Emily Dickinson. To own a Susan of my own is of itself a bliss. What a realm I fortified, Lord, continue me in this. To pile like thunder to its close, by Emily Dickinson. To pile like thunder to its close, then crumble ground away, and everything created hid this would be poetry. Or love, to coeval come, we both for neither prove, experience either and consume, for none see Gordon live. To see her is a picture, by Emily Dickinson. To see her is a picture, to hear her is a tune, to know her in intemperance as innocent as June, to know her not, affliction, to own her for friend, a warmth as near as if the sun were shining in your hand. To tell the beauty would decrease, by Emily Dickinson. To tell the beauty would decrease, to state the spell they mean. There is a syllableless sea, of which it is the sign. My will endeavours for its word, and fails but entertains the raptures of legacies of introspective minds. To the bright east she flies, by Emily Dickinson. To the bright east she flies, brave of paradise we met her home, but the change of wings or love's convenient things antithesis to come. Fashioning what she is, fathoming what she was, we deem, we dream, and we dissolve the days for which existence strays, homeless at home. To the stanch dust, by Emily Dickinson. To the stanch dust we safe commit thee, turn if it have involate to thee, silence, denote, sanctity, and force thee, passenger of infinity. To their apartment deep, by Emily Dickinson. To their apartment deep, no ribbery may creep, untumbled with abode by any man but God. Try not to speak and miss the way, by Emily Dickinson. Try not to speak and miss the way asked of her tears, as gratitude's sweet poverty, the tatter's very verse. A better code if he possessed would help him to conceal, not subjugate the mutiny whose title is the soul. To venerate the simple days, by Emily Dickinson. To venerate the simple days which lead the seasons by, needs but to remember that from you or I we may take the trifle termed mortality. Today or this noon, by Emily Dickinson. Today or this noon she dwelt so close almost touched her. Tonight she lies past neighborhood, and born steeple no pasts to miss. Tomorrow, by Emily Dickinson. Tomorrow, whose locational wise deceives, voids hallucinations, is last that leaves. Tomorrow, woe with driver, or every tear, alibi out of woe, or honest wear. Too cold is this, by Emily Dickinson. Too cold is this, too warm with sun, too stiff to bend be, to join this agate work, or staying masonry. I wouldn't the age will kernel out contusion of a husk, nor rip nor wrinkle indicate, but just an asterisk. Too few the mornings be, by Emily Dickinson. Too few the mornings be, to scant the nights. The lodging can be had for the delights, that come to earth to stay, no apartment find and ride away.
Too late, by Emily Dickinson. Delayed till she had ceased to know, delayed till in its vest of snow her loving bosom lay. An hour behind the fleeting breath, later by just an hour than death, our lagging yesterday. Could she have guessed what it would be, could but a crier of a glee half climbed the distant hill, had not the bliss so slow a pace, who knows but this surrendered face were undefeated still? Oh, if there may departing be any forgot by victory in her imperial round, show them this meek apparelled thing that could not stop to be a king, doubtful if it be crowned. Too much, by Emily Dickinson. I should have been too glad, I see, to lift it for the scant decree or life's penurious around. My little circuit would have shamed this new circumference, half blamed the homelier time behind. I should have been too saved, I see, too rescued, fear too dim to me, that I could spell the prayer I knew so perfect yesterday, that scathing one, Sabachthani, recited, fluent here. Earth would have been too much, I see, and heaven not enough for me. I shall have had the joy without the fear to justify, the palm without the Calvary, so, Saviour, crucify. Defeat weds victory, they say, bereaves an old Gethsemane, endear the shore beyond. 'Tis beggar's banquets best define, 'tis thirsting vitalized wine, fate feigns to understand. Transplanted, by Emily Dickinson. As if some little Arctic flower upon the polar hem went wandering down the latitudes until it puzzled came to continuous of summer, to firmaments of sun, to strange, bright crowds of flowers and birds of foreign tongue. I say as if this little flower to Eden wandered in. What when? Why, nothing, only your inference wherefrom.
Triumph may be of several kinds, by Emily Dickinson. Triumph may be of several kinds, with triumph in the room, and with old imperator, death by faith.
Troubled about many things, by Emily Dickinson. How many times these low feet staggered, only the soldered mouth can tell. Try. Can you stir the awful rivet? Try. Can you lift the hasps of steel? Stroke the cool forehead, hot so often. Lift, if you can, the listless hair. Handle the admainting fingers, never the thimble more shall wear. Buzz the dull flies on the chamber window. Brave shines the sun through a freckled plain. Fearless the cobweb sinks from the ceiling. Indolent housewife in Daisy's lane.
Trust the just to peradventure, by Emily Dickinson. Trust the just to peradventure, phantoms entered and renew. Trusty as the stars, by Emily Dickinson. Trusty as the stars, who could by shining working, prompt as when I lit them in Genesis' new house, durable as stone, with adequate blossom, makes the world's suspense perish and rejoice.
Trying to Forget by Emily Dickinson. Bereved of all I went abroad, no less bereaved to be upon a new peninsula the grave preceded me. Obtained my lodgings myself, and when I sought my bed, the grave it was, reposed upon the pillow for my head. I waked to find it first awake. I rose, it followed me. I tried to drop it in the crowd, to lose it in the sea. In cups of artificial rose to sleep its shape away. The grave was finished, but the shape remained in memory.
'Twas Comfort in her Dying Room by Emily Dickinson. 'Twas comfort in her dying room to hear the living clock, a short relief to have the wind walk boldly up and knock. Diversion from the dying theme to hear the children play, but wrong the more that these could live, and with ours must die. 'Twas just the time last year I died by Emily Dickinson. 'Twas just this time last year I died, and I heard the corn when I was carried by the farms had the tassels on. I thought how yellow it would look when Richard went to mill, and then I wanted to get out, but something held my will. I thought just how red apples wedged the stubble's joints between, and the carts stopped round the fields to take the pumpkins in. I wondered which would miss me least, and when Thanksgiving came, a father'd multiply the plates to make an even sum. And would it blur the Christmas gray, my stocking hang too high for any Santa Claus to reach the altitude of me? But this thought aggrieved myself, and so I thought the other way, or just this time some perfect year himself should come to me. The butterflies went out at noon by Emily Dickinson. Butterflies went out at noon and waltzed upon a farm, and stepped straight for the firmament and rested on the beam, and then together bore away upon a shining sea, or never yet in any port their coming mentioned be, as spoken by the distant bird, if met I never see, with regard of a merchant man her notice was to me. Two lengths has every day by Emily Dickinson. Two lengths has every day its absolute extent, and area superior by Harper Horror Land. Eternity will be velocity or pause at fundamental signals and fundamental laws. To die is not to go on doom's consummate chart, no territory new is staked, remain voice for art.
Two Worlds by Emily Dickinson. It makes no difference abroad, the seasons fit the same. The mornings blossom into noons and split their pots of flame. Wild flowers kindle in the woods, the brooks brag all the day. No blackbird bates his jagoning for passing cavalry. Order of fate and judgment are nothing to the bee. His separation from the rose to him seems misery.
Undue significance the starving man attaches by Emily Dickinson. Undue significance the starving man attaches to food, for of he sighs, and wherefore hopeless and wherefore good. Partaking it relieves indeed, but proves as with spices flying received, it was the distance was savory.
Unreturning by Emily Dickinson. 'Twas such a little boat that toddled down the bay. 'Twas such a gallant sea that beckoned it away. 'Twas such a greedy wave that licked it from the coast. Nor ever guessed that stately sails my little craft was lost.
Unto a Broken Heart by Emily Dickinson. Unto a broken heart no other one may go, but the high prerogative itself have suffered so. Unto my books by Emily Dickinson. Unto my books, so good to turn for ends of tired days, that half endears the abstinence, and pain is missed in praise. As flavors cheery hearted guests, with banquetings to be, so spices stimulate the time to my small library, and maybe wilderness without for feet of failing men, but holiday excludes the night, and it is bells within. I think these kinsmen of a shelf, a countenance kit and armor, prospective and satisfy obtained.
Unwarned by Emily Dickinson. 'Tis sunrise, little maid, hast thou no station in the day? Trust not why want to hinder so, we try fine industry. 'Tis noon, my little maid, alas, and art thou sleeping yet? The lily waiting to be wed, the bee dost thou forget? My little maid, 'tis night, alas, that night should be to thee instead of morning. Hadst thou broached thy little plan to me, dissuade we, if I could not, sweet, I might have aided thee.
Upon a saddle sprung a bird by Emily Dickinson. Upon a saddle sprung a bird and crossed 1,000 trees. Before fence without a fare, his fantasy did please, and lifted up his throat and squandered such a note, universe that overheard is stricken by it yet. Upon the gallows hung a wretch by Emily Dickinson. Upon the gallows hung rich, too solid for the hill to which the law entitled him. As nature's curtain fell, the one who bore him tottered in, for this was woman's son. To all I had, she strike and gasp, oh, what a livid boon!
Vanished by Emily Dickinson. She died. This was the way she died, and when her breath was done, took up her simple wardrobe and started for the sun. Her little figure at the gate the angels must have spied, since I could never find her upon the mortal side.
Victory Comes Late by Emily Dickinson. Victory comes late, and is held low with freezing lips, to wrap the frost to take it. How sweet it would have tasted, just a drop. Was God so economical? His table spread too high for us, unless we dine on tiptoe. Crumbs fit such little mouths, cherries sweet robins. The eagle's golden breakfast strangles them. God keeps his oath to sparrows, who with little laugh know how to starve.
Volcanoes be in Sicily by Emily Dickinson. Volcanoes be in Sicily and South America, a judge from my geography. Volcanoes near here, a lover's step at any time, and I am inclined to climb a crater I may contemplate Vesuvius at home. Wait till the majesty of death by Emily Dickinson. Wait till the majesty of death invests so mean a brow, almost the powdered footman might dare to touch it now. Wait till an everlasting robe is for democrat is dressed, and prayed about preferment and station and the rest. Around this quiet courtyard obsequious angels wait, full royalist retinue, for purple is estate. Our Lord might dare to lift the head to such a modest clay, since that my Lord, the Lord of Lords, receives unblushingly.
Waiting by Emily Dickinson. I sing to use the waiting, my bonnet but to tie, and shut the door unto my house, no more to do have I. Till, his best step approaching, we journey to the day, and tell each other how we sang to keep the dark away.
Recover thee by Emily Dickinson. Recover thee, sweet face, not that we tire of we, but that by self-fatigue of us remember as forgo, you follow we until thou notice us no more, and then reluctant turn away to corn we hour and hour. And blame the scanty life we were content to show, arguments sweet 100-fold, if thou wouldst take it now. We do not know the time we lose by Emily Dickinson. We do not know the time we lose. The awful moment is and takes its fundamental place among the certainties. A firm appearance still inflates the card, the chance, the friend, the spectre of solidities whose substance are sent. We knew not that we were to live by Emily Dickinson. We knew not that we were to live, nor when we are to die. Our ignorance, our curiosity, we were mortality as lightly as an option gown, asked to take it off by his intrusion. God is known, is the same with life. We learn it in retreating by Emily Dickinson. We learn it in retreating how vast and one was recently among us a perished son, and here in the departure doubly more, and of the golden presence that was before. We like March by Emily Dickinson. We like March. His shoes are purple, he is new and high, makes he mud for dog and peddler, makes he forest dry. Knows the other town has coming and presents her spot, stands the sun so close and mighty that our minds are hot. News is here of all the others, bold that were to die, the bluebirds exercising on his British sky. We never know we go when we are going by Emily Dickinson. We never know we go when we are going, we just and shut the door. Fate following behind us boats it, and we accost no more. We outgrow love like other things by Emily Dickinson. The outgrow love like other things and put it in the drawer, that in antique fashion shows like costumes grandsires wore. We play at paste by Emily Dickinson. We play at paste till qualified for pearl, then drop the paste and deem ourselves a fool. The shapes, though were similar in our new hands, learned gem tactics, practicing sense. We send the wave to find the wave by Emily Dickinson. We send the wave to find the wave, an errand so divine, the messenger and armor too, forgetting to return, we make the wise distinction still, so ever made in vain. The sagest time to dam the sea is when the sea is gone. We shall find the cube of a rainbow by Emily Dickinson. We shall find the cube of a rainbow, of that there is no doubt, but the arc of a lover's conjecture eludes the finding out. We should not mind so small a flower by Emily Dickinson. We should not mind so small a flower, except that quite bring our little garden that we lost back to the lawn again. So spicier carnations not, so drunken reel her bees, so silver steal 100 flutes from out 100 trees. That whoso sees this little flower, the faith may clear behold, the bobblings around her frown and dandelions gold. We shun it, or it comes by Emily Dickinson. We shun at earth comes, afraid of joy, and sue it to delay, and lest it fly, beguile it more and more, may not this be, or sue to heaven, like our dismay at thee? We first at first, by Emily Dickinson. We first at first is nature's act, and later, when we die, and let water supplicate or fingers going by, it intimates the finer want was adequate supply as that greater water in the west, termed immortality. We wear our sober dresses when we die, by Emily Dickinson. Wear our sober dresses when we die, but summer, filled as for holiday, adjourns her sigh. We went up a year this evening, by Emily Dickinson. We went up a year this evening, and recollected well, amid no bells, no bravos, bystanders will tell, cheerful as to the village, tranquil as to repose, chastened as to the chapel, this humble tourist rose. Did not talk of returning, alluded to no time, when were the gates propitious, we might look for him. Was grateful for the roses and life's diverse bouquet, talked softly of new species to pick another day. Beguiling was the wonder the wondrous near drew, hence bustled at the mornings the crown respectful grew, as candid from our vision to countenance new, a difference the daisy was all the rest I knew. Word to be the last, by Emily Dickinson. Word to be the last, infinite would be, what we did not suspect was marked our final interview. Were natural mortal lady, by Emily Dickinson. Were natural mortal lady, who had so little time to pack a trunk in order to great exchange of clime, or rapid how momentous, what exigencies were, but nature will be ready and have an hour to spare, to make some trifle fair, it was too fair before, enchanting by remaining and by departure more.
What if I say I shall not wait, by Emily Dickinson? What if I say I shall not wait? What if I burst the fleshly gate, and pass, escaped to we? What if I file this mortal off, see where it hurt me, that's enough, and wait in liberty? They cannot take us any more. Dungeons may call and guns implore, unmeaning now to me, as lava was an hour ago, our laces or a travelling show, or who died yesterday.
What inn is this, by Emily Dickinson? What inn is this, where for the night peculiar traveller comes? Who's the landlord? Where the maids? Behold what curious rooms, ruddy fires on the hearth, no brimming tankards flow. Necromancer, landlord, who are these below? What mystery pervades the well, by Emily Dickinson? What mystery pervades the well, at water lives so far, a neighbour from another world, residing in a jar, whose limit none hath ever seen, but just as a lid of glass, like looking every time you place in an abyss's face. The grass does not appear afraid, often wonder he can stand so close and looks about at what is all to me. Related somehow they may be, that such stands next the sea, where he is flawless and does not timidity betray. But nature is a stranger yet, the ones that sight her most have never passed her haunted house, nor simplified her ghost. To pity those that know her not is helped by their regret, that those who know her less, when near her they get. What soft cherubic creatures, by Emily Dickinson. What soft cherubic creatures these gentlewomen are, and would as soon assault a plunge or violate a star. Such dimity convictions so hard to refine, of freckled human nature of deity ashamed. It's such a common glory of fisherman's degree, redemption, brittle lady, be so ashamed of thee. What tenements of clover, by Emily Dickinson. What tenements of clover are fitting for the bee, what edifices azure for butterflies and me, what residences nimble rise and the sense without a rhythmic rumour or an assaulting guess. What Edna basks in purse, by Emily Dickinson. What Edna basks in purse, Naples is more afraid, than when she shows a garnet tooth, security's load. When I hoped I feared, by Emily Dickinson. When I hoped I feared, since I hoped I dared, everywhere alone is the church remain. Spectre cannot harm, serpent cannot charm, he deposes doom who have suffered him. When memory is full, by Emily Dickinson. When memory is full, put on the perfect lid, this morning's finest syllable, presumptuous evening said. When roses cease to bloom, by Emily Dickinson. When roses cease to bloom, soon violets are done, bumblebees in solemn flight have passed beyond the sun, then but paused together upon the summer's day, will idle lie in Auburn, then take my flowers, pray. When we have ceased to care, by Emily Dickinson. When we have ceased to care, the gift is given, for which we gave the earth a mortgaged heaven, but so declined in worth, it's ignominy now to look upon. Where every bird is bold to go, by Emily Dickinson. Every bird is bold to go, and bees a bashless play, a fawn before a knocks must thrust the tears away.
Where I am not afraid to go, by Emily Dickinson. Where I am not afraid to go, I may confide my flower. Was not enemy of me, the gentle bee to her, nor separate has heaven me, by distance become, a single bloom we constitute, departed all at home.
Where ships of purple gently toss, by Emily Dickinson. Where ships of purple gently toss, on seas of daffodil, fantastic sailors mingle, and when the wharf is still. While Esther's, by Emily Dickinson. While Esther's on the hill, where everlasting fashions set on convenient gentian's thrill. While we were fearing it, it came, by Emily Dickinson. While we were fearing it, it came, but came with lesser fear, because with fearing it so long it almost made it fair. There's a fitting, a dismay, a fitting, a despair, the sudden knowing it is due, the knowing it is here. We're trying on the utmost, the morning it is new, is tabler than wearing it a whole existence through.
Who? By Emily Dickinson. My friend must be a bird, because it flies. Mortal my friend must be, because it dies. Barbs has it, like a bee. Ah, curious friend, for puzzles me. Who has not found the heaven below? By Emily Dickinson. Who has not found the heaven below will fail of it above. God's residence is next to mine, his furniture is love.
Who is it seeks my pillow nights? By Emily Dickinson. Who is it seeks my pillow nights, with plain inspecting face? Did you or did you not to ask? 'Tis conscience, childhood's nurse. With martial hand she strokes the hair upon my wincing head. All roughs shall have a part in what the prosperous of God. Who never wantest maddest joy? By Emily Dickinson. Who never wanted maddest joy remains to him unknown. The banquet of abstemiousness defaces that of wine. Within its reach, for yet ungrasped, desires perfect goal, now near, lest the actual should disenthrall thy soul.
Who robbed the woods? By Emily Dickinson. Who robbed the woods, the trusting woods, the unsuspecting trees, brought out with burrs and mosses, his fantasy to please. He scanned their trinkets, curious, he grasped, he bore away. What will the solemn hemlock, what will the fire tree say?
Who were the father and the son? By Emily Dickinson. Who were the father and the son, pondered when a child, and what had they to do with us, and when, Tempest told, with inference appalling, but childhood fortified, we thought, at least they are no worse than they have been described. Who are the father and the son, did we demand today? Father and the son himself would doubtless specify, but had they the felicity when we desired to know? We better friends had been, perhaps, than time assumed to us. We start to learn what we believe, but once entirely believe, it does not fit so well when altered frequently. We blush that heaven if we achieve event ineffable, we should have shunned until ashamed to own the miracle. Whose are the little beds? Are asked, by Emily Dickinson. Whose are the little beds? Are asked, which in the valley lie? Some shook their heads and others smiled, and no one made reply. Perhaps they did not hear, I said, I will inquire again. Whose are the beds? The tiny beds are thick upon the plain. 'Tis daisy in the shore is a little further on, nearest the door, to wake the yeast, little Linton. 'Tis Iris, and Esther, Elman, and Belle, Bartsy, and the blanket red, and chubby daffodil. Meanwhile at my cradles, her busy foot she plied, humming the quaintest lullaby that ever rocked a child. Hush, Epigea wakens, the crocus stirs her lids, Rhodea's cheek is crimson, she's dreaming of the woods. When turning from them reverent the bedtime, 'tis, she said, the bumblebees, it will wake them when April woods are red.
Why? By Emily Dickinson. The murmur of the bee, a witchcraft yieldeth me. If any ask me why, 'twere easier to die than tell. The word upon the hill taketh away my will. If anybody sneer, take care, for God is here, that's all. The breaking of the day addeth to my degree. If any ask me how, artist, how drew me so, must tell. Wild nights, by Emily Dickinson. Wild nights, were I with thee, wild nights should be our luxury. Futile the winds to hard and port, done with a compass, done with a chart. Rowing in Eden, of a sea, might I but moor to-night in a wee.
Will there really be a morning? By Emily Dickinson. Will there really be a morning? Is there such a thing as day? Could I see it from the mountains if it were as tall as they? Has it feet like water lilies? Has it feathers like a bird? Is it brought from famous countries of which I have never heard? Or some scholar, or some sailor, or some wise man from the skies, pleased to tell a little pilgrim that the place called morning lies. Winter under cultivation, by Emily Dickinson. Winter under cultivation is as arable as spring. Witchcraft has not pedigree, by Emily Dickinson. Witchcraft has another pedigree, it is early as our breath, and mourners meet at going out the moment of our death. If sweetness unabated by Emily Dickinson. If sweetness unabated in the form the hour had come, if no remiss of triumph the autumn started home, how to be with nature has competition done, by influential kinsmen invited to return, and supplements of purpose, and heavily reviewing her residue be passed. Within the little heath by Emily Dickinson. Within the little heath such hints of honey lay, as made reality a dream and dreams a reality. Who never lost unprepared by Emily Dickinson. Who never lost unprepared a coronet to find, never thirsted flagons and cooling tamarind, who never climbed the very league and such a foot explored the purple territories on bizarre shore? How many legions overcame, the Emperor will say, how many colors taken on Revolution Day, how many bullets pierced us of a royal scar, angels write a promote on the soldier's brow. You cannot put a fire out by Emily Dickinson. You cannot put a fire out, the thing that can ignite, go itself without a fan upon the slowest night. You cannot fold a flood and put it in a drawer, because the winds would find it out and tend to set a floor. You've seen balloons set, haven't you, by Emily Dickinson? You've seen balloons set, haven't you? So stately they is kent, it is as once discarded you for duty's diamond. The liquid feet go softly out upon a sea of blonde, the spurn the air is twirled the mean for creatures to renowned. The ribbons just beyond the eye, they struggle some for breath, yet the crowd applaud, below, they will not encore death. The guilty creature strains and spins, strips frantic in a tree, tears open her imperial veins and tumbles in the sea. The crowd retire with an oath for destined streets, go down, and clerks in counting rooms observe it was only a balloon.